Hello, gamers! Going out gaming today. Hope everybody is gamer. I've said words on stream. I am good at this. Gosh, hey guys, how's gamering? Or hope. It seems like everything's gamering the gamer. Me when I gamer. I'm so a job like a join and stuff on. Hero. Doing. Nope. Wow, what pops? Who? Oh wow. Oh whoa. Sorry chat. Doing. Oh fuck, I can hear myself. Nope. But so hard. No, I could buttons real. A little bit of visual stimuli. Look at my team. We'll do great. Mummy and insane. Mummies and insane. Mummies and insane twin. Took me 3 attempts. I am incredibly smart. What even in as a character? Me when I'm not signed in as the right character. Ooh woo. Oh my gosh, I have 6 full subscribers. That's again. Ooh, look at the pretty lights. Yay! I'm logged in as actual live. I should update. Mummies and insane. We Mummies go. And insane twin. Took me 3 attempts. I am incredibly smart. What even in as a character? Go, there we go. See when I have not signed in as the right character. Ooh woo. Oh my gosh, I have 6 full subscribers. That's again. Again. Ooh, look at the pretty. Sorry, chat. I was tweeting out lights. So sorry. Yay! I'm logged in as actual live. I should update. Mummies and insane. We Mummies go. And insane twin. Took me 3 attempts. I am incredibly smart. What even in as a character? Yay! Go, there we go. See when I have not signed in as the right character. Ooh woo. Oh my gosh, I have 6 full subscribers. That's oh, I only post lol again. Again. Ooh, look at the pretty. Sorry, chat. I was tweeting out lights. So sorry. Yay! I'm logged in as actual live. I should update. Mummies and insane. We Mummies go. And insane twin. Took me 3 attempts. I am incredibly smart. And I've got Twitter open. Hoggy. I'm being funny on Twitter. I'm so funny. Also, oh, I'm currently. But I'm. Oh my gosh, there's no sound. I'm so.
There's no backing out now. For me or you. Open sesame. Who's the little backstabber?
Oh, chat, I should just narrate all the vault lines? The alt lines in this. Thank you for thinking. Just everybody is me. Just the misty dub of Honkai Star.
Expand your thinking. Endless riddles. Nothing but a void.
Ah, nothing but a void. My bad. Lameo heard is gonna die.
All will be swept away by the wind.
Yeah, you'll get swept away by the wind, chat.
Open sesame.
Now we'll win.
Glimpse the unknown.
Must keep replying to tweet up. I was gonna say dubstep. That's a kid piece, that's cool.
Don't let me down. There's no backing out now. For me or you. Expand your thinking. Who's the little backstabber?
There's not subtitles. There's not subtitles.
Endless riddles.
There's not subtitles.
Nothing but a void. Open sesame. Watch it crumble. Self-inflicted misery.
Bust. Or maybe I'll take it all in.
Eternal.
Do I sound?
Expand your thinking. Time for a lesson. Endless riddles.
Gotta just
Nothing but a void.
appreciate the homie. Yeah, there was a waiter. Who did it? It was
I always deliver.
just delivered.
There's no backing out now. For me or you. Open
Crazy how
sesame.
this
Who's the little backstabber? Expand your thinking. Endless riddles. Nothing but a void. Self-inflicted misery.
It's on me.
big tweet
All
by
will be
Biscuit.
swept
Thank you.
away by the wind. There's no backing out now. For me or
No,
you.
this is going out every
Who's the little
stuff, and then
backstabber?
start
Watch your head.
Open
makes
sesame.
stuff noise.
Glimpse the unknown.
Wow, there's a 70% chance. Yeah. And my cat. No. I'm definitely not turning. Except for when, oh my, right? Back at high school, I loved my friends dearly. They're amazing.
Endless riddles.
Sometimes I like to make,
Nothing but a void.
not all the time,
Don't
but
let me down.
one of my friends,
Expand your thinking.
see, when I walked into the
Watch it
library, because I was a nerd in high school. Nerd chat, talking. I'm
Open
still a
sesame.
nerd, but
Bending the rules.
not what we're talking about. But she started calling me Hakuna Matata,
Bust.
and just
Or maybe I'll take it all.
singing Hakuna Matata whenever she saw me, and I was just like, girl, chill. I don't need to make an entrance all the time. I love you, but like, chill.
Nothing but a void. Expand your thinking. Glimpse the unknown. Time for a lesson.
It would.
Eternal.
I'll teach you a lesson.
There's no backing out now. For me or you. Open sesame.
100% Final Fantasy. Did I? I don't know. I mean, currently playing Honkai Star Rail.
Endless riddles. Nothing but
Not
a
a void.
void. I always deliver.
He always delivers,
Expand your
chat.
thinking.
He didn't
Watch
ult
it crumble.
immediately. What the fuck?
Ah.
Who was out of step? Which one of you fucked up?
Open sesame. Bending the rules.
Bending the rules. Me when I bend the rules. Bending the rules.
Existence is unity.
Watch your head.
Me when there's unity.
All will be swept away
So
by
lucky
the
on the
wind.
adventuring banner. That was so cool.
Bust. Or maybe
That
I'll
was
take
such a
it all.
Poggy's moment.
All
Just me when I pog in the dirt.
Endless riddles. Nothing but a void.
I hope that is enjoying me
Expand your thinking.
talking
Glimpse the
complete and
unknown.
utter facts. Hey, we keep going. Never stop. We go. We get Catrice. We grind
Don't
this
let me
cabin.
down.
We can't
Open
let her
sesame.
down.
Eternal. Enjoying yourself?
Watch your head.
Enjoying yourself?
All in.
Expand your thinking.
Oh shit, I should be recording this too so that I can keep it. God.
Nothing but a void.
I don't know how to game. I'm such an
Time for a lesson.
Me when the in my game. My right game.
Bust.
I hope
Or
somebody's
maybe
picking
I'll
up what I'm
take it
putting
all.
down. Holy shit,
Watch
one
your head.
killer. Not concurrent. I wonder if that one
Just
feels just me. No.
There's no backing out now.
I really should
For
have
me or you.
But again,
Open
I'm sad.
sesame.
Don't know what I'm
Watch it
doing.
crumble.
Such a good title. It costs 100. Emperor on optimally. That's. Well, that looks like a good piece because I need my Aglaya fast and boy. HP boots. Oh, we game with Catrice. That's a That's a cringe Trace gaming moment. Oh boy, can I not speak.
Endless riddles. Nothing but a void.
Nothing but a void, chat.
I always deliver. Expand your thinking. Glimpse the unknown.
Glimpse the unknown. Be when the unknown. The
All will
unknown.
be swept away by the wind.
Don't understand what I'm glimpsing.
Open
Unknown.
sesame. Bending the rules. Not bad.
Existence is unity.
Watch your head. Bust. Or maybe I'll take it all.
Endless riddles. Nothing but a void.
Sorry,
There's
chat.
no
I'm
backing
shouting out
out
the OP and it
For me or you.
takes all of the effort. My brain is too small to do. What for? Just not smart enough. It's a Gallagher image that's been floating around today. One where it's just like one isn't enough and he's just like cracking a barrel on them. When I'm talking about gamers. Me when I game with the Urs. Yippee gift chat, I'm so. My brain isn't smart. Engine. Lips out. You guys want to see me do some caster? Luckily, I have a remembrance light cone for. Definitely than any of her traits. So unbuilt. I'm so sorry, chat. In a way, I haven't touched grass and have just been. Also, the Wi-Fi was shit in the spots where I was around them during the day, and then at night, and is a more accurate. Oh, how Firefly has fallen. Sorry, I need to focus on one thing at a time. Enough. a shot. Now I need to check. Oh yeah, I was gonna shut on Firefly though. I really should just put my Twitter, like put on. Pawn bot? Not a pawn bot. But I don't. They have 616 followers. Okay. Sure. Sorry if I'm just dunking on a random person. That seems rude. Yeah, I got Mighty Slight Cone. Don't have hers. Got a fucking double on Argent. Coated with false. But yeah, I was meaning to put on like brown background. Did I post my fly picture? Don't think I did, chat. Now, I might as well. I hope that, like, flashbang. Yeah, we're dunking on. Oof. Two of my faves dying over here. Sorry, chat. I'm at 53. Wow, I'm so shit. Not even right. Is 1.5k 1,500? Do I know what the fuck I'm saying? I don't know if I know what I'm saying. Alright, I just gotta rip my goats real quick. I was gonna say, so Boot Hill's slightly worse, but then I'm just like, nah. Yeah, no. No, she hasn't ranked yet. Good sight. Get back to the Honkai. I needed that. The fact that that's still like a night. That's goaded chat. Goaded with. Is saying goaded with a sword. That I'm just like, am I original? I just Am I being a sheep right now? I do have... I could just pull another one and have it... But, I don't know. Also max, but I don't even know if it's good for trail. I heard it's... That's... But I haven't watched the Goober video. Goober. I think it's time to certify. Is the... Yes. God, I'm cooking over here. For watching Goober Certified. Get certified. Is that a porn book? No, it's... Wow, I'm surprised it's real people. Alright, keep calling people porn. Just... apparently. Blaxophone.
The gap between the two becomes much narrower.
I have an E1.
Hey, Gogrees here, back for another video on the Dragon Summoner. You guys have asked away, and so this is one of a few videos I'll be making on her to go further in depth on what she's all about. Today's topic is about her supports. I'll be reviewing them, talking about what makes them so good or not so good, and also their synergies with other units as well as how to build them for Casteries. To avoid information load, I won't be going into sustains this video and have saved that for another one that is coming very soon and before she even releases, so you'll be good to go. Stay tuned for more by subscribing, like and share to help out, and let's begin. I'll start this video with the important thumbnail topic, does she need Tribby? In my main guide, I valued Tribby quite highly, and I still do, but a lot of her value comes with her easy usability, permanent uptime, pure fiction prowess, and the team ceiling. If you don't care for that ceiling or pure fiction, then Tribby isn't as necessary. As content gets harder, she will become more and more desirable for your Casteries, but Casteries' floor is so strong, along with the shilling, that it makes it just fine in 3.2. Tribby and Casteries are not like Rame and Firefly back in the day. Back then, we had no replacements or even similar characters to Rame. Even right now, she remains the sole E0 weakness break efficiency buffer.
Yes.
But with Tribby, we do have a similar character. Tribby offers 24% res pen and 30% vulnerability. Rame offers 10% speed, 25% res pen, 50% weakness break efficiency, and 68% damage. The break efficiency is not always useful, it's sometimes even annoying, but more on that later. And her res pen is not always up as it lasts 2 turns, and her ultimate rotation is 3 turns. However, playing around her ult uptime and ensuring you're always spamming dragons during it means it's not that big of a problem. In pure damage amp, the vulnerability is going to be more powerful than the damage percent because Castery saturates on it a ton already. But when applying that 68% damage permanently to my Castery simulation, I get a 26% damage increase, which is only 4% off of the power of Tribby's 30% vulnerability. Of course, if using E2 Casteries, Sunday, Quantum Damage Orb, it will get weaker. But it's close, and it makes sense. It's still 68% damage, and to put things into perspective, even if you have 200 damage percent on your character already, going to 268% is still a 1.23 times damage increase. Not to mention that the high damage percent dilution happens on the later breath attacks, and so the earlier ones get a noticeable buff. If you include E1 Rame, well then Rame's damage amp is superior, but you can do the same with Tribby E1, which is unrivaled. Despite the similar damage amp, Tribby also brings her personal damage, high frequency attacks, and the ability to use dance like crazy. And that is where the gap between the two is created.
This is just a...
Not in damage amp necessarily, but in overall team damage and action and attack count. More turns and more attacks with Casteries and best sustains means more dragons. Now, the attack frequency is only relevant right now, with Lorch and Gallagher being her premier sustains and having on-attack healing. If a future sustain outperforms them and doesn't have this on-attack feature, or you just don't use these two healers, well, Tribby remains powerful for Castoris, but her priority drops due to dropping a synergistic trait. So in Memory of Chaos, her personal damage, buff uptime, attack frequency, and dance, or even her signature for more damage, elevates the team's floor and ceiling above Raw Maid's. For an example, Tribby's ceiling with Remembrance MC versus Flame Reaver is a 0 cycle. It requires a ton of optimization not meant for 99% of players though. Her standard clear, however, is a 1 cycle with a fast Remembrance MC and Gallagher.
Always deliver.
As for Raw May, at D0 she may have a ceiling of 1 cycle, but I could not get that high. Though with the D1 Raw May, I did get a 1 cycle, but it was a slow Vonwhack setup with a super fast Remembrance MC and Gallagher. No Eagle or Dance though. But that means the standard clear for Raw May is going to be a 2 cycle. So you have a 1 cycle difference in the ceiling, but also in standard clear time. Now that could translate into a 2 cycle difference when content no longer helps Castoris as much, but right now, if you're worried about Castoris' standard performance without Tribby and MOC, I don't think you should be. They also introduced an insanely shield boss for her, and she can nearly 0 cycle on autoplay. But the gap between these two units is most noticeable in Pure Fiction, because Pure Fiction is kind of just a cheat mode for Tribby, and it's less of a Castoris thing. It's always AoE, which elevates her damage to its peak, as well as battering her like crazy for eventual dance spamming. But Tribby making Castoris perform so excellently in Pure Fiction is one of the main reasons why I talk so highly about their synergy. She is Castoris' best support right now, but a lot of it is because she allows her to excel everywhere with ease.
I always deliver.
If you don't care for Pure Fiction, perhaps you have 2 brilliant teams already, or one side can carry, then you're chilling more than most people. But finally, in Apocalyptic Shadow, the mode is mostly about break thresholds, and the boss is very tanky until that point. This is where Rolme shines, and at E1 for me, in standard play, became better than Tribby in the crate experience AS rotation on either side. Now, if breaking the weakness no longer heals, then Tribby gains priority due to her better battering. But if we get a bested slot non-attacking based healer, then I can see Rolme outperforming in Apocalyptic Shadow again anyway, outside of hit count based bosses like the banana one. Because Tribby's superior damage amp, uptime, and damage contribution is less relevant when you need to focus on breaking first, as well as the single target boss focus, the gap between the two becomes much narrower. And then you consider the 1.5 times break efficiency, and suddenly the general priority swaps between the two. If you don't know, Castoris' Dragon does a whole ton of toughness reduction with an AoE value of 10 per breath, as well as each of the 6 bounces on its detonation doing 5 toughness reduction each. Again, the ceiling of Tribby with Dance Spam and Eagle Set combined with crazy heal threshold optimizations could go even higher. But when testing Rame E1 versus Tribby E0 with some standard setups, Rame came out ahead in both the Bug and Hule. And this was all still with optimizing Remembrance MC to act a ton, and with Gallagher on a high speed, high sustain build. I did not change them when swapping Tribby out. Rame ran normal speed but Vonwhack to get ahead of the first dragon post technique. 160 break effect, memories of the past. There was no eagle or dance or whatever. Tribby ran slow with a high crit build and S5 dance. Rame's build is usually going to be this standard setup like back on release, but there are other options. You can go slower with the 120 speed Vonwhack Rame in MOC to specifically get her ult up before the second Netherwing turn after Castoris' technique, and then you can keep her ult up as long as possible. With a very fast RMC and Gallagher battering Castoris, you'll ideally 0 cycle the first one.
Totally know it. Oh yeah, I forgot that's what
wave without Rame taking another turn. And if you are banking on her not taking turns and not needing to replenish that ult, you can go for damage boosting oriented cones like her Sig or Poise to Bloom with RMC even. Though her barely taking turns does put a bigger strain on your other 2 units battering as much as possible. If you can't use Rame, well, the only other supports I'd say are possible in this slot in 3.2 are Jiaosho and Pella. But just like Tribby can drop in power without Luocha Gallagher type healers, so can they.
May
Jiaosho
everything
E0
go
as
well for you and Mem.
Indeed.
It's nothing. I only came to discuss some matters with Lady Aglaya. Previously, I lent her an anthology of poems that Lady Trianne had gifted to me. Tracing back, this anthology was something left for Lady Trianne by a bard before their passing. Although personal properties should be cleared out once their owner has passed on, Lady Trianne gave this book to me since she knew how much I like to read.
Oh,
It just contains an allegory. In a faraway land,
cute.
in a city known as Styxia, a dragon corrupted by the black tide descended one day, swooping upon the city like death itself. It swallowed the princess of the city whole before it was suppressed. After taking down the evil dragon, the warriors discovered that the princess's life had already met its end.
That's
Overwhelmed by grief, the queen hired an alchemist to resurrect the princess using the dragon's flesh and blood.
a Middle Alchemist reference.
However, having lost memories of her previous life, the resurrected princess turned into an evil dragon herself and wreaked havoc on the city. As a result, the prosperous Styxia met its demise.
Very casual. Wasted.
Mem? Mem?
Huh? How was it touching? Huh? How was it touching?
I actually think so too.
See, Caceres gets it.
Mem? Mem? Me, mem.
That was the correct. Ever. Wow.
The author of this book is Archepia, a wandering bard who traveled to many cities.
Bring Bard. Me when I barred you.
Among the things she left behind are poems, dictionaries, and many tragicomedy scripts. She even clearly underlined and took notes in books that covered myths with her elegant handwriting. While flipping through these books, I felt like I was afforded a glimpse into the life of Archepia. It felt just like I was traveling with someone that I'd never met before.
Glad she's enjoying it.
It was as if she had yet to pass on and was still alive. That's right. Writing, drawing, and taking photographs. It seems like human nature to try and leave records of things. Speaking of taking photographs, when I was helping you to take the photo previously, I did not look through the photos in your photo stone out of courtesy. But I'm also very curious about the story of the Rosy Celestial Maiden. Despite having visited many cities in Amphorius, I still understand nothing about the world beyond the sky. If there is an opportunity... Forget it. Let's talk about this in the future. For now, I only hope that you'll be able to complete the trial safely and obtain Orynyx's blessing.
Probably. Where am I going? Down? B, because running is... Teleport, because... the visual novel.
I'd love to go in and take a look.
Inside where? What do you... Fight on! Citizens Assembly?
That's right. Oh, partner, you're back just in time. This is something that the both of you should probably know.
The better one isn't here. What is with the side of my screen? What is the lighting there? It says fucking ancient. Ancient.
Good news? I wouldn't call it that.
New. How does It seems to have made their move. Oh no. What move is that? Angel Dang.
Some background information for you. The Council of Elders is an authoritative body in Amphorius, made up of different city representatives. They hold legislative power over the Holy City, and are in charge of presiding over the Citizens' Assembly held once every few years. This is the most important social event of Akima. It is highly influential, and can even affect what happens to the Flame Chase journey.
Whoa. Politics. May win
Despite her vision and wisdom that spans across thousands of years, even she cannot win over the hearts of everyone.
I've never once this sociology. Perhaps you should read them. Thanks, Tom.
Every 5 to 10 years, the Council of Elders organizes a Citizens' Assembly at Dawncloud. During the assembly, the representatives will vote on major issues, such as whether the Chrysos heirs led by Aglaya should still hold the right to govern the Holy City, and whether the Titan's conquest should continue.
Interesting. If they could just say, "Now you're done." Sounds like some balance the heroes in the...
That is correct. However, the problem lies in the fact that there are ill-intentioned extremists in the Council of Elders. They view the Citizens' Assembly as a way to restrain the Chrysos heirs, and hope to take complete control over the Flame Chase journey.
Wait, what does that even mean? Like, they want to do it
We can
themselves?
refer to them as the opposition.
The opposition.
During the assemblies held in the past 100 years, the voices supporting the opposition have been growing stronger in the shadows. It's only thanks to Aglaya that the Flame Chase journey has been able to continue to this day.
Thanks.
Oh,
is
the Citizens' Assembly is just around the corner. But this time, there seems to be a new variable to the situation.
An AXA?
I'm afraid that the Council of Elders might want to take advantage of Professor Anaxa.
Advantage of... He dies, right? I saw something about him dying.
Aglaya will surely take back Circe's core flame. But with Anaxa's current condition, it's so unique that nobody knows how taking the core flame away from him will affect him. He has always been someone that is only concerned about his own research.
Yeah.
I'm certain that he must want to escape from the monitoring of the Golden Thread and protect himself. If the opposition were to offer an olive branch at this time...
The opposition. Fuck. Didn't screenshot it properly. Yeah. Woo, God damn it.
Anaxa has never believed in the prophecy, so technically it cannot be considered a betrayal. However, he has taught many Chrysos heirs, and has long been considered an important ally of Akima. I truly do not wish to see comrades turning on one another.
He has a better... Anything we...
As I believe in his character, I plan to plead with Aglaya and try to buy more time for him. Then, the greatest way in which you can help is for you to know what I am fighting for.
Plan on trying to help us. Prime. We understand, thank you. Things are piling up. Shadow Dragon and Mammoth, Varnix's trial, and while I'm preparing to visit Grove to about the world.
Allow me to apologize for the fact that we always seem to be troubling you. I hope that Orynyx will show more benevolence and be more accommodating.
Definitely.
I remember that they seemed quite fond of you back in the Abyss. Go and rest and regain your strength. We'll meet at the Vortex in a few days. Oh, right. You can read this scroll if you want to find out more about the Council of Elders and the Citizens' Assembly.
Or it's just like you can read this for world building. Me when the world built. That's what I want to. Democratic policies. I'm really bad at reading. Democratic politics. As Owen. Alchemy established. It's a it's democracy, limited minority. However, through ongoing Alchemans stage government governance into it. Every citizens assembly. I'm sorry, I can't read my lines properly yet. Oh wow, this is wow. They gave me a book to read in my visual novel. How could they? It's important. As black time was near, and citizens the prick original went like voices for Alchemans are louder. Democracy is own of civilizations rather than of development. My badge. For democracy, it must appoint different situations. No single rule can be optimal for you. Dan chat? I sure don't. It's like I'm reading, and it's like I'm understanding. Very much do not. In other words, Alchemans book is written due to limitation. Only not its readership limitation. That's you're saying that history is currently being written and shit will change. Thank you for explaining that history is written as it happens. The as history. Players, I just gotta drink some water real quick. I'll be right back, chat. Lovely, lovely. Had a good amount of earth. Please, cat, would you any of the. Yep, I'm saying that's a nonsense. Citizens, citizenship, and citizens of Ock. Are you enjoying reading like actual law? Like, this is just law and order. It's not just, but this is just. Wham wham. Please, before examining the Alchemist assembly. Chad, I'm being judged. Hold on. Anyways, that little tweet out of the way. Go back to reading. The political alchemy is super duper interesting, and is before examining document. Here's the citizenship, rights, and citizenship document. Wow, the elders have document. How is this central power? Citizenship qualified. Therefore, doesn't say therefore. So sorry. Trying my best. I see. Discussion. Recognition. Naturalized citizen. Wow, I got distracted. Naturalized. There's more. Judging from it in the whole. They are explaining voting in the North Korea would be buses down. He knows it's singular gym. God, it's I need to stop in the background, but I won't be able to focus on reading if this slot playing. Brain is. I wish to act on Mayo. Like I'm actually staying in. Idiots on. Oh. They just put invent. Wow. Oh, Radical Soida uploaded a new video. In Akuma. Barring a government really down. Joke. Wait, I'm tweeting this off camera. Chat, you gotta listen. You gotta listen. It's. Oh shit, I've leaked. Count as leaking private? I mean, like, nobody's watching, but still I feel bad about it. Oh shit. I was making a. Wow, I'm making such a funny. I make.
Guess who's finally getting his powers?
Are you sure?
Pretty sure.
Oh God,
Threw a
it's
trash
me.
bag into space. Hit
Are
me.
you sure?
Again.
Again. He does get hit a
Again.
lot.
Harder.
Wow,
I'm scared,
but
Dad. What if I can't do this? I want to do what you do. I want to be just like you.
You will be, son.
I wouldn't even keep you as a slave in my empire.
Make them see invincible! Make them fear invincible! Make them hate!
The title card. Wow.
The superhero genre has been a staple in pop culture for years. Whether you are queuing up for one of the millions of Marvel films, or you've scrolled the absolute brain rot that is the Batman Arkham subreddit,
Batman arc.
it's fair to assume nearly everyone is engaged with the genre in one way or another. Since the genre's rise to popularity, the Marvel and DC franchises have dominated the space without much room for others. I mean,
Well, anyway. Up. Where the fuck was I up to, Chad? I lost my spot. No. Protocol. Current council. A government. The wall. I had already read this paragraph. I am so good at my topics of and become giving. The council predetermines. Once confirmed, council's assembly adds over. Oh, they're really just telling us how a council. Like, I knew all these things individually, but I don't think I could explain, like, a government body to you. I'm not very smart. Normally, matters can't. Citizens without pride. Council reviewed matters only to outcome. Either they're already thoroughly discussed and only need votes, or they require. Woo politics. When Trump is in office, the politics are happening. Ah, the politics. Oh, I sure do say words in. How to. Actually. Anyways, results are typically using item. Oh yeah. Let's just say about Arkham. After the Council of Or function. Wow, that's long. Or am I just slow at reading? Or function. Inbuilding. Wow, you simply will. Capacity. Power. The appointment of government. Wow, the appointment of government. Declaring war. Peace. Wow, ooh. Council. Historically, Ottomans, but rather elite. The majority. Effect. But ooh. I don't want to those people. In other words, I hope you're excellent. In other words, Chrysler's elders Akuma was decided by the Akuman system. Citizens' influence through vote rather than making. Yeah, we kind of just say, "Oi, think this. This is a vote." Guide sheep. Opinion. I am a sheep. I think I am very smart, but I'm a sheep. I think I'm. I do think I'm smart. I don't know though. Appendix. Council of Elders of Representatives. Most are elected. Authorized assembly. They manage practically most renowned honorary elder is like. Wow, that's a yep. Anti there. Anti Catherine? I don't know. A race that oh pricey and past the careful, showing him as a what's he is Necrosis neutrality by all. Ah, got go to significantly Elder King. Alchemy evidence. I can read. Gathered him in. Any belief where the Christos is home. Alchemist. Yes. It totally took any of that in. Wow, yeah, I do need to sleep.
Nervous.
And there's one word occasionally that the trial. Just around the corner. It's starting. Wow. I'm starting. That soon there's
Nervous,
just an exaggerated figure of speech to express how nervous I'm feeling. Nervous. Let's just hope that everything goes well. Wow, Dunhing believes his gods are bigger than theirs, which not wrong. Like, there's just like a small beaten up. Like, wow, days of our trail. Not to begin. Oh, that's a call to action if I've ever seen one. Speaking of being called to act, I'm gonna go check if my Uber has chat. Anyways, chat, we must trailblaze. My broba is here. Bro, a bar.
Esteemed one, Orynyx's vacant totem awaits.
Whoa, I must.
If you have already made your preparations to become a pillar of Amphorius, please, step forward.
Time to step forward.
Little Gray and Mem, thank you. Your resolves cannot be questioned. We praise your pure selflessness and courage. May Kefali light your path forward.
Of course they will.
Get ready to assume Orynyx's divinity, Trailblazer.
Woo. I blaze trails. Wow, I'm so good at commentary.
The divine position of Orynyx has already been vacant for some time. We can feel the space of the trial closing. As there isn't much of their soul left, we'll have to complete the ceremony before their soul completely dissipates.
Man, I can't believe one of the tributes died. Sad that I don't remember which one it was.
The eighth core flame coveted by the miracle that once belonged to the great Veil of Evernight, Orynyx. It shall now be returned by the two elected heroes of the Chrysosairs, a traveler who is upright and courageous, and a sacred beast that invokes miracles. Who? Mem. Both of you, please, come forward.
Walking.
Recite along with us. O Majesty of the 12 Titans, pillars of the world, we seek your divinity to mend the rifts of the world. Fill our bodies with blood of gold, till we wither in willing service to the prophecy. These are just words meant to make the prayer seem more solemn. Please, focus.
Wow, she really isn't.
And surrender the core flame.
Oh shit, I get to click a button. I get to hold a button, oh my god. Riveting play. Orynyx, hey buddy.
Orynyx, Their soul has been waiting for a long time.
Perhaps they're also quietly waiting for the arrival of their successor.
That doesn't imperfect. Me when I die.
Don't worry. You're tougher than I am, right?
Yeah, because you're gonna die, because you're... I believe you. Let's go.
Traveler from beyond the sky, let us pray that the Titan acknowledges your worthiness.
Although she loves cracking jokes at inopportune times, her determination is as strong as the Chrysos heirs. She will definitely succeed.
Bro, I can't be serious.
While she's away, I would like to have a chat with you, Aglaya.
Speak. I'm listening.
Slap, slap! Wake up!
In the
How is it? How do you feel?
Wait, Mim can just talk in here? What the fuck?
Right? I think that it's amazing too. Testing, testing, 1, 2, 3. Testing, testing, 1, 2, 3. I have such a cute voice. It must be because of all the memories that I collected. They allowed me to grow beyond expectations. Also, listen. The words of the Titan are becoming clearer.
Mother. Mother. It hurts. Have I finally reached the end? Are the years of isolation coming to an end?
Woo, coming.
Or next. Oh, how heartbreaking. Ever since the figure draped in the black cloak robbed them of their core flame, they have been relegated to waiting in isolation in such a confined space. We are going to help alleviate their pain, right?
Yeah, totally.
Memories. Broken. Mother. Where?
Mother? Who are they calling out for?
Yeah, who are they called? That's quick.
You. It's you. I remember you. Skyfather has gazed upon you.
That was a nuke.
Is calling for you.
Girl. I don't know, I can't understand. Ow. Titans.
Skyfather has chosen you.
Thank you all. This is
Mother is no longer responding. Something important. An important matter.
Oryx, listen to me. Aren't you tired? Throughout the long years, you have always been protecting the fate of Amphorius. Each time people draw strength from within their memories, every single ripple falls onto your shoulders. There's no need for you to bear this any longer, Oryx. From today onwards, someone else will bear time on your behalf. This is why we have come.
Freedom. Freedom. I want freedom.
Oh, poor child. Everything will be fine. Let us help you. You can have a good rest now.
what trouble.
You have potential, strength, willpower, powerful, and tenacious.
Yeah, I'm pretty cool.
But you lack something.
Oh, what the fuck, bro? Go.
Just one thing.
Lacking something.
Citizenship.
What is it?
Thank you, Art.
What you lack is a future.
What the fuck? They're just friends.
Future?
Traveler from the sky. You should have dissipated already.
Oh, I should be
The
dead?
gaze from Sky Father. Stabilize your form. Because from the moment you crossed the sky, your life was cast away.
What?
Right now, you are simply a collection of walking memories.
Okay.
What? How is that possible?
Sorry, Chad. I have no idea what the fuck the time's on. Good question mark. When I die? pretty powerful Titan mode.
The space is collapsing.
Shit.
Someone must inherit the authority of time. If the pillar is lost, the laws of time will collapse. Amphorius will succumb to eternal disorder.
Wow. Revive me, I have ray gun.
Time never compromises, never bears grudges, never forgives, never makes a choice. Child of humanity, Titans, Mother, Sky Father. Time restrains everything that exists in this world.
Orynyx's divinity is dissipating? Is the trial coming to an end?
Pathstrider of remembrance, my strength, I shall entrust it to you. The fate of the world, if you wish to, save it.
So we cannot.
Go and find your future that has been stolen. Even if that means you'll have to cheat death.
What the fuck are they on about? Hey, you're dreaming. What are you even saying?
You'll have to challenge that hand of shadow, clasped with unyielding fingers.
Dunhing. Did not just Skyrim me. Hey you, you're finally awake. Wow, I'm a demigod of Amphorius now. The piece. Actually, my. What act? Daily in. I struggled to lost my. And I also hit by a phone. Lost my con. There, he got goofied. Not goofy. Or did. Yep, I read that. The last time I checked. Huh. How accept? Yeah, boy. And episode. Louis? Oh, okay, so I literally died. Perhaps Mick and Kuro. I had the opposite. Cry for me. Finding. During my. It seems. Aaron. Asterisk? The keys? Unknown.
Hey.
Hey, man.
Are you alright?
Oh shit, it can just talk now. It can still just talk.
I heard you two talking about Thanatos. Cass is also very concerned about the warning. She has left the vortex and returned to the garden. Shall we go and look for her? Thanatos is the titan that Cass has always been looking for. Regardless of whether there are any clues, there's probably no one else that understands death better than her.
Listen.
Oh, right. There's something that I have to tell you. The Chrysosairs already know everything that has happened to you. I was too worried, so I told them everything. Please don't hate me, okay?
Why would I care? That's what I wanted to happen. What am I doing? Walk isn't. Yo, think I want to play this game? See with that gauge. Or we could fight fucking Apocalyptic Shadow. Big ass. Or Star Rail lore. Visions.
Miss, I'm right here.
Oh my Wamu. Ow. Off stick.
Please stay there and slowly turn around.
What's she doing me like? Oh, is this how she first showed up? Oops, 10.
Please pardon me.
Sorry, chat. I'm sure you. Oh shit. Makes me go to sleep and forget to breathe. She is a woman. Fucking wild. This is fucking amazing. I didn't realize that Cass actually just touched you.
Just as I expected. I cannot feel anything.
Sorry, Chatham. Ah, sorry, I need to say one more thing.
I'm sorry. I just wanted to verify once again. Back at the Grove, I was puzzled as to why you were not affected by my curse. I thought that it might have been the special ability of a traveler from beyond the sky. Never did I expect that this would be the true reason. I'm sorry. I should have noticed that something was amiss earlier. Miss, if my abrupt behavior just now offended you, I hope that you can forgive me. I'm just thinking, if your soul has really left your body, as a mortician, I might be able to trace where it has gone to.
Cass, did you find anything?
My apologies. Not as of yet. Perhaps I have overestimated my capabilities. But, miss, would you be willing to let me try again? This time, I'll increase the area of contact slightly. Perhaps the result might be different this time. I have never touched the living in this way before. If my actions are in any way disrespectful, I hope that you can forgive me. Yes.
I am being inappropriate about nothing. She's literally just breathing. I'm really just going, wow, this is... Take those if you just take those sounds out of, like, what's going on there, and you just put my tweet of it saying plap, plap, plap with Cass, then... So, I think you will owe me.
I seem to have caught a glimpse of something. Your soul is currently roaming someplace and cannot find a way to escape. But perhaps it might not be a bad thing. If your soul is still wandering around, it means that we still have time. We have a chance to find it before the fingers of Thanatos sweep everything away. Clues. Just a few more. I need more guidance. The connection has been severed. With my strength, I'm not able to trace it. It was me. I was a little too hasty. Don't worry, miss. Although we currently have no leads, I will do my best to search for the whereabouts of Thanatos, bring back their core flame, and personally return to you the life that you have lost too soon. I know that I'm lacking in confidence, but I hope that you can keep this promise of mine in mind. Before I manage to deliver on this promise, please do your best to hang on. Amphorius needs you. Lady Aglaia and Lord Finon are currently discussing some matters in the paths. They're worried about you too. If possible, please go there and let them know that you're well. Although, I don't actually know whether your current situation can be described as well. Also, please accept this Styxian fable. Reading can help one to focus and relax. I hope that reading this can help tide you through this difficult period.
More
and more species are disappearing.
Human things. Thesis. Thesis. Wasn't listening. Up.
Sure, you've had standalone films like Kick-Ass that were produced by different companies, but none of these publishers ever came close to overthrowing these two titans of the industry. However, though, in around 2019, their grip on the industry did actually start to slip, like how this mustache is slowly slipping off my face. Dude, I feel like I need glue or something. Like, look at that. You can just look. So it coming off. Omni-Man in the fake mustache. Following the release of Avengers Endgame, there was a shift away from the typical superhero style of visual media, as many fans had grown bored after 11 years of the same Marvel formula and the same Marvel one-liners.
Eat my hammer!
As Marvel began to decline, which is very surprising because they put out some amazing films like The Marvels and Ant-Man and the Wasp, Quantumania.
My name is Darren, and I am not a dick!
So by now, they attempted a rebirth on what many considered a concluded franchise, and DC were actually somehow finding their ground after a spell of very poor-performing movies. And yes, we are talking about the first Suicide Squad.
What, we some kind of Suicide Squad?
Whenever I think of DC, I just immediately get reminded of the scene of Gal Gadot playing as Wonder Woman, where she goes, Kal-El, no!
Kal-El, no! Kal-El, no! Kal-El, no!
So afterwards, a wave of new shows were released, re-examining our outlook on superheroes from a more grounded, gritty, and realistic angle. And then the main question was basically proposed, what if les good guys were actually les bad? From here, we got Amazon's The Boys, with Carl Urban, a New Zealand actor, possibly having one of the worst British accents of all time.
Susan, I am shocked and saddened by that.
And HBO's Watchmen miniseries, which had such amazing, well-wrote characters like Lube Man, a man who covers himself in lube to escape the police. That's a real thing, by the way. I didn't make that up. And who can forget the show we'll be talking about today, Upon its premiere in 2021, Invincible was met with resounding success, getting nominated for multiple awards and cultivating an incredibly large fan base in a really short amount of time, especially since it was released during the tail end of COVID lockdowns when people had nothing better to do than watch TV or Minecraft YouTubers. It's actually crazy looking back on 2020 now, how they basically dominated the entire internet for about 2 years. But with all glorious rises, there has to be a glorious fall. A fall of the Roman Empire. And apparently, according to the internet, that is exactly what's happening with Invincible right now. There were some worries upon the release of the second season about worsening animation quality. A lot of fans pointed out a lack of fluidity during the fight scenes, often using still images and having heroes look a lot like a PNG being pulled across the screen when they fly. Despite this, it was all relatively okay. Viewers were able to ignore the drop for the most part. The storytelling was still strong, and the voice acting was pretty solid.
You don't understand! I'm not supposed to feel this way! You're fired!
But it does reach a point where apparently quality drops a lot, and a lot of people seem to pick up on this, especially with the most recent third season.
What the hell?
And this is where the criticism became evidently apparent. If you look up Invincible right now, you'll probably see some trailers, some AI trailers as well for some reason, with Timothy Chalamet. I'm not really sure why. But most importantly, you will see video essay after video essay tearing this show apart, saying either the voice actors are a problem or the animation has just become incredibly lazy. There are YouTube videos being made, articles being written, and of course, the children of TikTok are crying.
My entire goddamn skeleton!
But then again, at the same time, when aren't they?
I am literally the star of
IGN, the trustworthy source that they are,
Too much
even
water.
rated the finale of season 3 one of the best episodes.
Big ass beat down coming up!
Or maybe I'll take it off.
A 4 out of 10. That same reviewer, by the way, gave Megalopolis, an utterly abysmal film, a 9 out of 10. If any of you haven't seen Megalopolis, one of the ending scenes of the film where all the characters come together and many lives are lost, it's shot like it's an Eric Andre skit.
Glimpse the unknown.
This boulder will outlive you. This is your closing bell.
Go for me for class president?
But that being said, the gripes brought against Invincible aren't just empty critiques. Those who have seen the show can recognize there definitely is an undeniable decline in animation quality, to the point that some fans are deep-faking the Season 1 art onto the later seasons just to show how inferior the new art has become, even though the deep-fake makes absolutely no sense, and the one on the left obviously has a lot more emotion.
I'm thinking.
Now, if you compare the animation to, say, Season 1 or Season 3, you will see there definitely has been a little bit of a downgrade. There definitely have been some corners cut, and to say that the animation has been amazing and consistent the entire time, you are doing some insane levels of mental gymnastics there. Now, I do think it is very fair to say that Invincible, it never really had top-tier animation. It was always serviceable at best. Some of the fights, they are amazing, and you can definitely tell that's where a lot of the budget went into. But for normal shots of characters talking back and forth, it can look a little bit static and stale. Even back in Season 1, which people are starting to hail as the golden age and completely infallible, the animation did have its flaws. The 4th episode comes to mind as an example.
Pick up the pace. Do a barrel roll.
Flying scenes have always been an issue for the show, which isn't that great considering Invincible is a show about superheroes. And pretty much half of them can fly. I get that there's superhumans that can breeze through the air like it's butter, but there has to be a better way of doing this. So on average in Invincible, which a lot of people like to point out, especially on places like Reddit, where no one can ever be happy for more than 5 seconds, they would find, on average, around 3 to 4 different animation faults, usually per episode. And I feel like this happens a lot with animation. Like, you know, there are errors, there are lines that are repeated.
I heard that thieves broke into the Arcane University, the Imperial Legion compound, and the temple all on the same night.
But with Invincible, because the fan base became so critical over the years, it's like so many other shows can get away with these errors, but with Invincible, then it's a massive problem. The mustache fell off, it's over. The mustache actually came off. Hang on, let me reapply the mustache.
Don't let me down.
I can't criticize my favorite show without the mustache. So if you try to estimate how many errors there are, on average, because each episode is around 40 minutes, there's around one kind of error with the animation around about every 10 minutes. Again, it wouldn't really break any other kind of animated show, but the fan base recently has become so judgmental and critical of the show that for some people, they'll just write the entire thing off. Characters are stiff and rigid in their movements throughout the show. Background characters are unmoving, and in general, everything feels a bit flat. The lighting work also is really lackluster, and this adds to the problem tenfold. You really don't understand how important good lighting is until it's taken away. It's subtle, but so effective. Currently, Invincible lacks any type of interesting lighting, shadows, and highlights that are often missing from characters and environments, making it look bland. There's this guy called The Guy on YouTube, and he's gone through parts of Invincible and actually added composite lighting, and the results are night and day from the original. Especially as well for a superhero show that requires a lot of flair, especially with characters that are brought back, or they have, you know, arcs that you weren't really expecting for them to be one-note joke characters. The flair is required, but it's rarely ever delivered. Even the teaser trailers for Season 2 have dynamic lighting, and it does wonders for the look of the show. And if you've been in the Invincible space for any period of time, you've probably heard the same notion being brought up over and over. Bring back the porn animators, because apparently the porn animators were some of the best working people on the show, and that's definitely not some kind of very drawn-out Guna cope. After the teaser dropped, someone by the name of Balik quote-tweeted it, expressing how happy he was to be the animation director and for his company, Bobby Pills, to make the animation. In their time, Bobby Pills have created a lot of adult animation and actually animated the new DC show, Creature Commando.
Oh boy. Nazis.
Now, I do sound like a gooner saying this, but it is obvious that some of these people were incredibly talented, and if they wanted to use their talent on other things, then, you know, who am I to judge? Just Omni-Man porn, just...
We need a strategy.
I feel as well the art direction for Invincible, it's just not anything to write home about. If you look at the comics, there's obviously a very unique style there, and I get it. I know you can't translate a comic book style into a TV show without taking probably 10 years to animate everything in such a stylized way, but the art direction in Invincible, I've never found it to be bad. I've just found it to be serviceable. You know, it sets off the fight scenes, which is what most people watch, because whenever you see re-uploads of Invincible on YouTube, it'll always be the fight scene scenes that have millions and millions of views, not Deborah and Mark talking in the kitchen table for 5 minutes straight about a conversation that you'll probably forget about.
I'm sure he's explaining nicely why they should leave us alone.
At the moment, Western animation is having a bit of a renaissance with shows like Arcane, Scavenger's Reign, or films like the Spider-Man Spider-Verse franchise. Each of these definitely have...
Pause pyrocynical. I will be back here. Watch he get his ass beat. Firefly. Up the spiders on. Oh. Thank you, Firefly. The season.
All will be swept away by the wind.
Wonder how good having a run. Yeah. Ass young Midoriya.
Until everything burns to ashes!
Yeah, watch my Firefly just...
Let's improvise.
Set the seas aflame!
Let the show begin.
My friends? Indulge yourselves!
Dreams do come true.
Shape that straight.
Fight to live! Recal sets the seas aflame! Attack detected! Fight to live!
You are nothing. Detonate!
Until everything burns to ashes!
All will be swept away by the wind.
Fight to live! Set the seas aflame!
Let's improvise. Let the show begin.
Fight to live! Recalibrating!
Still the same old.
You will fight me.
Recalibrate! Set the seas ablaze! Fight to live!
Sorry for the downtime, chat. I was busy having a little bit of a good time. Anyways.
Their own visual style. They stand out, and they also bring something fresh to the table, whether it be
Hell
a new art
yeah.
direction, the way scenes are being rendered out. It's very obvious that these shows can really stand on their own and not just look like Amazon Prime slop. For example, the Spider-Verse films are mostly animated on 2s, meaning drawings will be held for 2 frames rather than 1, giving the animation some flair and personality while keeping true to its comic book origins. Now, even though I think Invincible's animation is serviceable, a lot of people over the past couple of years have become unhappy with the animation. They think it's lazy, they think it's sloppy, and I mean, you know, I don't agree with that, but I do also think at the same time that the show was made mostly to facilitate these huge spectacle set pieces, these fight scenes, like Mark fighting against his dad, or Mark or even Omni-Man going up against the Viltrumites. There are huge fight scenes that obviously have a lot of care and detail put into them. But the problem is with the show, you feel like for a lot of it, you really are just waiting to get to that point. And keep in mind as well, so many other animated shows, they usually range from 20 to 30 minutes, but Invincible, it's bordering on around about an hour per episode. Usually each episode is about 40 minutes, so unfortunately it does feel like there's a lot of filler there, and the animation really doesn't help carry that. Invincible also utilizes a lot of corner cutting techniques, which they even admit themselves.
Sorry, animation takes a long time. We cut corners in other places to make it manageable.
But when animators start to cut corners in places they really shouldn't, viewers start to notice it all the more. Background characters being completely still, looking like they've been spawned in using a Gmod tool gun. I mean, I guess it's fine.
Ah, hello, Jay. An accident.
People looking out for bad animation will spot it, but when it's used during important scenes like Mark and Nolan's fight against the Viltrumites, it causes the show to suffer. Now, one problem I did mention earlier as well, and I'm going to totally blame the TikTok Zoomer audience for this, they have started to deliberately compare the Invincible comics to the animated show. And again, you can't compare them. It's not fair, but still, people in the TikTok comment section or anywhere else under the age of 20, they've basically started to say, why is the show not as well done as the comics? The comics contain beautiful art and visceral scenes, which the show just can't compare to. And for fans who've been waiting with bated breath to see how Amazon would adapt their favorite moments, they feel like they've been severely let down. Keep in mind as well, this isn't the first time that Robert Kirkman has had issues with this. He's founded Skybound Entertainment, but also, apart from writing Invincible, he also wrote The Walking Dead. Yeah, you remember that show? How it was really good for one season, and then season 2, they fired the creator, Frank Darabont, and then also wanted double the amount of episodes on half the budget. Yeah, I wonder why that show fell off. That's probably why when Mark is getting thrown into different dimensions throughout the fight against Angstrom Levy during the finale of season 2, one of the universes is set during a zombie apocalypse. Also, I get it, Mark wasn't literally put into the Walking Dead universe. These zombies speak, and that's pretty much where the comparisons end. And also, keep in mind, the 8th season of The Walking Dead got absolutely dogged on by fans and is generally regarded as the worst season of the show. I mean, was this really terrible? Was it absolutely game-breaking and made people stop wanting to watch the show entirely? No, not really. But one problem a lot of people did have was with the all-out war story arc. It's possibly one of the most important arcs in the entire comic, with Rick and his group rising up against Negan, whose actor, by the way, Jeffrey Dean Morgan, also voices Conquest in the 3rd season, which was definitely a deliberate choice, because this is basically Glenn against Negan, but Glenn actually wins. Negan's group, the Saviors, were one of the biggest threats, and people were excited to see the comic book brought to life. But when it didn't reach their expectations, unfortunately, to the majority of the internet, the Kino was not delivered. So then they took to most social media, especially Twitter, to start crying about it. And now we're seeing incredibly similar things also happen with Invincible. Another problem people have with Invincible as well is it's locked behind Amazon Prime. I'll be honest, I think Amazon Prime is one of the most accessible streaming platforms. And again, it's Prime. You basically just have to pay like a monthly fee, and then you...
Oh my god, I didn't have Twitch up and people spoke. I'm so stupid.
And you didn't even realize that. I mean, the only more public
I didn't
streaming
realize that
platform
people
that can be on
stopped
at this
by.
point
I'm so
is
sorry,
Netflix.
Cat.
That pumps out so much slop. I have no idea how they do it.
My god,
Viewers want
thank
to
you,
pay the
everyone.
price of a full subscription, 9 great British pounds, which you could have spent on your telly license or a cup of tea,
Hey,
or a
Ginger.
knife. You
There's
pay
somebody
all that
selling
money
videos.
just to watch
Videos.
1 or 2 shows you actually care about, and if you aren't paying monthly to keep your subscription active, you
Yeah,
lose
sure, I can
access
help.
completely. And the world mocked us
There's
for
no
our telly
backing out
license.
now.
Fans are being
For
forced
me
to cough
or
up
you.
money, and they rightfully
Who's the little
expect a really good
backstabber?
product. And no, I'm not talking about films that flopped that are put on Prime to watch for free, especially from the largest company in the world. But getting half-finished slop just feels like a spit in the face.
Are you sure about that?
There's a massive problem with good shows being bought up by streaming services and then treated awfully, getting cancelled, or just dropping in quality.
Hi,
Even in the
Anchorius.
gaming industry, it's becoming standard practice
Back
for
some
Microsoft
41.
or Sony to pick
I'm
up
just
the occasional
drawing with
indie
autoplay.
studio and then set them to work on a mobile game that'll rinse some money off some OAPs. I think one of the reasons why there's been so much anger towards Invincible at the minute is because in the recent years there has been a mass migration to subscription-based streaming. Remember in the old days where you'd buy a DVD or a Blu-ray and you'd have ownership of it? No, you will now own nothing and you will be happy. This actually reminds me as well, for a brief period, no one seemed to hold the rights of 28 Days Later, which is an amazing zombie film, and you just couldn't find it anywhere. And then all the boomers started celebrating that they owned it on DVD, and then I think it just ended up coming out on Disney Plus or Amazon like a week
Boomer
later
happened.
anyway. So we've talked about a lot of the issues that Invincible has. The lighting isn't that great. Some of the animation
You
it
trying to
might be
figure out how to
serviceable
edit
at best. But the real question is, why or how did it actually end up getting so bad? The main game theory that people seem to be latching onto currently concerns the voice actors, and it's quite clear to see why. Invincible has a stacked cast. You've got J.K. Simmons, best known for his role as J.J. Jameson, the guy who did the funny laugh that boomers would use in GIFs back in 2005.
Oh my god, it's that.
He also did a phenomenal job in Whiplash, where he plays music teacher Terrence Fletcher, who could be one of the nicest music
I can't believe
teachers
it
in
got tricked here.
America.
It's crazy.
Were you rushing or were you dragging?
Sandra Oh, who starred in BBC's Killing Eve. I actually haven't watched that show, but if any of you have a female friend in your Discord group chat, you should probably go ask her all about it. Stephen Yeun as well, who, as we know, played Glenn in the Walking Dead series.
I won
He
my
also
one
did a
female
great job
friend
as well
was
in the
killing it.
drama miniseries
Told me to
Beef.
watch it.
And Gillian Jacobs, who played Britta Perry in Community. One of the only good sitcoms ever made. Look, I get it, the majority of my audience are American. But please, one of you explain to me why Reddit Family has such a high rating on IMDb. Just look at the cast list and you'll see a lot of crossovers with the cast of AMC's The Walking Dead, which was absolutely inescapable during its prime. And so some people have actually started to speculate that the animation's drop in quality is because money is actually being spent on the casting rather than the animation. I mean, some of the choices are so questionable. You have Aaron Paul, or as you know him, Jesse Pinkman from Breaking Bad, appearing for 2 episodes, and Jonathan Banks, who played Walter, showing up for just a single episode. Yeah, remember when you guys wanted him to voice Conquest? Yeah. Good luck. Yeah, that went well, didn't it?
Put your dick away, Walter.
While we don't know the exact number, we do know that Invincible's budget per episode is about a quarter of what The Boys receives, which is Amazon's other big superhero show, which is around $11 million, meaning Invincible at best gets around $3 million.
Are you sure?
Now, okay, I get it, the YouTuber with millions of dollars in his bank account, you know, talking about $3 million not being a lot, but seriously, for the cost of an animated episode that runs for the best part of an hour, $3 million really isn't a lot. Think of the behind-the-scenes production team, the actors, the animators, the storyboard artists. There are so many people that are involved in every single episode. And that $3 million, which sounds like a lot of money, and it is really to an individual person, that to a company just gets absorbed instantly. And this is another criticism that fans seem to be fixating on. If the budget for each episode really isn't that great compared to other live action shows like The Boys, why are we hiring so many high profile actors that probably want a big chunk of that budget being used in every single episode? Comparing this to other animated shows currently running, Arcane had a budget of around $250 million across 18 episodes.
That's a lot of money.
$13.8 million per episode, 5 times the amount Invincible receives. And apparently as well, Arcane was a flop. It really didn't make Riot Games any money, but that wasn't the point. The point is with Arcane, they want to make these characters mascots. They want to make it the next Mickey Mouse. And obviously Riot is such a monolithic company that they can take the hit if it gives them more exposure. A great example of people solving the issue can be found in the Blair Witch Project. That film had an astronomically low budget of just $60,000. Did the directors see this and think, we should cast James Gandolfini as lead. No, instead they used no-name actors who could perform the job well without demanding an extreme amount of money, allowing them to spend more cash in places that actually mattered, like making sure their footage was too grainy to see what was going on half the time. I also want to say,
Fucking slow it down. If they could just, like, shut up for, like, a second. Okay, just everybody chill. Thanks. I need to thank followers. Thank you, unknown. Thank you. Dude, thanks, homie. Sorry I didn't notice you dropping by. And
Firefly Type 4.
thank you guys, thank you, everybody. I just didn't have my Twitch chat up, I'm so sorry. I didn't think anybody would stop by. I didn't think it was necessary. It was cringe chat, I'm so sorry. But thank you so much.
Set the seas ablaze!
Dreams do come true.
It's nothing. Lost my thunder. Detonate.
Until everything burns to ashes! Set the seas ablaze!
Shape that straight.
Recalibrate fight to live!
Fight to live, chat. Kill him.
Let's improvise.
Jump him, chat.
Let the show begin.
My friends? Indulge yourselves!
Eternal. All will be swept away
Sorry,
by
chat,
the
I'm just
wind.
looking on the timeline.
no way am I comparing the show Invincible to the Blair Witch Project. The Blair Witch Project was an absolute eureka moment, and it's one of the reasons why every horror film basically follows the exact same tropes, because they want to replicate what happened with Blair Witch Project. Mostly because on that shoestring budget, they managed to rake in $250 million. So guys, we did it. We forever ruined the horror industry. So yeah, definitely, Invincible is being shafted compared to other Amazon shows, but I don't really think that's the entire story behind it. Other animated shows, such as Attack on Titan or Jujutsu Kaisen, they cost around $150,000 per episode, and these series are revered for how good the animation looks, and the fluidity in fight scenes and attention to detail is near unmatched, and they're only operating on around 5% of Invincible's budget. Look, I get it, I know, Japan, animation? Animation Japan? And also, to save money, what most anime do is they spend 10 minutes talking about what happened last episode and spend the remaining 10 minutes talking about what they're going to do next episode. But it is phenomenal what these studios have managed to achieve on such limited resources. I'm sure you've heard the video game industry term of like crunch time, crunch hours. The Last of Us, there was crunch. With Grand Theft Auto, there was crunch. But with the animated industry, it is just as bad, if not worse. And by crunching their workers more than Rockstar Games, furthermore, indie animation is proof that it's not always about the money.
We need money!
Typically, only one or two people sat rotting behind a computer screen making the animation. Web series such as Umami's Interface were created primarily by one guy. Yet it has some of the most interesting art direction and compelling animation I've ever seen. If it was a monetary issue due to hiring so many, I guess, A-list, B-list, or maybe even C-list voice actors, Invincible would have to be spending an egregious amount to fit that cost. But let's say that this could be the case, you know, in some alternate reality, then that would mean that Invincible is still spending most of its budget per episode or per season solely on the voice actors. It's also important to note that none of the voice actors are A-listers. It's not Leonardo DiCaprio or Brad Pitt. Most of them are recognizable for being in well-loved shows, and more importantly, die-hard fandoms. There would be an enormous overlap between the people that watch Breaking Bad and the people that watch Invincible, which, to make it basic for you, is people in their 20s. The closest you'd find to an A-lister, or used to be an A-lister, would be Mark Hamill, the voice actor for Luke Skywalker and the voice of Joker in the Batman animated series.
And people say I'm crazy.
But even then, he's scarcely in the show, only appearing in 6 of the 24 episodes. It still doesn't explain why other animated series can pull off much more impressive animation with significantly smaller budgets. I think one of the biggest problems with Invincible is the time constraints they have. They obviously have deadlines to meet, especially because, as many people know in the streaming industry, if you don't keep pumping out hot garbage, then people are going to forget about your entire platform, and they might even move to competitors. This is why Netflix is still one of the biggest streaming platforms in the entire world, despite 90% of their output being absolute hot garbage. I'm not saying Invincible is bad by any means. It's more that they could have time to cook, let it be in the oven a bit longer, but Amazon don't want that because they're that worried that people are going to lose interest in the show and move on to other things. In popular online mythos, towards the end of production for Neon Genesis Evangelion around episode 16, the studio began to run out of money, and that's why the show contains long, drawn-out scenes like this infamous elevator sequence.
Do I look like I need to walk?
Like, I'm not even joking when I tell you that that entire scene is basically over a minute of Rei and Asuka just standing still in an elevator the entire time. But yet, despite that, retroactively, people will now say it is one of the highlights of the show. It gives some, like, inner dialogue or perspective of these two characters, when in reality, it probably was just to save time on the animation. But I also do want to say as well, I have absolutely no proof or source of that. It's just what I personally believe when I rewatch Evangelion every couple of years or so. I will be doing an Evangelion video at some point, don't you worry.
Oh my gosh,
the acid
Evangelion
trip-like ending episodes. Evangelion could get over this for the most part, as they got incredibly experimental with the medium. However, Invincible, as a mainstream run-of-the-mill superhero show, doesn't really get this out. Season 1 was released in March of 2021, and it took over just 2 years for Season 2 to come out, releasing in November of 2023. Well, the first half of it, at least. It wasn't until March of the following year, 4 months later, that the second half of Season 2 dropped, though the series creator stated it was due to production issues. I need you, Caesar! A lot of fans still ran with the narrative that Invincible was taking a break to build up hype or to stop ratings from dropping during the Christmas period.
I've been busy writing, designing, storyboarding, voice acting, key posing.
Hey, no, stop.
So, to stop the backlash, Season 3 premiered just 10 months later after Season 2 wrapped up. And any future plans indicate that Invincible will now release pretty much yearly. The main problem with animation as well is it takes a while. That's why, for example, with this huge surge in the recent years with AI art, why most artists absolutely despise it, because, you know, when you learn to do art, when you learn to make an animated show or even like a painting or something, it takes years of experience to be able to hone that craft, as opposed to someone just opening up their keyboard and typing in a bunch of random prompts.
I am omning it. I am omning it so good.
No shit, he's omning it, chat.
Holy name. Is that a real Snodgrass? Wow, that's like Sneed. Wow, that's a name. Katrin, a former storyboarder for Invincible, came out on TikTok saying that while she was working for both Season 2 and 3 were being made at the same time in the space of 1 year.
I know I personally find all the memes and jokes about it taking 2 years hilarious. It actually took only a year, and we made 2 seasons at once.
A single minute of 2D animation can take up to 80 hours to create. I mean, I have the statistics here, like, you know, a show like Invincible, for example. Each season is 8 episodes. Each episode is around 45 minutes. You're looking at 28,800 hours of work, or, in other terms, 3 years. Attack on Titan is proof of this. There was a 4-year wait between Seasons 1, premiering in 2013, and Season 2, releasing in 2017. And when the second season did come out, it was half the length of the first one, only lasting 12 episodes compared to the original 25. On top of this, Seasons 2 and 3 were split in half, like Invincible was, with a 7 or 10 month break in between. And the 4th season alone took 3 years to come out. It likely comes down to Invincible's length. Each episode is 40 to 50 minutes long, double that of the typical runtime for an animated show, more akin to a live-action series. If Invincible stuck to the 20-minute standard, fans would probably get double the amount of episodes, and it would release over a 2-month period instead of 4 episodes in 1 month. And that's one of the biggest problems with animation today. Once someone strikes gold and they realize, okay, we're going to get an actual following from this, they want to churn out as many episodes as humanly possible because they are so terrified of losing your interest. Why do you think social media over the past half decade has constantly moved to short-form content? We had Vine, that died. But now if you open TikTok, Instagram Reels, Twitter, you're bombarded with short-form content because these companies want you to stay on their platform as much as possible. I do think that there is some insecurity with the big heads at Amazon thinking that if they don't pump this out quick enough, people are going to lose interest, or they're just going to click off Amazon and go watch iShowSpeed do another backflip in China or something. For a brief period of time, Netflix had their own short-form content mill on the Netflix app called Fast Laughs. It was basically TikTok, but clips of Netflix shows to encourage people to stay on their app instead of doom scrolling on Instagram Reels. But it completely failed because the other short-form platforms took the idea anyway, re-uploading entire TV shows in 20-part clips with Subway Surfer footage in the background. That, or it's an AI voice explaining everything that's happening.
Marx tries to fist Nolan's, but Nolan's dodges.
Originally, during the creation of the first season, it was a mix between 3D animation, but also hand-drawn as well. Mostly used for background sets, vehicles, and people, which is a lot quicker and easy to produce. It doesn't look as good when you put it in the forefront, but when used properly, it can make a scene feel a lot fuller and alive. However, in the later seasons, there actually has been a huge shift towards more hand-drawn animations, and they take a lot longer to do. It looks a lot nicer, but if animators aren't given enough time to make it look clean and polished, then you're probably better off using a blend of both. Understaffing as well has also been a huge issue with the Invincible franchise, like ever since it came out on Amazon Prime. IMDb lists that 188 animators have worked on the 3 seasons of Invincible, with most employees only working on 1 or 2 episodes each. So roughly 7 people work on each individual episode. Now, obviously, there is one main problem with the show: inconsistencies. It's really obvious that more of the team are delegated to these huge fight scenes, or especially the season finales, because again, the finale of a show will most likely get you to watch the season that comes out afterwards. Oh god. For comparison, Arcane's second season alone had 450 employees on their creative team at its peak. That's around 50 people per episode. So obviously, if you lack a massive team, the animation overall will get sloppy, because basically you're asking people to produce more with less hands able to do it. Keep in mind as well, Invincible is Skybound Entertainment's first 2D animated project, and only second animated show that they've worked on. The first being the CGI children's show called Super Dinosaur.
Oh, the brakes, they're not working! Oh, no, help!
And just looking at this list, the company behind the Walking Dead franchise and Invincible also helped produce Scare PewDiePie, the YouTube Red series back in 2016, where he'd scream at real-life barrels instead of digital ones. I mean, even explaining this concept, Zoomers watching this video will probably have no idea what a YouTube Red series even is, but it's more than likely that a lot of the animators that were brought on, they weren't really experienced in working as a team, especially with working with new people. Or on the other hand, the production company isn't actually that great at overseeing the production of their own product. Take the rocky CGI in The Walking Dead as evidence, like the god-awful deer that Rick sees in the fairground during the 7th season. So the problem is now you're left with this insurmountable task of trying to make around 7 hours of animation in around about a year, with an understaffed team and a company that doesn't really know what they're doing. So if you take a step back to look at it from that angle, it really does make sense why the animation is so inconsistent. So the elephant in the room that everyone's wondering, is the animation actually bad? It definitely has suffered over the years. If you compare season 1 to the latest season, in a lot of aspects, there have been more errors that have snuck in, or there's been an objective drop in quality. But that doesn't mean the show is bad or the animation is bad. It still definitely is, at the very worst, just passable. Sure, it has its moments, and those moments are pretty bad. And also, when you consider the budget and the restraints this team was put on, they have done an absolutely insane job. I mean, there's evidence that the animators are able to create well-crafted scenes. The final fight of Season 3 against Conquest and the Atom Eve special that came out in 2023 shows that the animators are capable of pulling off insane fight scenes with really good animation. The problem is, it just comes at the cost of only having one per season. Now, I do want to say the entire point of this video isn't to say animators are bad. They have done an amazing job with what they've been given. If anything, it's the big head execs that have just done such a terrible job overseeing this project, basically crunching people so they can try and fill their pockets as much as possible. Because you could have some animators on the Invincible team that really want to, you know, put their heart into it, make the best product they can, but they can't because of time constraints, and also the people above them will fire them without a moment's notice and replace them with someone else. So it's really obvious that the Invincible team are just suffering with an insane amount of budget issues, time constraints.
Like,
I
how
mean, if
good is this?
Skybound, Robert Kirkman's company, was allowed to have more money, they'd probably be able to hire more animators. And if Amazon wasn't wanting them to crunch so much, they'd be able to have more time, so each season would be insane. The mustache is falling off again, it's over. Because if you have more animators, that's more work divided between the teams,
can I not change that
and
now?
a much less chance of burnout as well,
Oh,
or crunch
it's
time. What's
mapping
really
that.
frustrating is that the money is
Huh?
there. Amazon has the ability to increase Invincible's budget by a couple extra million. With the level of popularity Invincible has reached, this change would be justified. And Jeff Bezos would barely notice the change in his wallet. He's too busy moving bridges to get his super yacht through. Now, I'm sure Amazon has made an absolutely insane bag from this because, again, it is free to watch. It's Amazon Prime, but you still do have to pay for Prime. I'm not talking about the energy drink ran by Logan Paul and KSI, but one of the ways that probably helps fund the show is by getting Amazon Prime. This is not a shill to get Amazon Prime, by the way. It's more that that's the only real way that I can see that this company would see any kind of profit from it, and then maybe in future seasons hire more animators. But let's be fair, are they going to do that? No, the execs are probably just going to pocket the money themselves. In reality, though, it's piled up in one of Bezos' mansions so he can swim around it like Scrooge McDuck. But it shouldn't need to come down to that. Companies should be able to fund the shows they produce well enough that fans are happy with the final result. Now, one thing that's been a huge catalyst for letting people know that the animation is le bad is, of course, TikTok, or any platform that hosts short-form content, because attacking the show right now is guaranteed to make you go at least semi-viral. I get it, it's trendy to post a piece of bad animation for the show. It gets you views, it gets you likes. Caption it, "Who did this, bro?" Skull emoji. Others then see that, think to themselves, this is easy. I want to go viral. And then they're encouraged to do the same thing. Suddenly, every frame of Invincible is being combed through with a magnifying glass. So at this point, it's become a self-fulfilling prophecy. People complain about the animation online, others go through the show, find examples of bad animation, and then they post clips of the bad animation online, complaining about it, and then the cycle repeats itself. In reality, a lot of these moments would have been missed by the average viewer. It's only really when you've got a fan base that are hyper aware of the inconsistencies of the show that they'll point it out. You'll see a TikTok that gets like 1 million views or, you know, 1 million likes saying that the show's bad because they pointed out one part where a PNG is basically being dragged across the screen. And then you start this cycle of other people trying to find inconsistencies as well, hoping that they also go viral. Every animated series will have its flaws. You might remember those BuzzFeed articles. Oh god, do you remember when I did BuzzFeed videos? Jesus. But these BuzzFeed articles used to circulate showing that when you paused on certain frames of Disney films, the animation would look terrible. So yeah, overall, Invincible is definitely very rough around the edges. It always was to a certain degree, and I can't imagine with all the criticism it's getting in the future that this is really going to change anything. But this is really expected because of all the production issues that the show has gone through. But again, despite that, despite all the errors and all the PNGs being dragged across the screen, it still does tell a very interesting story. This is a common thing you'll notice as well. People will criticize the animation, but they won't really criticize the writing too much. I mean, believe me, there are some major low points in the show. Like in season 1, Mark's girlfriend that you basically never saw ever again until like season 3 for 3 seconds in some kind of like sad montage. But overall, I think the writing for most of the characters is pretty solid, and that's why so many people will criticize the animation, but they'll still keep watching the show anyway. Now, I know I've sat here for most of the video glazing this show. I could say it's one of the best animated adult series to ever be made, but at the same time, Immortal floating through space can never be forgiven. So, unlucky, I guess.
But that's really fun. Even funny.
Are you sure?
Oh shit, let's get up to. Let's catch up on the
Republicans and future Republicans, welcome back to another video. Bill Maher was known as one of the primo leftist extravaganza extraordinaire people. Everyone loves him. He's so left. They love him for his leftness. He's one of the rare left-wing people that didn't completely cave and buckle to the giant throbbing schlong that is identity politics bullshit. He's like the one, like, more or less liberal voice in America that is not completely off the deep end. And I have to say, he went full MAGA and people are mauling. Everyone is furious. Oh my god, I love watching the meltdowns, dude. Just look at the comment section. I didn't watch Bill Maher talking about his meeting with Trump at the White House, but just look at his comment section. It's insanity. Dude, Bill, you should have dinner with Putin. I hear he's a very gracious host. Bro, people are so mad.
Gambling paid off.
And you know what? It's a glorious day to be specifically me. All right,
Me when I
meltdowns
gamble.
and more meltdowns. I'm excited. Lock in every day. More retards to make fun of on the Nuxador channel. So let's go, baby. I can't believe it. It brings me so much joy to see this shit happen, okay? Oh my god. So for those of you that are unaware and the uninitiated, Bill Maher, big super leftist man, was invited to a dinner meeting with Donald Trump, the guy that he's probably one of the biggest, most vocal critics of Trump on the planet. And he was invited to dinner with Trump. They had dinner, and apparently everything went well. Oh, the content is endless. Oh my god, God just giving me
can't
content
believe
every
it.
day.
Gambling is failing
All right,
me.
Bill Maher, let's see what we got. All right, let's go.
I get 14 next content.
I know you've all been waiting for it. I'd like to give you my book report on my visit to the White House.
Holy shit,
All
crazy.
right, okay, lock in. It's gonna be crazy. I'm ready.
Okay, cool, I keep thinking...
I cannot believe this.
Cool,
Nuxador, you're in for a treat. Bro, you have no idea how excited I am. I love meltdowns. I love
I wasn't
retards.
reading, I'm so
Orange
smart.
Man takes another one.
As you know,
Orange
12
Man
days ago, I
takes-
had dinner with President Trump, and it was set up by my friend Kid Rock, because we share a belief that there's got to be something better than hurling insults from 3,000 miles away. And let me first say that to all the people who treated this like it was some kind of summit meeting, you're ridiculous.
Fair enough.
Like I was going to sign a treaty or something.
He has no power. He's a commentator. He's like me, completely and utterly powerless in every possible way, except for making fun of retards. Everything changed when the
That's
Orange
just
Nation
excellent
attacked.
content.
I think people don't understand something, all right? Realistically, I am completely useless. However, I also contribute much more to society than the average person that's actually useful. That's how I describe myself, okay? Having a platform, it is powerful, but realistically, I don't do shit. So I am in this beautiful middle ground of completely useless to society, yet somehow more powerful than the average retard out there that thinks they are important. That is my opinion on this position of power. It is a privilege. I thank God for this position and platform, and I will make God proud by making fun of retards, which I think truly is divine work.
He's so real for that.
I'm a fucking comedian. And
Nah,
he's the
all right,
most
dude.
powerful leader in the world. I'm not the leader of anything, except maybe a contingent of centrist-minded people who think there's got to be a better way of running this country than hating each other every minute.
True! I fully agree with the stop hating each other every minute thing. Anyway, did you hear that they let that guy, Carmelo Anthony, the black kid that murdered someone in public, they let him go on bail?
Wait,
and the
what?
judge dropped the bail? Yeah, that'll definitely stop racial issues. Hey, he might be a murderer, but he's a black kid that murdered a white kid. Let's let him go. Solving racism one day at a time. Let's go. I love it so much. God damn, it's incredible.
I like it wild.
So meet up in person. Maybe it'll be different. Spoiler alert, it was.
Oh my god. Oh my god, it's already over. I am hearing leftist tears in the distance. There's flowing. Bro, there is no shot. I have been so excited for this. The biggest Trump critic in the world beats Trump and goes full MAGA. Holy flib nibbles.
Before I left for the Capitol, I had my staff collect and print out this list of almost 60 different insulting epithets that the president has said about me. Things like stupid, dummy, lowlife dummy, sleazebag, sick, sad, stone cold crazy.
I can see him saying that, all right? Bill Maher, he thinks he's cool. He's a slow, low-bag, windsack, lip-tard bitch.
Yeah, I could see Trump saying that too.
Pussy-ass, gay-ass retard.
Damn,
Probably said
nuts.
stuff like that.
Really a dumb guy, fired like a dog. His show is dead.
That's my president.
Emerge from your cocoon.
That's my president.
60. I brought this to the White House
Wait,
because
it's
I
just-
wanted him to sign it, which he did.
It just immediately a
He
fucking...
brought him a list of insults, and Trump signed it.
May death
That has got to
protect
be
us.
the most baller shit in the universe.
500k, what the fuck?
It's insanity!
That's pretty
The world
big
is
numbers.
flipping on
That's
its head.
none of it helps. What the fuck?
People are starting to actually become rational. We literally are entering towards this era of common sense and just basic comedy being so bad. Oh my lord. I love how also he didn't like sign it at the
Watch
bottom.
your
No.
head.
He fucking blasted that shit.
I don't like all my friends
that
post.
paper like you do on your wife when she lets you. If she lets you. Cut. Gotta I could have made a much better joke.
The mayor.
I blew the load on the paper.
I definitely don't have any female friends.
Or maybe I'll take it all.
Which he did.
Oh, we got there.
With good humor. And I know as I said that, millions of liberal sphincters just tightened.
Yeah, baby.
Epic one.
Oh my god, I love it so much. I
They
love
win
how
my
Bill Maher,
sphincters.
actually, he knows that his party
May
went off
death
the deep
protect
end.
us.
He knows his whole party fell off a cliff. They all came together and they were like, there's 11 genders and
No dirty
47
trick. Watch your
different sexes. Men should beat up women and women should get beaten up.
As
And
you wish.
Also, if you say the word
Resistance is
retarded, I will
unity.
literally murder you for being ableist.
Oh my God, Bill, are you going to say something nice about him? What I'm going to do is report exactly what happened.
Oh my
You
gosh, that's
decide what
great.
you think about it. And if that's not enough,
Alright.
pure
Sharing things on
hate
Twitter
for
is
you,
more
I don't
important
give
than
a
things.
Yeah,
I'm surviving it.
Enjoying yourself?
And to the president's credit, there was no pressure to
That's
it.
not-
After we
Lutia.
left the Oval Office, he showed
That's what
me.
he
Oh my
said.
gosh,
He's
so
a
much cool
psyop.
art.
It's a psyop.
All
He's
will be
just
swept
there
away
to
by the wind.
infect liberals with common sense. That's what he's doing. He's like, listen, no, I didn't go full MAGA. Wink, 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 wink. All right, dude, we know, we know.
The little room
We know.
off the office, you know, the one where Clinton
Bus.
used to.
Or maybe I'll take it all.
The blowjob room. Okay.
Yeah, content.
Not
That is.
anymore. That's where they keep the merch now.
People want to buy Trump merch. All right, like, let's be, you know what? I'll be completely honest. I'll be completely honest. Biden wasn't selling merch. No one wanted fucking Biden merch. Make
You're right,
America
though.
demented again. Give Alzheimer's back to the people. Like, bro, of course there's a merch room overflowing.
death protect
People are
us.
buying that shit. No one's buying Biden merch. Yeah, my president has
Watch
an
your head.
IQ of 86 and dropping. His
Okay.
86 is the same
It's on
number
me.
as his age. Bro,
Yeah.
no one was buying any of that. Biden branded Xanax NyQuil. Like, dog, obviously, dude.
Eternal.
Oh
NyQuil.
my god.
Look
Anyway,
here.
and then the caller left turns to him and tells him,
Spend
I
freely.
cannot believe you did not call him a neo-Nazi
Bus.
oligarchy. This is so
Or maybe
sad.
I'll take it all.
I'm not the only
bunch of
doctor.
hats. They didn't ask
Why a bunch? Why would he give him a bunch of hats? Dude, it has got to be the craziest power move of all time.
All
To
will be swept away
give
by
a
the
bunch
wind.
of hats. Give a bunch of hats
As you
to
wish.
your biggest hater. And
Embrace a new
Bro only
life.
has one head.
me to take a picture in one, which I appreciate. The guy I met is not the
May
person
death
who the night
protect us.
before the dinner shit-tweeted a bunch of nasty crap about how he thought this dinner was a bad idea and what a deranged asshole I was. I read it and thought, oh, what a lovely way to welcome someone to your house.
I don't know, man. He's being honest. I think I appreciate it. For those of you unaware, this what he's showing literally
Enjoying
right
yourself?
here,
Watch your
this
head.
tweet is Trump saying, I got a call from a good guy, a friend of mine, Kid Rock, to invite Bill Maher to my house. I didn't really like the idea much, and I don't like it much now, but I decided to
dirty
do it
tricks.
anyway.
As you wish.
That is just having a transparent president.
Bus.
Bill Maher hates the fact that you
Or
have a
maybe I'll
transparent
take it all.
president actually telling the people what's going on and what's going through his head. You are such a pussy if you think that this is a bad move. Bill Maher
Embrace a new
has
life.
made thousands of videos shitting on Trump. Trump saying that I didn't really like the idea
May
much, I don't like it now, but I'll do it
death protect
anyway. I think that's based as fuck. It is. I've collabed with people that I didn't like, and I told them beforehand that I didn't like them. Dude, the first time I was on a podcast with Keemstar,
No
I
dirty
told
tricks.
Keemstar I had no respect for him. He didn't like it very much. But hey, I stand
The
by
mayor.
this concept,
Lutia.
guys.
That's
But when I got there, that guy wasn't living there. Now,
Watch your
does
head.
Trump want respect? Of course, who doesn't? My friend said to me, what are you going to wear to the White House? I said, I don't know, but I'm not going to dress like Zelensky, I'll tell you that.
Say please and thank you, Mr.
Got him.
Zelensky.
As you wish.
Yes.
Okay, just for starters, he laughs. I'd never seen him
All
laugh
will be
in
swept
public,
away by
but
the
he does,
wind.
including at himself.
Never seen him laugh at public. Trump's hilarious. He gives all of his rallies, has him laughing his ass off. He just met with the El Salvador president.
That girl's
Apparently
dirty
he was
tricks
losing
all
his
in.
shit. Every time El Salvador guy said,
Bus.
and then I locked people up
Or
and
maybe
freed
I'll take it
millions,"
all.
and Trump's like, oh my god, that's hilarious. I'm stealing that
Watch
line.
your head.
You know? He laughed. He's a funny ass man.
And it's not fake.
I'm a
Believe me,
physical
as
guy.
I've been in 40 years, I know a fake
Embrace
laugh
a
when I
new
hear it.
life.
And I thank you for them. No, but, okay, example, in the Oval Office, he was showing me the portraits
May
of
death
presidents, and he
protect us.
pointed to Reagan and said, in all seriousness, you know the
Existence
best
is
thing about
unity.
him, his hair.
Trump was just flexing on him because
It's on me.
He's like, you think you're funny? I'm the funniest one
Stay
ever.
away.
I walk
Trump
in
is
and
the
everyone
funniest
laughs
guy.
immediately because of my comedy genius and gold.
Right
I am
there.
so much funnier. The funniest, some would even say.
I said, well, there was also that whole bringing down communism thing,
As
waiting
you
for
wish.
the button
We'll
next to the
hear.
Diet Coke button to get pushed and I go through the trap
God,
door.
these things
But
can take a lot of
no, he
damage.
laughed, he got it. I said,
Embrace
"Why
a
not?"
new life.
Mr. President, you know the
Spend
dog,
freely.
that's unusual in the White House. He
Bust.
said, well, a lot of the presidents...
Or
they have
maybe I'll
dogs for
take it
political
off.
reasons. I said,
I can literally give her Gallagher. Why is this
That is-
entering here?
oh yeah, okay,
May
that's
death
true.
protect
Oh my
us!
god! Oh no! Bill Maher's falling in love
All
with the
will be
big
swept
orange
away by
man.
the wind.
Oh my god! Look at his face! It took him a week to prepare this one 13-minute piece for his show.
I'm telling you.
As you wish.
They
on
definitely
me.
had dogs in the Biden administration. There was one named Kamala. What a bitch. But to be fair, he probably didn't want to say that to the guy that literally
No
used that
dirty
as
tricks,
ammunition
alright.
to blast him in the next week.
What happened? At one point, we
Captain.
were walking through his amazing, it is an
Watch
amazing
your
tour of the whole house. And I don't remember exactly what we were talking about, but it must have been
We'll
something
hear.
Holy shit, they're still going.
As you wish.
because I know
Eternal.
Paul used the word lost. And I distinctly remember saying, wow,
They're still going,
I thought I'd
chat.
hear you say that. He didn't get mad. He's much more self-aware when he lets
We'll
on in
hear.
public.
I
Look,
think he's wildly self-aware. He constantly makes jokes about
Holy
himself.
shit, people are
I
dead.
really feel like some
Embrace
people
a
just
new
view
life.
Trump through like the actual hate brain. Like the actual insane hate brain mentality.
Are they gonna
Trump
win?
bad,
Protect
Trump
us.
evil, it's
That's
rigged,
fucking
and we
wild,
are
holy
riggers.
shit.
Wow, that sounded that was really close to dropping a bomb that I didn't want to. Yeah. Anyway, the point
Adventuring
that
does
people
actually
are looking
do.
at Trump through the TDS lens. The Trump derangement syndrome is so real. I think people see Trump and they have such a vitriolic hatred for the man. They cannot see what he says. Everything that Bill Maher is describing about Trump that's like surprising to him is the most basic shit you'd know if you actually didn't watch him through the lens of just hating him because
This time, let's try
literally
with it.
the media told you to hate him. I think Bill Maher is kind of realizing, holy fucking shit, I am the media. I am part of the problem.
Show me some of
I
that
am part of the
trailblazing
people that
strength again.
convinced the world that Donald Trump is this
Trailblazing
giant
again.
orange dictator.
I get it. It doesn't matter who he is at a private
death
dinner
forge
with a comedian. It matters who he is on the world stage. I'm
Sound
just taking
lingers.
it as a positive that this person exists.
Submit
Because
or
everything
die.
I've ever not liked about him was, I swear to
Emerge
God,
from your cocoon.
absent, at least on this night with
Oh
this guy.
my God, he admitted it. I cannot believe it. He can't
Existence
think
is
of a
unity.
single bad thing to say about Trump after
friends?
meeting him in person. This is literally his
Indulge
biggest
yourselves.
hater. His biggest hater of
accept
all
your
time.
punishment.
Spending a night with this dude. Wow, that's
I am
weird.
struck.
Spending a night. I'm sure they had all sort of weird hand jobs and shit going on in the White
May
House.
death
Who
protect
knows
us.
how that crap goes down, bro?
Burn
He
it all.
can't think of a single insult. All night long in one private room with Donald Trump and his magnificent mitts.
Bob, Kid Rock, told me the night
Crazy.
before.
Time to mix things
he
up.
said, you want to get a word in edgewise, you're going to have to cut him off and just go on.
Where?
Embrace a
What is
new
that?
life.
Conversation with prominent people who are much less connected. People who don't look you in
May
the eye.
death protect
People who
us.
don't really listen because they just want to get to
Remember
their next
to
thing. People whose
conquer all
response to things
lands.
you say just
That
doesn't
freaking
track like
Gallagher image.
Oh my God. The funny thing is, because he always shits on Donald Trump's deal-making abilities. Like, they're not all friends with Trump. You can't always have all these people that are not all friends with Trump. And then Trump opens up
As you wish.
his press conference or whatever. and he's
Embrace
like,
a new
and
life.
President Xi, the president of China, we get along very well, great friends.
Yeah.
Anyway, fuck
May
his
death
country, we're
protect
terracing
us.
into oblivion. You know what I'm talking about? It's almost like Bill Maher didn't even realize he was part of that lying propaganda
Burn
machine.
it all.
No, no, no.
I'll be live for 2 hours. Crazy.
Upon you.
Conversation too. What do you
How's this
think about
taste?
this?
How's
I
this
know.
taste?
Your mind is
Embrace a
blown.
new
So is
life.
mine.
Mine's not blown. This is the most obvious shit in the world to me. Who isn't looking at the world through this
May death
weird,
protect us.
hate-filled Trump derangement syndrome glasses? It's
Even I hate
insanity.
Trump
I've
because
always
Trump-
said Trump is the most self-aware,
Eternal.
personable president I ever knew. I've ever
All
seen.
will be
He
swept
literally
away by
is.
the
He sounds
wind.
like the type of guy that literally says what he plans on doing and
Roots
actually
here.
does the things that he says that he plans on doing. Like,
Crazy.
he is
Conquer all
transparent as fuck.
lands.
And Bill Maher realized it. It snapped for him. And I think going forward, we're going to see a really different person. Oh my
Remember
God.
to
There were
That's
so many
wild.
moments
Embrace
when
a
I hit
new
him with
life.
joke. or contradicted something.
I'll
No
accept
problem.
your
At dinner, he was
punishment.
asking me about the nuclear situation in Iran in a very genuine, hey, I think you're a smart guy, I want your opinion
Death
sort of way.
protect us!
And I said, well, obviously,
Damn,
you're
it makes things
pretty
sound
about it, I'm not, but for what it's worth, I thought the Obama deal was
So
worth letting
feeble.
play out because we made Iran
As you
destroy
wish.
98% of the
Fury
uranium,
upon you.
and they were 15 years away from it.
400k.
And I said to
Number
him,
so
"Well,
big
we
it's
got rid of
stupid.
that. You got
Back.
rid of that.
Oh shit.
He didn't get mad or call me a left-wing lunatic. He took it in. I told him I thought
Embrace
parts of
To
it.
be
new
fair, I
life.
think the reason why he got rid of that deal is because even destroying 98% of the uranium still gives Iran the
May death
capabilities of
protect
making a
us.
nuclear weapon in the future. They'll claim it's 15 years and it could be less than 15 years. Whatever. Again, this isn't so much about the individual political
Indulge
policies. It's more
yourselves.
about the fact that the Donald Trump that Bill Maher met
Conquer
is
all
not the
lands.
Donald Trump that he blasted and destroyed
Burn it
every
all.
single day on his show. And the crazy thing is, this disconnect between
Existence
the
is
real
unity.
person and the way the media
Root
paints
here.
him. Like, dude,
Embrace
they were
a
calling
new
him
life.
fascist, Hitler, dictator, Nazi guy. And he's having dinner with him, and he likes him as a person.
May death
Holy
protect
shit.
us!
She did it.
Plan for
Trump
Gaza
won.
were wacky, but that I had supported him in the idea that Gaza could be Dubai instead
hurts
of
a
hell. I told him he was wrong when he tweeted
Damn,
the
that
night
mixed
before
things
that
up.
I was critical of all things Trump. Not true. Check the tapes. Moving Israel's embassy to Jerusalem,
All
loved it.
will be
The
swept
border
away
did
by
need
the
to be
wind.
controlled. I'm glad the cops are getting their morale
Forever
back.
doomed.
DEI had
Embrace
gone
a
too far.
new life.
Biological men shouldn't be playing women's
accept
sports.
your
Europe should pay for their
punishment.
defense. And of course, it makes sense that Arab
He just listed off basically all the reasons why
May death
Trump won
protect
the
us.
election. Keep popping off,
As
Bill.
you wish.
Oh my God!
upon
Bro
you.
is full manga. He turned. It's over. It's over. He's gonna play the liberal mind. You're gonna see. Give him the next couple of years.
How's this
He'll
taste?
be a classic leftist. But slowly but surely, he's gonna get less and less critical of Trump as he goes. More and more, hey, Trump has a
friends?
point about this kind of thing. As it
Indulge
goes,
yourselves.
conspiracy theories are gonna start. There's one big club and you're
Embrace
not
a
part of
new
it.
life.
Bill Maher's in bed with the elites now. Shit like that. Bro, you're gonna
May
see.
death protect
You're gonna
us.
see. It's happening. We're watching it in real time. The self-awareness is happening. Oh my
Root
God.
here.
I cannot believe this shit happened. I'm telling you, man. And the reason why he's supportive of all these
Okay.
things that Trump did is not because
Still
they're right-wing
unanswered.
policies. It's because they're normal.
Embrace a
Turtle
new
Bear.
Biological
Yep,
men should be
he's
women's
strong.
sports. No shit. Obviously, the border needs to be controlled. That's why there's a border.
May
A
death
country without a
protect
border is not
us.
a freaking country. Like,
Damn, that
these
mixed
are
things
really
up.
obvious, basic
Eternal.
bitch shit that the DEI, it makes no sense. You're
As you
trading
wish.
excellence
Root
for
here.
bullshit. It's
Conquer all
discrimination just on
lands.
another level. All of these
Embrace
things,
a new
all
life.
of these things that he mentioned are the most basic bitch, common sense shit of all time
Cooked
that
them.
the
May
left
death protect us.
completely lost. They completely
Forever
went off the
doomed.
deep end. They absolutely cucked themselves so badly, and they will never uncuck themselves. It is mind-boggling.
countries should take in Arab refugees, like the million
Embrace a
Syrians
new
who wound
life.
up in Germany when Saudi Arabia took none. He said to me, "You're right, they took none."
And that's
May
not,
death
listen,
protect us.
all of the Gaza situation that happened, Egypt is on the border with Gaza.
Wait,
right?
did they
But
win?
Gaza has one border, Israel
Holy
border
shit.
Egypt. Israel did not take one
What the-
Palestinian refugee from Gaza. Like, realistically,
Holy
it's
shit.
kind of weird that shit's going on. And anyone normal and rational would see that and not just buy into the random propaganda machine.
I said, "Well, you should remind your boyfriend in Saudi Arabia that the next time you see him." He laughed.
Get that
I
cooked.
never felt I had to walk on eggshells around him. And honestly, I voted for Clinton and Obama, but I would never feel comfortable talking to them the way I was able to talk with Donald Trump. That
Oh my God, he just goes out there. This is a glaze fest. This is a straight glaze fest. I am shocked and appalled. This is everything I've ever wanted. Oh Lord, oh, the meltdowns are glorious. I hear them in the
And none of these
distance. Screaming people with all sorts of genders and nose rings. They are losing it right now. Oh my God, it's
Cooking.
incredible. Oh my God, Snow White and the Seven Genders is cooked now. It's over.
That's just how it went down. Make of it what you will. Me, I feel it's emblematic of why the Democrats are so unpopular these days.
He's right. Also, you got to realize Bill Maher donated tens of thousands, probably hundreds of thousands of dollars to Democratic candidates over the years. He was never invited to meet them. Trump, his arch nemesis, I don't like him. He's dumb. He's stupid. He's a retard, lame and gay. Sure, he could come for dinner.
He was even okay when I checked him on the orangutan.
Damon gay.
Trump sues Mar $5 million for orangutan sex joke. That's Trump.
Lawsuit. He was. No, he said to Dana White, you know, Bill said my father was an orangutan, and I really love my father. And I said, well, Mr. President, I did that because I didn't like what you were doing regarding Obama's birth origins. I thought that was low. Again, no anger, just a little smile, as if to say, yeah, I get it. The most surreal part of the whole night was when I got home.
He was hoping Bill Maher couldn't get a morsel of content for his show to shit on Trump. Like, dude, this is crazy. You get Kamala Harris bumbling and fumbling on the stage every time she speaks. There's a new scandal because she's a complete retard. And then you have Trump literally having an unscripted, unprompted, no PR team dinner with his biggest critic, and they couldn't find a single thing to criticize him for. Oh my God. This is like, honestly, boys will be boys. Fuck you. No, fuck you. You want to get a beer? Hell yeah, dog. That's what I'm talking about. Bro is humanizing the orange man, and I think he is going to be excised from liberal community. You'll see, because the tolerant left is not tolerant if you are even remotely 1 iota off exactly what they say. You can say you support trans people, you just don't want them in sports, and you're an evil, bigot, monster, hate-filled, piece of shit, transphobic bitch. Which, let's be real, phobic is the wrong. No one's scared of trans people. Okay, all right. Phobic, that's a stretch. But the point that I'm trying to make, this dude's cooked. He's cooked on the left, and he will be welcomed with open arms on the right. And realistically, and mind-bogglingly, we are watching a turning point in history. Because let's go, zero power retards on the internet. We're taking over. Eat shit, mainstream media.
I flew back right after the dinner, and I'm in bed watching 60 Minutes from the night before. And there's Trump in one of their stories, standing at a podium in a room that looked to me like one of the rooms and places we'd just been in. And he's ranting, disgusting, you're a terrible person. And I'm like, who's that guy? What happened to Glinda the Goodrich?
Oh my God, he still doesn't see it. He doesn't see it's the same guy. Listen, I fully believe in something. It's a hot take. Hot take. You're gonna hate it. Hot take. You gotta be strong. You gotta be forceful. When you see bullshit, you gotta call out that bullshit. You can't just sit there and take shit and not attack shit. That does not, in my opinion, that does not a good person make. You can be a nice guy to people that aren't directly antagonistic to you, even if they disagree with you, and have rational debates. But when someone is an absolutely garbage human, they deserve to be called out. Make retards again. That's what I always say. Absolutely.
If someone is evil, they are evil, regardless
of it. I fully believe you gotta be strong and forceful. And you should call disgusting people disgusting when they're disgusting. You shouldn't let it slide. Absolutely not. It's the same person. It's the same ideology. And he treats you with the respect that you treat him. And I think that that is an incredibly valuable virtue.
And why can't we get the guy I met to be the public guy? And I'm not saying it's our responsibility
because the guy he met is a guy that wasn't literally going to war with somebody and fighting for the sake of the country, where people literally tried to assassinate him for it. It's a different guy. It's a different situation. It's a different set of people around him. You need to talk forcefully. You think Trump could be the nice guy sitting at the dinner table and drop extra tariffs on China? Absolutely not. He has to be the no-holds-barred, won't-back down, bulldog, political debater. It's a totally different set of rules. And you can't just be the nice guy and expect to win everything and expect to succeed and expect to not be pushed around. American President Joe Biden was the nice guy. He never said anything to insult anybody. But he fucked America raw, no rubber.
Do that? It's not. I'm just reporting exactly what I saw over 2.5 hours. I went into the mine, and that's what's down. A crazy person doesn't live in the White House. A person who plays a crazy person on TV
May death protect us!
Which I know is fucked up. It's just not as fucked up as I thought it was.
How's this take?
He's turning. I'm back to work at my job. That he might start Bluist, because I don't have a good feeling and will be critical about a lot of what he's doing. The trade war and disappearing people.
Getting disappeared. Stop being a bitch. You see, it's such a soft bitch attitude. He's so nice in private, but he's mean in public. Oh my God, enough of this soft bitch bullshit. He's not disappearing people. He's deporting people that are illegally in the country. Or he's deporting people that are in the country that are not citizens, that are preying on the downfall of Western civilization. No one's disappearing people.
Swept away by the wind.
Get out of your fear-mongering head ass. but it's progress, goddammit.
A decree threatening judges, gutting the government with glue.
Threatening judges? Bro, did you see what these judges were doing? What are you talking
As you
about?
wish.
The judges all lost.
Embrace
They
a new
all lost
life.
in the Supreme Court. Every single one of these bogus and fucking bullshit, rinky-dink goddamn judges that are like, oh, Mr. Trump, actually, I have more power than you do, sir. Because I, a small district judge in Timbuktu, California, have decided that the power vested in me by President Obunga himself. You should not be deporting illegal immigrants because racism.
Conquer all land.
Alright, let's be real here. The judges are retards. Stop it, bro. He's fighting judges trying to coup the fucking government, dog. Let's not be retards about it, sir. Let's not be too tardish. Bill Maher wants Trump to be the pacifist that he saw and met. He wants Trump to be nice to everybody, but being nice to everybody and being the pacifist doesn't fucking work in government. You can't be a bitch. If you're a bitch, people will eat your ass.
But I also think he now understands I have a job to do, or at least he did on this night, because he said to me early on that he'd seen our last episode, which was the Friday before this dinner. And he said, I thought maybe you'd be nice, but you hit me really hard. I did, because I'm not going to pull my punches that presidents get to propose a third term for them.
No one's gonna believe him. No one's gonna believe him. I think he lost the entire, like, moderate to far left is gone. He lost the entire moderate to far left just by doing this show. It's so over.
Themselves. He understood that, and without animus. That doesn't mean he's not going to try to do it. At one point, I said to him, you're scaring people. Do you really want
No! He's not scaring people. The media is scaring people. The fear-mongering is scaring people. When CNN says that Trump is planning a transgender genocide, that is scaring people. When the media says that he's deporting people and disappearing people because he disagrees with them and you could be next, that is scaring people. Trump's not scaring people. Anyone that actually watches Trump and reads his tweets and sees his press conferences is not scared. The fucking people that gobble the dog shit that slops out of CNN and people, no offense, and people like you, Mr. Bill Maher, those are the people that are terrified. Because you fear-mongered people so hard, trying to manipulate them like sheep to vote
Chad,
left,
I need to plug my phone
and you
in.
lost the entire plot because the promised land was not how you described it.
to be scaring your own citizens so much? And I know now you're all saying, and what did he say to that? Honestly, I don't remember.
That's because it's probably a non-issue. He probably didn't say anything major.
But it wasn't okay, I'll stop.
Oh, my phone.
So
Fucking
MAGA fans, don't worry.
quote
Your
chat.
boy gave me nothing. Just hats. Hats and a very generous amount of time and a willingness to listen and accept me as a possible friend, even though I'm not MAGA, which was the point of the dinner.
That's crazy.
My favorite part of the whole night was we were standing in the blowjob room.
Nice.
We were. And he said, you know, I've heard from a lot of people who really like that we're having this dinner. Not all, but a lot. And I said, same. A lot of people told me they loved it, but not all. And we agreed. The people who don't even want us to talk, we don't like you. Don't talk. As opposed to what?
Based. Absolutely.
Hell yeah.
Absolutely. Initiate strategy. Let them talk. It works every time. Absolutely. I hate the zero dialogue shit. Look, I talk to people all the time that have drastically different perspectives and opinions than I do, and I respect them and I appreciate those conversations. I might think they're retards, but I absolutely am always willing to hear another side. Incredibly based.
For the
the energy, oh no.
Making 25-hour speeches into the wind. Really, that's what liberals have? He takes the piss out of everybody else and we can hold ours. Okay, that's my report. You can hate me for it, but I'm not a liar. Trump was gracious and measured, and why he isn't that in other settings, I don't know, and I can't answer, and it's not my place to answer. I'm just telling you what I saw, and I wasn't high.
That's important. That's
I'm cooked.
Damn, missed opportunity.
All right. Well, I think the takeaway of this story is, when am I having a conversation on stream with Hassan Piker? I feel like that's what everyone wants to see. Honestly, I feel like I've learned a lot here. Hell yeah. Even terrorist sympathizers. No, I don't know. I don't think so. I think Hassan Piker is a nightmare. But anyway, no one cares. The point is, if you look at the actual comment section, it's incredible. Never judge a man by his words or manners. Judge him by what he does to people. It's interesting that Mar finally admitted he's committed to his own class. He would throw the workers under the bus. Thanks to calling out the fake laugh of your audience, Bill. It's irritating AF. Trump or Mar are so much alike. Above anything else, they both live to say he was nice to me. It's easier to fool people than to convince them they've been fooled. Bro, these people are so fucking retarded, bro. It's amazing. They're so retarded, man. Oh my god, I love it so much. They're so retarded, bro. Look at these people. I wonder what that is. Oh my god, a whole shitty comment section full of shitty whack jobs. Hell yeah, subscribe for more retards, endless retards. The retards are crazy.
It's
this
going
has
to kill
been
me so
a
hot,
crazy,
Chad.
crazy drama update. Bill Maher, full MAGA. It's official. There's no debate. That's what happened. The liptards are crying. That's what I decided. Thanks for being here. Appreciate you. I think all of you are wonderful people. The echo chamber is echoing in the comments. And to you, wonderful people in my comment section, how does it feel to win so much? That's the closing thoughts here. How does it feel to win? Stay weird, fam. Like, subscribe, and this video was streamed live on kick.com/Nuxanor. See you there. Stay weird, fam.
Time for more Nux content.
Americans and future Americans, welcome to a brand new video. I'm very excited personally as an American and Canadian citizen. I'm very excited to tell you that without a shadow of a doubt, Canada is 120% cooked. They lost the plot. They are cooked.
Burn it all.
So cooked, it's sad. China owns
Canada's
beefing with America. Canada has zero cards.
May death protect us.
They're humiliated. They're lame, gay, and
Adjusting
pathetic.
calculations, executing annihilation.
When they become the 50th state.
Win annihilation.
It's happening in our lifetime, whether you like it or not. Let me introduce you to some facts. Canada, for years, had a 263% tariff on chicken.
As you wish.
Executing
That hurts a bit.
Initiating.
Time to mix things up.
That's right. Good or
All will be swept away by the wind.
dying.
I know.
Calculated
Kind of a crazy way to say that. Because
Purge
America gave Canada lots of shit, lots of military stuff, lots of trade. Basically, America kind of finances Canada.
The West.
It's been a little bit of a bitch about it, not even gonna lie.
Yeah.
Executing
I know this is a
operation.
bit of a hot take,
Power
but for my
amplification.
dear friend Canadians that are watching this video,
Embrace
all of
a
them
new
are probably
life.
named Pierre. You might
All
be
will be
incredibly
swept
polite,
away by the
Pierre,
wind.
But I'll be realistic for a second. Smiling on the
I'll
outside when
accept
it's only a
your
facade and you're terrible in
punishment.
America, and then you make up this whole victimized bullshit about how, oh, America's tariffing Canada.
May death
but we were
protect
good
us.
allies. I can't
Holy
believe it. That's
shit,
crazy.
what the fuck?
Meanwhile, fucking
Root here.
Carney, the current dictator of Canada,
What
is
is-
basically a puppet of the Chinese government, which we're going to talk
Why
a
did
little
she
bit
deal
about
so much
today.
damage?
Canada's cooked, and we're going to dive a little deeper into the levels of
Fury upon you.
Why did they all deal so much damage?
Embrace a new life.
When Trump
Burn
launched
it all.
his initial tariffs, he's like, all right, tariffs to everyone,
May
giant
death
balls,
protect
7
us.
States, all the 75 new states of America. You know the drill. He
Why
says
did she
all
deal
the
so much
time. When he
damage?
launched the
Raised,
tariffs,
executing
India,
so feeble.
Japan, Korea, UK, Switzerland, etc.
As you
They
wish.
all immediately tried to negotiate. These 6 countries immediately conceded.
confidence.
They dropped their tariffs to a large degree. Only 2 countries retaliated. to Trump's
Conquer all
tariffs.
lands.
China.
Embrace a new
Didn't
life.
get the memo. Xi Jinping did not learn the art of the deal. He should have read a
May
little
death
more.
protect us.
And Canada. America
Calculating results.
so
So feeble. I'll accept your punishment.
Fine, I will buy your
Initiating.
product.
Root here.
Forever doomed.
Currently, America is the
Fury
biggest
upon
consumerist
you.
country on the
Adjusting
planet.
calculation.
People in
Purge
America
initiated.
buy lots of shit. All right, so
Embrace
if
a
America's
new
not doing
life.
business with China, realistically, that shit hurts China a lot more than it hurts America.
May death
Now,
protect
it'll
us.
hurt America's top 10% that does business with China. However, it'll hurt the entire Chinese economy because America is the largest consumerist economy in the world. Realistically, Canada
friends?
didn't get the memo.
Indulge yourselves!
The current sort of prime minister, sort of dictator of Canada. He's in
As
charge
you
of the
wish.
Country, despite not being elected, which is kind of fucked up, especially with this
Conquer
guy
all.
called
Why is
Fat
she so strong?
King of all
Embrace a new
mankind
life.
or something. So let's hear what he had to
Why is
say
she so
about
strong,
the
Chad?
tariff wars.
Canada's ready to
May
take
death
a leadership
protect
role
us!
in building a coalition of like-minded countries who share our values.
You kill me,
All will be swept away by the wind.
Yeah, Canada's taking a leadership role of like-minded countries.
Executing operation.
Export
Power
snow,
amplification.
brother. What are you gonna do, dog? The Canada's great Canadian
Front
military
units
of 4
raised,
guys
executing
on
a
sleds
social
with
evil.
fucking sharpened sticks.
Embrace a
2
new
guys
life.
on horseback with muskets.
I'll
a
accept
single
your
blade.
punishment.
The Canadian military is gonna take a leadership role.
Fury upon
Anyway,
you.
Trump immediately dropped tariffs to 10% after about a week of scaring the entire planet. Every single country is back on the negotiating table. Unfortunately, everyone needs America. And Canada, it doesn't make you look strong to make believe you're not a bitch.
We believe in international cooperation.
So then why was Canada
May death
terrorizing
protect us!
America for years? I hate the fake niceness. Fake
Burn it
niceness
all.
is fucking
Wilt here.
infuriating. It's so annoying. We're best friends.
Embrace a new
Each other
life.
like best friends.
All
I
will be
care
swept
deeply
away by
about
the wind.
How dare you? Tariff. I mean, yeah,
I'll
we
accept
for like
your
the last 50
punishment.
years, but like whatever. I mean, that's
Conquer
just
all
ancient
lands.
history, right? You're the asshole. I'm the victim. Bad America. Trump
May
fascist.
death protect us!
We believe in the free and open
Damn, I
exchange
mixed
of
things
goods,
up.
services, and
Calculating
ideas.
result.
Yeah, Carney. Yeah,
Analysis
you believe in
complete.
the free
Stay
open
away.
services, so drop your tariffs.
friends?
I guarantee you, Canada would drop all
Indulge
their tariffs on
yourselves!
America. America would drop all their
Embrace
tariffs
a
on
new life.
However,
And if the United States no longer wants to lead, Canada will.
May death protect us!
Purge
I don't even know if that's
initiated.
impressive.
Fury upon you. Power amplification.
As you wish.
bro,
this take?
stop!
Executing operation.
And you know the craziest
Value
thing?
exceeds
There's a
threshold.
couple of Canadians that are falling for this bullshit.
Embrace
They're
a
like,
new
yeah,
life.
brother, we will take in charge of the world, hosers. I'm sorry, but I like
May
this
death
hoser.
protect us!
Yeah, he tries so hard, man. He tries
Eternal.
so hard. I respect it, but like, come on, man. I
All
don't
will be
really
swept
respect it.
away
I
by
get
the
it.
wind.
So, Thomas Massey, for those of you that are unaware, this is U.S. representative.
what?
He said,
He deals with
2015,
Root here.
damage.
country of
Much fucking
origin
damage.
requirements for beef support. I voted to keep
Executing
them.
annihilation.
Chris voted to remove labels
High-risk
because of
individual.
ATO ruling in favor of Canada and Mexico. If we're in a
Damn, I
trade,
mixed things up.
I say put the label.
Embrace a new life.
This is like such a
Wagon.
wildly petty thing, and I support it completely. I
May death
love
protect
pettiness
us.
in politics.
Calculating
Pettiness
result.
is awesome.
Analysis
Pettiness is
complete.
great. It shows you that
Conquer all
you're gonna be pushed
lands.
around. You're not taking this
I'll
back
accept
seriously,
your
and it is a
punishment.
gigantic power move. I
Burn
think
it all.
I think it's hilarious.
As you wish.
I don't know why
Embrace
this is
a
here,
new
but,
life.
Suspiciously, this is a man in Iraq showing off his 9-year-old child bride.
What the
May
fuck?
death
Suspiciously, there
protect
is
us.
a lot of immigration in Canada, but pay no attention to
Push
that.
forward.
It's fucked up. No one
Purge
wants to face the
initiated.
reality of life. To show you how
Fury
close
upon
Canada
you.
currently is,
Evaluating variables.
in
If I
other
could do
regards,
it all
because they've
again.
lost the
Like,
plot.
how are they doing this? They're fucking cooking. It's
This
crazy.
is an elementary
Embrace
Crazy,
a
they're
new
cooking.
in
life.
Montreal
You're just
that
winning.
had approval from their teacher to get instruction from Hamas
May death protect us!
to participate in their protest.
Transmission. Executing operation.
Over.
Value exceeds threshold.
Conquer all lands.
All will be swept away by the wind.
He goes so hard. Almighty goes so hard. That's fucking wild.
Like
friends?
unbelievable. And Canada supports this.
Indulge yourselves!
Embrace a new life.
Of protest? Oh God.
What the hell?
Oh my God, dude.
Kinda wild.
May death protect us!
Like it is wild. It is so wild every time. So Pierre Poilievre,
Embrace a
he is
new life.
who
And the
I
dragon's already back.
by
All will
far,
be swept away by the wind.
the
Crazy.
greatest candidate to
Look at
become
the
next
flashy
prime
lights.
minister of
Accept
Canada.
your
Unfortunately,
punishment.
because Canada is so captured by Trump bad syndrome, I'm afraid it's not looking great for him right now, but I really hope shit turns around. So it turns out Elon Musk is supporting him a lot, which is a very good sign. His response to the Elon Musk supporting him situation might be one of the best responses of any politician ever.
Mr. Poilievre, Elon Musk seems to be a fan
Also, his name is Pierre. Just felt like that would be important to mention.
of yours. He tweeted a 100% emoji recently in response to a tweet that says, Pierre Poilievre is extremely impressive. He should be Canada's next leader. The sooner, the better.
Wait, the
I'm
first one
wondering
is-
what you think.
You're right.
Think of this, and do you accept his endorsement? In French and English, please.
Well, first of all, my 3-year-old has just told me that he wants to go to Mars. So it's.
I love how he responds to questions. Ah!
I guess Mr. Musk would be the right guy to put him in touch with.
I love how he answers questions.
Let's
because
take a picture.
You know that the reporter that asked him this did not ask it in good faith. What the fuck does that mean?
Make
Do
sure you keep
accept
it
his
safe.
endorsement? But a guy with 300 million followers wants him to be prime minister. What's he supposed to say? Fuck you? It's such a stupid question, and I respect the fact that he disrespected the question so much. He answered like a petty motherfucker. That is awesome.
You know,
He couldn't keep a straight face. He
the
tried.
right guy to put him in touch.
The Switch 2 has finally been announced and revealed
Dude,
to
that's
the
what
world. Can you even believe it? A new Donkey Kong 3D platformer, one we haven't seen in 25 years. This is a dream come true. This is heaven. I died and gone to heaven. This new console and all these great new games, it's all gonna be available for the low price of what? What was it?
Sound
And it's going to
lingers.
cost $450. $450. $450.
$450.
This is
I
outrageous.
don't think that's worth it.
It's unfair.
And that's just for the,
Right
the
there.
console itself.
Once I bought a Wii U.
This might be of some use.
I made it run. Played some games
Crazy.
in my time. Once I bought a Wii U. Now it's done. Brother, can you spare a Switch? What's up, everybody? This is the Homeless Man here, and today, the Great Gamer Depression is upon us. This is my Great Depression outfit. I'm gonna take it off because it is obnoxiously hot, and not just because
Like-
I'm the one wearing it. Hey-o. So in a 2-hour-long direct, Nintendo revealed the Switch 2
Yeah,
and
getting
all
another
the
idle on
different
the top of
features.
it.
They gave us a ton of info on the system, its upgrades, downgrades, those are important, a few
Downgrade.
brand new launch titles to look forward to, and a whole bunch of third-party support. 8 years ago, the Switch
Borderlands
came out
4,
and
it
started
was.
a new generation of
I
consoles,
care.
and this is the dawn of a new
Do I care?
generation. And would you look at that? The next Pokemon game? Looks like it's running off of a fucking GameCube. A time that should be filled with excitement, nerdgasms, if you will. But alas,
were it so easy.
Nintendo is asking
played all of-
you to drop $450
Halo
on a
4.
Switch 2. That is the baseline price for people in the US, though I'm sure it's all fucked up in different countries as well.
Oh my goodness!
People are understandably frustrated. What? Why? I thought you liked spending money. Don't ever stop consuming. You love consuming. Don't ever stop.
You when I
But why
consume.
exactly are gamers upset with the Switch 2 and with these price tags? Is it worth picking up? Do we
Ooh, this
even
is a
know if this will be the
combat.
final price of the console? Is the price going to increase or decrease? Why
Yeah,
are pre-orders in the US suddenly being delayed?
Flat.
Who's fucking with my video games, god damn it? Now I do want to give my first
See when I
impressions
attack.
of the Switch 2 and talk
Let's
about some
move
of
the
the more
mouse.
exciting stuff.
I am struck!
Introducing
Strike
Channel
that.
Chat. With this feature, you'll be able to communicate with friends and family while playing a game.
They just protect us!
Yeah, like that's such a big number.
But we'll have to do that later in the video.
Whoa.
Because, right now, we
As
have to
you
talk
wish.
about the elephant in the room. Because in Nintendo's first live
Embrace
stream
a
after
new
the
life.
Wagon.
Direct, people were
All will be
spamming
swept away
lower
by the
price
wind.
in chat. Obviously, this is the biggest talking point.
Oh,
on the
okay.
internet
Accept
for the
your
Switch 2.
punishment.
Not just the $450 price tag. but
Seriously, why can you do
also
that? Crazy.
Brace yourself.
May death
Some
protect
games,
us!
including Mario Kart World, are going to be priced at $80 for the digital
Wild.
edition, or $90 if you want to buy it physical.
Once
Ooh.
I bought a GameCube. Luigi
Rubbertooth.
Mansion,
Wilt here.
Melee, Wind Waker, and Prime.
Fury upon you!
Once I bought
friends?
a GameCube.
Indulge
Nimble.
yourselves!
Brother, can you
Embrace
spare
a new
game?
life.
The $80 cost of a game. A single game.
May death
Why are you
protect
upset?
us!
Why are you upset? You love spending more
Existence is
money.
unity.
You told me that yesterday,
you
remember?
wish.
Don't you
Move
know I'm
here.
gaslighting you?
Burn it
And this is all besides the other premium
Embrace
stuff.
a
See what I
new
spend money.
life.
Nintendo has been shilling in these direct.
Everything's more expensive, right?
Yeah, the
May death protect
accessories
us!
are more expensive than they've ever been.
Boom.
The new Pro
That's
controller is
$30,000.
$80. A left and right
Was it
Joy-Con, that's $9.
3 million?
They're $13 for the straps.
Here's some money.
All will be swept away
Obviously,
by the
a
wind.
big part of this backlash comes from the fact that Nintendo has always been the accessible, budget-friendly
Okay.
option for gamers. Nintendo may not pack state-of-the-art hardware, but their library is unquestionably top tier. They are the family-friendly brand, the dads and moms. If you're a dad or a mom who's got kids you gotta pay for and take care of and send to school, you're gonna want the cheapest, most convenient things if you want to retain some
Embrace
semblance
a new
of
life.
Why?
youthful hobby you used to have. Look at you becoming a parent.
Accept
Look at
your
this guy, he reproduced. What a dork. I'm so lonely.
For a lot of families, when they look at $500 for the game of Mario Kart, I think you're gonna have a
May death protect us!
But once Nintendo starts pushing this $80 price tag for these premium Switch 2 games, Yarhar, Fiddle-Dee-Dee, and piracy techniques are all right with me. Now, if Nintendo is able to get away with these $80, $90 price tags, no doubt Xbox and PlayStation and competition are going to match that. They're going to adopt these higher price tags for more and more games. I'm not sure if it's 100% confirmed that physical copies are going to cost $90, but if true, fuck you. Why?
May wandering souls
wanna
find their
have a
own
shelf
way
of
out.
games? You wanna physically own it so you can look at that shelf and figure out what game to play? No, stupid. You want a digital library of games that you buy that you end up forgetting you have. Despite how cool the console might be, the things I'm seeing that I love about it, Nintendo is kind of shooting themselves in the foot by setting these price precedents. But who is entirely to blame? Because I don't understand this, Nintendo. I don't get you.
I don't get you. Don't get you no more.
Excuse me,
Get me no.
Nintendo's biggest fanboy here. Okay, Actman, gamers are stupid. They don't understand, all right? Adjusted for inflation, this console is cheaper than previous Nintendo consoles. Games are cheaper adjusted for inflation than they were back in the 80s. These gamers are stupid. It doesn't make sense, Actman.
You know something? You're right.
Video games are a product like any other, though. They are subject to inflation over time, but most publishers for a very long time were too afraid to raise the cost of a brand new game past $60. Then it was $65, and then it was $70. But they found ways to monetize games in other ways, which we've talked about maybe once or twice on this channel. And the rest is history. As the co-founder of Costco once said, if you raise the price of the hot dog, I will fucking kill you. This describes the sentiment among gamers around the $60 price tag. It's kind of something that's just etched into our being. New game comes out. Do I have $60? Like, can I afford it? It's been ingrained in our heads for so long that any increase seems insane. Because we've also been dealing with loot boxes, battle passes, paid progression systems, and a bunch of other shit we don't need to get into. But guys, let's be real. I mean, you know, with GTA 6 around the corner, I'm sure Rockstar is going to stick with $60 price tag, right? Because why would they increase that? Now, let's put on our economy glasses so I can make sense of this for you. Let's start with the numbers. I like numbers because they don't lie. Thanks to the user JML Master, he has calculated the inflation-adjusted price for each Nintendo console. And it's really not that crazy. The Switch 2 isn't middle of the road, but it's a little bit higher than that. It's still not the max, and it's not anywhere close to PS5 Pro's, what, $700?
Damn.
So what gives? Well, I'm going to throw some numbers up on screen of what gives. Basically, adjusted for inflation, the median income of a household in the US has barely gone up since 1985.
Oh wait, I didn't
House
have that.
prices, meanwhile, have skyrocketed. What does this mean? It means people don't have disposable income.
Not enough cash, stranger.
That's why they're pissed. It's pretty simple. When more and more people start living paycheck to paycheck, then
Embrace a new
non-essentials
life.
like video games and hobbies become
All will be swept
just
away
that,
by the wind.
non-essential. You will own less and you will be happy. Not to mention the incoming tariff sales tax that we're adding. I can't. You don't have to talk about tariffs. Why can't you just let me be excited for a video game console? Because unfortunately,
seriously, that's so much damage that they do. Anyways, while they fight here, I'm gonna go take a piss check. And I'm also gonna pause the act man because I'm not just gonna hit this run. But you can watch my character's auto battle.
I am Strike.
He's Strike Cat.
Time to mix things up.
Eternal. Embrace a new life. Return to dust.
My friends, indulge yourselves!
May death protect us!
I like that confidence. Fury upon you! Burn it all!
Embrace a new life.
Forever doomed! Now accept your punishment.
May death protect us!
How's this taste?
All will be swept away by the wind. Root here.
I like that confidence. Conquer all lands!
Embrace a new life. May death protect us!
Time to mix things up. My friends, indulge yourselves! Burn it all!
As you wish. Embrace a new life.
Forever doomed!
May death protect us!
Holy shit, they won. Crazy.
Be increased by 50% by the tariff sales tax. Again, that's probably worst case scenario, but it says something that I feel like I have to prepare for that reality. Now, what has Nintendo done to prepare for these tariffs? Well, thankfully something. At the very least, they've started to stockpile Switch 2 consoles in the US, numbering about 350,000. So at the very least, the Switch 2s that are in the United States will be sold at the $450 margin. assuming. Some people have theorized that the cost is taking tariff sales tax into account. Upon looking at some recent articles, this is probably more likely, but who really knows what's gonna happen? Nintendo has updated GameStop, saying that they're removing pre-orders for the Switch 2 to assess the potential impact of the tariff sales tax and evolving market conditions. This uncertainty is only going to spark further panic and demand once pre-orders are reopened and once consoles are being loaded onto shelves, especially amongst the hardcore Nintendo enthusiasts who would be willing to sacrifice their firstborn child to get one of these things on the release night. With enough panic and demand, you know who comes back? Everyone's favorite sequel, everyone's favorite businessman, Scalpers 2. With uncertainty of how much this is going to cost, it's going to be ripe for the picking for scalpers, I would imagine. So there's another thing to look forward to. So we have no idea if the $450 price tag is going to stick. All we can be certain of is uncertainty. When people are confused, they get angry. It's really that simple. Regardless, this is going to be a bloodbath for people's wallets and bank accounts. I think gamers are more irate this time around because video games have always been an escape. I'm remembered of that Modern Warfare 2 video, how gamers dealt with the recession. And so with so many people already strapped for cash, they feel like they can't even afford the latest and greatest escape from life and reality.
Yeah, I
so
feel
that's
that.
most of the bad. Now, let's move on to the direct itself. I think this is what also makes it a difficult pill to swallow, is that this new Mario Kart looks fucking amazing. All right, they
Sound
skating.
lingers.
What is this? That's a Radio Future. What's Tony Hawk gonna be a playable
Emerge
character?
from your cocoon.
And while
Yes, Tony Hawk.
in a kart race, Nintendo always finds ways to innovate on franchises that you wonder,
Eternal.
like, well, what more could you do with it? All right, to be
All
fair,
will
I
be
think
swept
Nintendo
away
is
by the
running out
wind.
of characters because now we're getting hyped for
Now accept your
from like Moo Farms. There's a reason Nintendo
Cow.
opened with Mario Kart World. It's because Mario Kart 8 sold
May death
75
protect us!
million copies.
So dumb.
Embrace a
Mario
new
That's so
life.
dumb.
It's going to be a Switch 2 exclusive to drive sales to the console. It's a good strategy.
May
The
death
maps look great.
protect
The
us.
idea of being able to go off the track and race to the next race and just fuck
They're just
around with
going.
the
Why are they
very
just going?
appealing to me. Mario Kart World looks like a big W. What's next?
Introducing Game Chat.
It has taken Nintendo 23 years to catch up to Xbox Live. Nintendo is such a weird company because they're always behind on
Root here.
some trends, but way ahead of the curve on others. They're always at the
Embrace
peak
a
of video
new
game
life.
development prowess, but when it comes to like something like
And
voice
also
acting,
exciting.
you're like, oh, well, how does this work? Again, that family-friendly brand image. Well, you know, voice chat
May
on a
death
Nintendo
protect us.
console, what could go wrong?
I live in Smethwick, Birmingham. If you want the fucking brawl, come down Smethwick Hospitality. I'll come out of my house and I'll break your fucking legs.
I love how Nintendo always introduces these social features
Break your
in a most,
fucking
like,
leg.
whimsical, childlike, innocent way. And meanwhile, I'm like crippled by years of Xbox Live PTSD. So here's the bad news.
Enjoying yourself?
Even
You're
if
gonna
what's
have
like
to pay
people.
to use Game Chat. Now, I'll give them
bit.
credit. Game Chat looks like it has much more applicability than something like Discord would have. Where you can actually, like in Mario Party, see the expressions, the facial expressions of your friends as
As
you
you
fuck
wish.
them in the ass and steal their
Embrace
stars.
a
That's,
new
Hell yeah.
life.
that's going to be highly important to me as a huge piece of shit. So on top
May
of
death
these
protect us.
$450, $80 for the game, now they want you to pay a subscription fee to play the game online and to be able to use Game Chat. 2 separate subscriptions. I will say having a 10-month free period is great.
And there's this.
Oh, they're getting good. Winning. Can't believe it.
That stench.
Eternal.
Your voice is
All will
recognized
be
by a
swept
microphone
away by
built
the
into the
wind.
system. It can pick up your speaking voice clearly, even from a distance.
They are bringing the Connect back. You know what that means? It means you and your friends are going to be
Root here.
witnessing God-tier levels of echo.
When it's noisy around you,
Fury
your
upon
voice
you.
will still come through clearly.
Embrace a
Bullshit.
new life.
Ain't no way Nintendo is coming in with the voice game chat this late, and it's just gonna work. What Switch 2
May
screen share
death
will look
protect
like?
us.
Probably. The fact that they're showing the screen share be a bit laggy indicates that that's probably what it's gonna look like, as opposed to, you know, having it look perfect in this presentation with the smoke and mirrors, and then people buy the console, they use the screen share, and it looks like shit. But this whole camera feed thing, I feel like is absolutely going to create
He
some
just eating raw
viral
noodles because I'm a
marketing for the
gremlin.
Switch camera. So what I like about the Switch 2 is that Nintendo is refining their original concept and making genuine improvements in pretty much every way. From 120 FPS on handheld, that's kind of nutty. I think we're past the era of game consoles making these huge graphical leaps with new generations. But the Switch performs obnoxiously well, despite how underpowered it
Embrace
was
a
compared
new
to the
life.
Series X and PS5. Everything from like the size of buttons to the magnetic grips. My controller used to fuck up and couldn't connect on the side. So, and Joy-Cons that can be used as a mouse. It's gimmicky stuff like this that really is gonna make for some hilarious Mario Party minigames.
My current location
May death
is actually
protect us.
inside the game itself.
Embrace a new
Oh shit,
life.
baby vampires.
Then there's Nintendo Switch Welcome Tour. It's me versus 2.0,
May
my
death
god.
protect
But
us.
it seems to be playing off of like Astro's
As you
Playroom, which
wish.
was a great game and a fun tech showcase for the PS5. And guess what? That was free. This is not.
Eternal.
What? But this doesn't even look like
All
a
will be
video
swept
game.
away
It
by
looks
the
like a
wind.
series of tutorials. Why would I pay for this? Like, come on, man. Give us a free game with the console. You're gonna charge $80. Give us a free game or two. Like, remember Wii Sports that came with the console? I do think it's
Embrace
cool that
a
the
new
mouse
life.
controller stuff seems like they're still utilizing that old Wii remote functionality.
May
But it's
death
cool.
protect
Now it looks
us.
like they're also doing upgrade games. You know,
Loot
what
here.
Sony is doing with the PS5.
As you
where
wish.
they're reselling the same game, but you know, maybe a little upgrade fee for some pretty minute improvements. These are not all that impressive to me. Metroid Prime 4.
I agree, that's kind of
another
nothing.
game we could talk about that we're actually excited for. Metroid fans have been eating
Embrace
like
a
peas
new
this
life.
year, and Prime 4 is likely to be no exception. It's definitely the right call to release this on Switch and Switch 2, since it was
May
announced
death
before
protect
the
us.
Switch 2. Feel like a real slap in the dick if it were otherwise. I'm hyped for this. Pokemon Legends. Well, it's a massive improvement from Scarlet and Violet, which, you know, looked a little worse than N64 games. Pokemon has finally gotten to GameCube level quality. Are you
Hell yeah,
not
GameCube.
impressed at all with
Loot here.
Pokemon? Then there was this
Embrace
oddball
a new
announcement for
life.
wheelchair robot basketball.
What?
Give it to me, okay? The sports
Oh, yeah.
genre side of
May death
gaming has
protect
been
us.
so static, repetitive, and boring for years. We need stuff like NBA Jam or NFL Blitz or wheelchair basketball or Rocket League.
Embrace
This
a
looks
new
fun.
life.
On top of this, Nintendo
All
is
will be
partnering
swept
with
away
a
by
ton
the
of
wind.
third-party studios to bring games like Hogwarts
Now
Legacy,
accept
Elden
your
Ring, Street
punishment.
Fighter 6, Hades 2 to the Switch 2. Also, I did not realize that Tony
Good
Hawk Pro
skate.
Skater 3 and 4
May death
were getting
protect
remade
us.
because it doesn't say it's a remake in the title there. Ah yes, the long-coveted GameCube emulator,
Yeah, the
which
GameCube.
you can access for free using
Fury
certain
upon you.
You like Dolphin?
Forever to
I like that. Yo, so
Embrace
Calendar
a
2?
new life.
Okay, I fucks with that.
Get ready to experience F-Zero GX.
May death protect us.
An F-Zero acknowledgement. After
Embrace
so
a
many
new
years.
life.
F-Zero GX. So this is a pretty decent lineup for the GameCube emulator. What would be
May death
interesting to see
protect us.
is if we'll be able to play these games online.
As you wish.
To close out the show, Nintendo dropped 3
Indulge
bombshells.
yourselves!
Dusk Bloods, a new game from Software. People are calling it Bloodborne 2, and it looks incredible. And Kirby Air Riders, unexpected. Sakurai is
Kirby.
directing it. There's a lot of racing games showed off in
Oh, where
this
be?
direct. But Kirby Air Ride always felt like such an incredibly fun
Existence
game
is
that just
unity.
didn't have a whole lot of content at the end of the day. That game truly deserved a sequel, and I'm happy to see that it's getting one. But now it's time
Embrace
for the big
a new
bananas.
life.
The
Can't
big
believe it.
bananas.
Wow.
May wandering souls find
This
their own
game
way out.
looks like it's gonna be the Mario Odyssey of Donkey Kong games. Just the way that you can break the map and destroy it and just become a monkey. I don't know what you want me to say. It just this
Monkey
looks
mode.
like they're bridging the gap between Donkey Kong 64 and all the recent Donkey Kong Country games, which I could not be more excited for. But where is Diddy? Where is Diddy? No, not him. Also, I like how they showed just like 3 seconds of Silk Song after people have been losing their minds waiting for it. So here's where I'm at with Switch 2. The games look great. The improvements to the console itself are much appreciated. That stuff is important to me. But the increased price of games over time is going to add up. And I'm worried about that. Why are gamers upset with the Switch 2? Well, it's a combination of things, but it's pretty simple. Money. Money. Like I said, folks in the US don't have a whole lot of disposable income right now. And when times are tough, everybody needs an escape. If you can afford that escape, but if you can't, then you're just shit out of luck. If people feel like they can't even afford to escape, then that's a pretty worrying sign. And it's not so much a statement about Nintendo's prices, but rather the cost of living that people are dealing with. I thought the presentation was fun, colorful, creative. There's a lot of things to be excited for, but Nintendo is certainly making some questionable choices, and we'll see how it plays out. But those are my thoughts on the Switch 2 Direct.
One level away
What do you
from
think? Let me know your thoughts and opinions in the comments below. Don't forget to like the video if you enjoyed it and subscribe to the Act Man for more awesome content. All right, everyone, that's all I got for today. This is the Act Man signing out. Peace.
Yippee.
50,000 gamers used to be hyped for this game. Now it's a ghost town. What's up, everybody? This is the Act Man here, and over the years, we've seen games launch in pretty bad shape.
I didn't click all of them, what the fuck? I
We've
don't know
watched
why
studios wither and die, and on rare occasions, we've discovered that a new game was actually a scam. But never have we witnessed all three of these things happen at the same time. Oh boy, this is content. For a long time, I thought this was the biggest train wreck I had ever seen. You call that a train wreck? This is a train wreck.
What the fuck?
What is this? Oh, what in the world? What is that? What is that? Yo, what the hell is that?
Ladies and gentlemen, please strap yourselves in, because this ride is not for the faint of heart. The day before just might be the most disastrous high-profile video game release of all time. Bro, you thought Forspoken was cringe?
I just move shit with my mind.
That is Shakespearean poetry. You think Redfall was ass? Nah. S tier now. Gollum game? Officially goated. Rise of Kong?
Don't let me down.
A masterpiece.
Expand your thinking.
Games were mere mini bosses compared to the massive heaping pile of shit.
All will be swept away by the wind.
It's an unfortunately named video game by the ironically named Fantastic Studios, who did a fantastic job of fucking up for our entertainment.
Or maybe I'll take it off.
The day before was promoted as an open-world MMO zombies game, which is an interesting
Open
premise.
sesame.
And although parts of the trailers seem to
Endless
have promise,
riddles.
the marketing
Nothing
was
but a
fishier
void.
than your mom's vagina. Turns out they didn't make the game they
Bending the
advertised.
rules.
Psych, it's a shitty extraction shooter instead. Essentially, Fantastic Studios did a not-so-fantastic job of trying to scam potentially
There's no
millions
backing
of
out
dollars
now,
from the gaming community.
for me or
Luckily,
you.
the day before has been removed from the Steam store
Who's the
and
little
is no longer
backstabber?
available for purchase.
Expand
And
your
anyone who
thinking.
bought it should
Glimpse
be
the
able to get a
unknown.
full refund no matter how much time they play.
Open sesame.
I can imagine it would be more than like
Endless
15
riddles.
seconds. I say
Nothing
they
but a
attempted to
void.
scam people because Valve holds on to the revenue for the first month
Self-inflicted
and they
misery.
pay out on the 30th of the next month. And it seems good old trusty Gaben sniffed this rug pull out pretty quickly. Now, if only he could release Team Fortress 3. But how did this happen? How could the most
God, having those
There's no
numbers there is so
backing out
helpful.
now,
turn
for
out
me
to
or
be the
you.
most blatant fucking scam ever?
Expand
What
your
I have
thinking.
found
Who's the little
Now, I don't
backstabber?
know how organized I'm going to make this video. It might
Open
just be a
sesame.
stream of random hilarious facts.
Existence is
tidbits
unity.
about the game and its development. I honestly don't know where to
Self-inflicted
start.
misery.
Here's the fun thing. According to
Endless
Ryan
riddles.
this
Nothing
is
but
the
a void.
first time in over a decade that IGN
There's
has
no
reviewed
backing
a
out
game
now,
and
for
given it
me
the
or
score
you.
1 out of 10.
Holy
Expand your
shit.
thinking. Watch it crumble.
Crazy.
Who's the little
I
backstabber?
love that in the IGN review, editors note, faster than we could publish our early access review,
Bust.
the developer announced
Or maybe
it
I'll
was
take
shutting
it
down,
off.
and the day before was removed from
All will be
sale.
swept away by the
Fucking hell.
wind.
Faster than we could publish our early access preview. Holy
Watch
shit.
your head.
Crazy.
I have never seen a studio speed run its
Nothing but a
downfall
void.
like this. You know when a highly anticipated game launches in a clearly unfinished state, or a new release is
And
built
again.
with predatory microtransactions
There's no backing
and
out
ID
now.
the whole
For
modern
me or
game.
you.
Well, this is different. The
Open
Day Before
sesame.
is a symptom of shitty trends in modern gaming. This is modern scamming.
Expand your
When games released unfinished and broken. Suck that shit.
Who's the little
But what normally
backstabber?
happens after that? Well,
There's
we hear
no
the same
backing
kind of
out
thing from
now.
developers. We're
For
working
me
on
or
it.
you.
Believe in us. We're listening to your feedback. We're gonna fix
Endless
it.
riddle.
Thank you for your patience.
Nothing but a
And then
void.
what do? We all add another apology post to the collage.
Open
and
sesame.
We've seen this with
Glimpse the
multiple
unknown.
Battlefield games, Cyberpunk,
Self-inflicted
No Man's
misery.
Sky, Halo Infinite, Halo MCC.
Expand your thinking.
I'd say 99% of bad video game
Who's the little
launches,
backstabber?
developers try to fix it. There is an attempt.
There's
What
no
they
backing
never
out
do
now.
is
For me
fucking
or
give
you.
up after 4 days.
Endless
4
riddle.
days after launch,
Nothing but a
they
void.
shut the studio down. Why even release the day before? What was the point of any of this? If your goal is to scam people, why not take a tip
I
from
always
Todd Howard?
deliver.
Tell them sweet little
Open
lies.
sesame.
Let them believe you're gonna fix this until the
Existence is
30th of
unity.
next month. Get the payout and then just dip out.
All
This
will
game
be
is-
swept
Yeah,
away
why
by
did
the
they do that?
wind.
It doesn't even function as a proper scam.
Just
Enjoying
crazy.
yourself?
Scam people
Just
like
crazy.
you. What are you doing with your life? Alright?
Gentlemen and female gentlemen.
Or maybe I'll
we
take
we
it off.
currently have quite the drama on our
Expand your
hands.
thinking.
The voice actors are acting up. Yeah, voice actors are going to war with the
Yeah.
community. They are arguing that there is
Bending
not
the
enough
rules.
wokeness.
Watch your
Yes,
head.
I'm glad that finally we have come together to recognize the real problem that is plaguing modern
Endless
society. We need more
Nothing but a void.
wokeness in the voice
There's no
actor
backing
industry.
out
The
now.
voice actors
For
are
me or
voicing
you.
their concerns. Voice actors specifically
Open
are
sesame.
arguing about AI,
Watch it crumble.
woke shit. There's
What?
one of them is suing Tectone
Self-inflicted
apparently.
misery.
We got lots
What?
of drama, endless controversy,
Expand your thinking.
and everyone's making fun
Who's
of one
the
of
little
those voice actors
backstabber?
specifically. So I wanted to join on that trend. As you know, I love retards. Subscribe for more retard detection. The more
Epic
retards,
nuts.
the better for
Very
me.
nuts.
So subscribe and let's watch retards start around.
Well, guys, it looks like we have our 5th installment of the ongoing coverage
Oh, God.
regarding a number of SAG-AFTRA union voice actors
Oh, shit.
and the union itself getting a ton of backlash from the internet.
Yeah,
Like,
so a lot basically, I don't know what's really going on. All I know is a lot of voice actors are woking around. They have woked too close to the sun, and they are currently getting obliterated. The entire internet is cooking these voice actors. They're freaking out about AI. They're freaking out about, you know, pronouns and shit, whatever. I don't know, Snow White and the 7 Genders didn't make enough money in the box office. 1,000% tariffs on all the retards. God, I love watching retards tarting around, bro.
like I said yesterday, there is so much context to go over now that hopefully you're in the loop with what's been going on, and if not, please consider checking out my prior videos on the topic, as there's way too much to recap here in the intro, so let's get right to it.
All right.
The post from only 2 hours ago reading, Paimon's VA admits the goal is to force every VA into joining the union.
Yeah, basically they want to do an entire union of different voice actors so that they can get together and they can basically bully and blackmail different gaming companies into making sure that things go the way that they actually work. The context here is the voice actors are a little bit gay and retarded. I don't mean to oversimplify it, but that's what's happening. They're making a union that'll be like, if you ever use AI, all the voice actors will quit. If you ever hire someone that's a bigot, all the voice actors will riot. You will have nothing left. This is so sad. And then they proceeded to woke around. They woke up on the wrong side of the bed, some would even go as far as to say. And now they're tasting shit. Unions are for communists, god damn it. That's extreme. Weird. They're eating shit. They're losing their jobs. I'm eating good. A lot of people ask me why I don't go into voice work, because obviously my voice acting is tremendous. You've heard the all 7 swing states. We've all known it. My voice acting is amazing. I didn't say it. Other people said it to me. They ask me why I don't do voice acting, and the answer is simple. Because they're all retards. Not all, but the majority. The majority of voice actors that I have met in person are retards. Yes, it's anecdotal, but I stand by it. And also, I make a lot more money. So, yeah, they really have no cards.
Doesn't even mention AI and calls us idiots for good measure.
Nice.
Yeah, and then also gets really mad at YouTubers and people who watch YouTube videos. So that'll be fun. But hey, look at that. The video in the post has actually been removed. Now it's got this post-awaiting moderator approval message. This being more of that alleged censorship, people again alleging that the defenders of the union are mass reporting these posts to try and get them removed, trying to get them censored. A top comment.
Yes, I sure love freedom of speech, specifically when it affects other people. Yeah, I love when I can use my power of freedom of speech to ban people that disagree with me. Oh, hell yeah, dude. Oh, hell yeah. These guys are really good. These guys are cooking. They're so good. Freedom of speech only when it applies to me. It works every time.
Been reading. I'm glad they make it very easy to choose who to support. Edit. Oh wow, that was fast. Post is down. Right.
Yeah, apparently they're going after YouTubers. Any YouTuber that criticizes them, they go on like this whole rampage talking about how they're like a threat to democracy and the industry and they're Nazis and Trump probably got involved. It is pretty great. It is pretty good. I love it. It's pretty awesome. Pretty awesome. Rules for thee, not for me. These people are ruining their careers in real time. They really think they can go up against me, against the YouTubers. Well, the more they shit and flail, the more content I get. So it's just a good day. It's a good day for retards and retard detectors. Subscribe, retard detectors. New retards to detect.
Fortunately, I thought that might happen as it's been a bit of a recurring theme over there lately. And so I recorded the video that was posted just in case that happened. And yeah, we're good to go.
All right.
So let's take a look, shall we?
Okay, here's the thing.
So this is apparently the voice actor for Paimon, the little floaty around little bitch in Genshin Impact. You know what I'm talking about? So this is the voice actors going out and making TikToks, attacking YouTubers that are criticizing them. They have stepped into my battleground now. I know her. She's insufferable. Okay, my chat is my whole chat is spamming. Retard radar is malfunctioning. Yeah, she has crazy eyes. It's over.
If voice actors, both non-union and union, in a video
that's
game
what she
want a
sounds
game
like,
to go
right?
union,
Wow, her voice is insufferable. This might be one of the most insufferable voices I've ever heard. It's crazy that you managed to find a niche. Anyway.
the game's a union. Nobody else's opinion.
If I decide it to be so, then it should be so. My opinion is what matters. Yours does not. And that's why Kamala Harris is the president of the United States.
In a video game want a game to go union.
Move
the game's
second,
good.
crazy.
Nobody else's opinion matters.
Nice.
That's it.
I get freedom of speech. You don't get freedom of speech. Stop
Shit,
talking.
what if that doesn't seem to
I'm
do
gonna
with it
sue
healing?
you. Retard detected.
Yeah, damn.
All 7 swing retards came out swinging for this goddamn video. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Trump's gonna win again. Trump third term is actually it's happening. The more these people pop out of the woodworks, the more likely.
And YouTubers don't know anything.
Yay! Like me. YouTubers are idiots. They criticize me and they're dumb and retarded and fools. Oh, did I say retarded? I meant to say the R word. YouTubers are dumb and annoying
That took me so long to
make
decide
so much more money than me
something.
and are logical and literally have uses that aren't gonna get replaced by AI very soon, and I hate them. I hate them. Oh god.
YouTubers don't know anything. They're not voice actors.
Speak for yourself. I've voice acted. You have any idea how many people wanted me to voice act in different projects? I get emails to voice act in projects all the time. Just a lot of those opportunities need me to fly to Texas to do it. And I'm not flying to Texas to voice act, okay? Sorry, not trying to flex or anything, but the tard keeps tarding.
They've never been in my industry. They don't know what my industry is about. They don't know anything about
Wow, I do know exactly what her industry is about. She's trying so hard to flex. This type of posturing only works on the lowest levels of subtard. Only a subtard would see this and be like, holy shit, she's cooking.
They don't know anything about being an
so good at
union
this.
actor either.
I only heard ree.
Oh, that's a lot of damage.
Yeah, anyway, it was a good attempt. I appreciate it. Her argument is YouTubers dumb, their criticism invalid. We're gonna fuck up this industry ourselves.
Okay, let's pause already and
Wow.
Holy smokes. Okay.
Yeah, the angry elf had things to say.
First thing I'd like to mention is the argument about if the voice actors want the project to
You
go
really
union, it should
smashed
go
this
union.
down.
No one else's opinion matters.
Yeah, that's retarded.
That thing. It comes
Yeah,
off
6
really
seals.
self-centered to me because there's a lot of other labor, a lot of other.
She thinks that voice acting is the most important part of a game, and she thinks that if the voice actors revolt, then the game couldn't continue. And she doesn't know how wrong she is. I don't think she realizes something. Speaking of YouTubers,
Got 'em.
I'm gonna throw something out here.
Cooked
That,
'em.
I'm gonna put something into the conversation
Smash some
zeitgeist, and I am excited to see what you guys have to say about my opinion.
The enemy.
All right, so get ready to hear my thoughts. It's gonna change your worldview. If video game companies decided to do away with traditional voice actors and just got loved YouTubers to voice act for free, they would get an entire roster of recognizable voices that would unironically contribute so much more to the actual game than the actual fucking voice actors that think that they're worth shit. Now, again, voice acting is a skill. There are definitely a lot of very skilled voice actors out there. I'm not doubting the skill of many voice actors.
What were they aiming
but
at?
without a shadow of a doubt, if a game would decide to gut voice actors entirely and replace them with AI
Got
and
'em.
YouTubers, unironically, the game would make more money. I'm not saying that voice actors aren't more skilled than YouTubers. Of course they are. Voice acting is it is difficult. It's like acting. It is a form of acting for sure. It is definitely useful. But if you think, without a shadow of a doubt, they can't replace all of you like this, you're so wrong. The visuals, the gameplay, the writing is all so much more important and irreplaceable than the voice actors. They really think that they have the community by the balls, when in reality, all they are is just giving the community and the gaming companies one more reason to replace them with AI. This bitching and whining shit, yeah, AI would not do that. So all the bitching and whining, all you're doing is pushing yourself off a cliff a little bit faster. Unironically, not trying to make enemies here, just trying to say the truth. Anyway,
There's a lot of other people who work on the game. Lots of developers, artists, etc., etc. And what if any of them have a concern with how a specific union's contract, even if it's a voice actor union, may negatively impact the game, which can absolutely then impact their livelihoods?
Also, like, let's be honest for a second. This is a Chinese game. Genshin Impact is Chinese. You think they give a shit about the rights of American voice actors? what are we even talking about? China, I love China very much. They care so much about American voice actors.
I would say that their opinion also does matter. Like, the whole project is not just, oh, voice actors, and we're the only people that matter on this thing. And the player's opinion also matters too, because the players directly influence how well the game does or doesn't do. And in this case, when various people are, for example, saying that they don't...
Obviously, the only thing that the game cares about is selling copies. And if replacing voice actors won't necessarily impact the copies sold, they will replace voice actors like this, especially if they're bad bitch annoying as voice actors. Then, without a doubt, they will get rid of it. Like, without a shadow
I tried to
of a doubt.
fucking use it properly, but I couldn't.
Again, there are voice actors, obviously, that aren't annoying bitch fucks, without a doubt, obviously. I'm not trying to flame everyone in this entire community together, but, like, if you actually think about this rationally, this is not helping your cause at all. These public spasms, autistic meltdowns, that shit's gonna destroy you, because no company wants to deal with that.
Certain characters anymore, aka the game's making less money because they don't like how some of those voice actors have been acting, and they don't want to wish for a character that said voice actor does the role for. Well, that can negatively impact the player experience and also the labor of the people working on the game. In some cases, the player concern is a different one, simply that some of these characters had voices and now they haven't had voices for a number of months or so. And for those people, it's also leading to a negative player experience. And once again, that can negatively impact the game at large.
Absolutely. But if you make a game without voice actors but with AI, that won't give the players that negative experience. Now, I'm not saying that AI is as good as voice actors, and I don't know. I'm not going to sit here and say it's ethical and all that. I don't actually want to talk about the ethics of it at all. I want to talk about the realistic reality that we're living in, that these people can be replaced, and it will not negatively affect the game.
Harming many more people than just voice actors. And so all of these various people have a right to be concerned with a contract or action taken by SAG or some other group that can negatively impact the game. And yes, their opinion matters. That's just what I think, though. Let me know what you think in the comments, and continuing.
All right.
YouTubers don't know anything.
Yeah.
YouTubers don't know anything. They're not voice actors.
Well, some are.
In my industry, they don't know what my industry is.
They know exactly what your industry is like, okay? But only voice actors could know about the voice acting industry. Like, what are we talking about?
They don't know anything about SAG. They don't know anything about being a
Can't believe it.
Stop telling me to go to liars. Liars.
Liars like me. I'm one of the liars. That's me. Classic lying libtard lib liar. That's me. Yep, just sitting here lying around.
Are paid to lie to you. Also, I'm sorry. They have more incentive to lie. They have more incentive to lie.
Do I get a
What are
free
you
seal smash?
talking about? The only person with incentive to lie is the person with no reputation based on their opinions. You are a voice.
That counted as
a
one.
voice that says things that smarter people write for you. You could lie as much as you want. if I were to lie in all of my videos and just completely be proven to be a liar, retard, idiot, dumb fuck every single time, people wouldn't watch my videos. The reason why people watch my videos is because it turns out I'm right almost every single time I have an opinion. And people jive with the fact that I am brutally honest about certain things, like the fact that you are fucking your own career and the career of everyone around you right now. The reason why people watch me is because I am not a known proven liar in everything that I say. I mean, then again, this logic doesn't always work. Candace Owens still has a career despite saying that the Jews are mind-controlling Trump. But, you know, the point that I'm trying to make is there is an incentive to lie. The incentive is telling the truth.
It's like you fall for their shit and they get paid for that.
Oh my god, all the people in my audience, you guys are just idiots falling for my shit. Unlike her, she is the voice of a reason. She is the voice of a reason in this conflict. Oh, spitting facts.
Hello? God forbid. I want my industry to actually, like, I don't know, function.
Nice.
And then
Function.
Good.
Yeah, you don't give a shit about the gaming industry, okay? You only care about yourself.
everybody gets paid and everybody gets
Everybody means me.
healthcare.
Yeah, so calling.
Yeah, she only cares about her own healthcare. Like, she's
Uh-oh.
not sitting here fighting for the industry. She is not a hero. She is not doing this empathetically for other people. She's not doing it for the love of art. She's doing it because she wants this shit. And she's terrified that her career is dying, which it is.
People who disagree with the actions that have been going on from the SAG-AFTRA VAs, like idiots and liars, is probably not going to help things. Might actually make things worse, really. I also don't know what Corinne is referring to specifically about all these lies on YouTube anyways. To be fair,
she doesn't actually prove anything, and she doesn't need to prove anything. She just needs to go out there, turn on her TikTok, and start yelling and screaming at YouTubers being the bad guys and liars. And that is the move. Rinse and repeat. When you have nothing of substance to say, don't say anything of substance.
Oh shit!
Fair, Corinne wasn't specifically referring to me. But regardless, in my videos, I'm basically just taking a look at what these VAs are doing on places like Twitter and Blue Sky, and then what the general reception is to it all on places like Genshin Impact. Which, spoiler alert, we will also be doing in this video.
Yay! Yay! The retards are swelling. They're gathering together, all the retards. Gathering to the honeycomb. Titillating each other for some bread and future.
Thing that Corinne has to say here. So once again, let's continue. I think there's only like 30 seconds or so left.
Nice.
Did you know that, like, once things become union, people get paid a lot more? So people are like, oh, but...
Tell that to school teachers who have the biggest union on the planet and are paid like shit. Oh my god, no way, no way. True, because in communism, everybody wins.
You know, then there's no union have to join the union, but yeah, they'll be able to.
I'm cooked, chat. I'm losing. I'm so bad at this game.
Also, there are options.
This is crazy. I can't believe this. Oh my god, no wonder why she's having this massive crash out. Holy shit. Oh my god. And now she's suing Tectone? Makes sense.
That the union has to help pay for those things. There are options to help people pay for the union dues within SAG, but you don't know that. Oh my god, it's almost like
everyone knows exactly what unions are, bro. No one's being blindsided by your information, okay? You think just because you can say something with no eyebrows, I'm gonna believe you? God damn it.
Yay, I'm only 2 down.
So smug and condescending. Ah yes, voice actors. You see, honestly, if we actually wanted people to advise the government on how to operate, specifically militarily, in military conflict, I would go to the voice actors. Yep.
And neither are those YouTubers. But
well, except a lot of the YouTubers actually are voice actors. Not that it matters, because unions and voice acting works like unions and literally everything else.
Well,
is that both non-union actors and union actors in a video game want it to go union and have wanted it to go union for a long time.
And
so nobody else
so why should I care? You're trying to prove to me why I care? I don't know why you have not. You have yet to explain to me why I should give a shit that you want to go union. I mean, no
oh shit, that
offense,
literally killed my own seal.
You are doing all of that all by yourself. But can you explain to me why I should care?
Forgettable defeat.
That is super fucking wrong anyway. Matters. Hope this helps.
Hope this helps.
Hope this helps. Yeah, lady, you just cured my cancer. It did help, though, to be honest. I mean, I'm making thousands of dollars on YouTube videos making fun of retards, so the help does not go unnoticed. But god damn, she might be one of the most unlikable fucks I've ever seen in my life. It's amazing.
Well, let me know what you guys think about that. Do you think that video is going to help things? And check this out, because we've actually got a little bit of a plot twist. Perhaps this makes things better, or perhaps it even makes them worse. Because as we went over, that video was posted to Reddit 2 hours ago, but then I went over to Karina's TikTok and found it over there. It turns out that video was actually from March 14th. The pivot. Now, interestingly enough, I did make a video back on March 9th. titled English Voice Actors Are in Serious Trouble, because someone tagged me to a YouTube short made by the YouTuber Darkos88,
Alright.
in which Darkos88 was reposting some things that Karina had allegedly said, including right here, as you can see, tell Hoyo to sign the SAG interim contract and all the VAs will come back no problem. And he got a number of comments from people explaining why they don't support the strike and why they don't think people should try and force Hoyo to sign my video covering those comments.
No one's forcing Hoyo to do anything. They're a Chinese company, bro.
And talking about some other issues that people have with the contract on places like Genshin Twitter. I also went over some news articles about some of the actions that the SAG after members have been taking and trying to drum up public support for the union. Here's where things get a little more complicated, and take this with a grain of salt because my focus was on the comments people were making, like the Genshin community's opinion on this stuff at large, not Darkos88 specifically, but this is relevant to the video that Karina made, perhaps. Because according to my recollection, loosely looking into this, maybe someone can go into more detail in the comments.
I love this.
I think Darkos88 made a follow-up video after reading the comments he got on his video.
Dude, people are losing the plot. I think people don't understand. Oh my god. People don't understand even the basics here of consumerism. Consumers don't actually care so much. They just want to consume. You will never convince consumers that you should deserve more things when consumers just want to fucking consume. And these people are trying so hard to appeal to like this emotional core that just isn't there.
Where he's basically said like he was sorry for not looking into things further and he can understand the reasons that people have for criticizing SAG-AFTRA, and that he essentially shouldn't have just like blindly sided with Karina trying to get people to sign the agreement. At some point, it looks like Karina actually got mad at Darkos and like specifically called him out. This led to Darkos deleting a video or something, so it's a bit hard to look into going back. And again, I wasn't really following this anyways. Now some stuff's been deleted, so I'm really not 100% sure about all this. Take it with a grain of salt, as you mentioned. But the point being, perhaps the video that Karina made that we just watched.
This is unbelievable. This is like, they really think that if they virtue signal enough, people are actually going to care about the shit that they go through? Again, I care about what she goes through the same way I care about what anyone goes through. Okay, realistically, the people that are making calculators are not making as much money anymore because now we have calculators on our phones.
No, I got
like, what do you want me to say? Do you want me to sit here, tear my clothes, and cry and weep about the poor calculator manufacturing companies that aren't making money anymore because people just have phones now? Like, realistically, I'm sorry for your trouble, but I don't care enough to make a difference. Hope this helps.
Watch from March 12 was only referencing Darkos88's video and not mine, or perhaps both, who knows. Just trying to put the pieces of the puzzle together. Regardless, there's been so much occurring since then regarding the backlash that SAG-AFTRA VAs have been getting for the treatment of Jacob Takanashi. People also criticizing Karina as a hypocrite, as also being a scab for continuing to work on Genshin Impact. I've now got 4 more videos on all this stuff. This will be the 5th video.
Oh my god,
and
it's
plenty of other people on YouTube have also been covering.
Yeah, I'm just kind of getting involved now. There was way too much Trump stuff to actually even look at this. Like, the news was so crazy. But, like, watching these people have these meltdowns, like, straight-up meltdowns, it's glorious. Dude, these games would still be played without actual voice actors. They're out there protesting to their largest degree. No one, it's not mattering. And China doesn't care either.
And stuff going on too. So you can only imagine if Karina had all that to say back on March 12th, what a more current take would be like. With that said, let's hop over to our Genshin Impact on the post about that video and see what people are saying about it. We can see top comments reading LMAO. There's turning people.
Oh my god, even the people on Reddit, they lost the Redditors. It's over. It's over. They were literally the only people they could appeal to. They lost the Redditors.
Opinion against them or what? Crackhead theories. Karina is secretly being paid off by Hoyo to make SAG look bad. Sarcasm. Another top comment.
Yeah, true. What if she was just a giant psyop? What if she was a gigantic psyop, bro? She was psychologically manipulating people into thinking all voice actors are retards.
Please replace her. And similarly, right below that, this one reading, okay, yeah, Paimon needs a new voice. This ain't it anymore. I can't see Paimon without associating Paimon to her stupidity.
There is no way it backfired this badly. She wanted to argue for the rights of voice actors, and now everyone's boycotting to get rid of the current voice actors. Oh my god, dude. She went so communist, she lost Reddit. Oh god, it's so good, man. It's so good.
The fact that in-game Paimon is not as stupid as her says a lot. The bar is so low, it's basically underground. Paimon can't read the room and can be quite rude, but she's not a crash out. Plus, she shows real concerns. Paimon does not approve of this. The next one reading, where does this idiot get this confidence? She thinks they won't fire her because she has medical issues. You cannot use your medical issues as a shield to be a complete nincompoop.
Again, it's part of that same pity partying, shit flinging bullshit that everyone does. That's what they do. They sit there and they fling their poop around. I have this problem and that problem and this weakness and that weakness, and I'm gay and I'm trans and I'm bi and I'm autistic and I'm disabled and I'm a minority and life's against me and my dad abused me. And because of all of these things that I've collected, infinite victim cards, I am invincible now, and you should absolutely, without a shadow of a doubt, support me in things that are not related to anything whatsoever. I need your money and your support, and I will get that support because of all that shit that happened. Guys, you lost the election. You lost the people. No one cares anymore. Sorry about your safe space.
They cooked.
You're getting so
They
cooked.
cooked me there.
And if your medical issues are so serious, why do you keep drawing so much negative press? You're not special. You cannot use your medical issues to keep you hired. Where does this idiot get this confidence?
Welcome to Wokeness 101. It is a bunch of people playing the Victimhood Olympics where they sit with each other and they fearmonger and they talk about why their weaknesses are what makes them strong, and then they feel like the rest of the world needs to cave to their inverse hierarchy of bullshit and somehow support them in ways that they never earned that support. I am not a racist at all. I support everyone equally, and they need to earn that support to get it. If they're not going to earn that support, they're just not going to get it. And quite frankly, I don't care what race you are. I don't give a shit if you're gay or trans or lesbian, or if you're, you know, come from a divorced home. If you're an asshole, I'm going to probably treat you like an asshole. Not going to try to get mean here or anything, but I love everyone equally. I have no enemies. But you are doing this to yourself. You are doing this to yourself.
The fact
what are her medical issues? It doesn't matter. Again, I'm sure it matters to her, and I hope she's well and healthy and stuff, but that's not going to make people suddenly care about her struggles and getting paid more as a voice actress.
Karina had no
So good at
consequences
this
from all
game.
the past controversies.
Previous round didn't happen. I'm the
Karina
goat.
wasn't being paid by Formosa. You can't fire her because she is a victim and has a disability. Her words and her VA click, not mine.
It's
What
stupid.
if they just don't want to join the union? But everyone wants to join the union because everyone is in the US and only the US matters, like OMG.
Oh my god, guys, don't believe those dirty YouTubers!
Room, guys, and don't believe those dirty YouTubers, like, oh my gosh, guys. Yeah, how dare those YouTubers talk about these comments.
YouTubers having opinions? God forbid.
Man, I hate when a
The
YouTuber has.
nerve that they have. The issue is that they have constantly misrepresented their point as something that it never truly was. It
Where
was just
the
about
fuck
control, but they
is
couldn't
my
say that. So they left it for us to
Yep.
ask about.
Yep.
When we did, many of them crashed out because the answer's trash, and they know it.
Kill people.
This isn't even mentioning that
Nux,
no
please don't do that voice again. Oh, I was just mimicking Paimon voice actress.
I was listening to
union
Spider-Man.
actor should have been on the project to begin with, according to the Global One rule
do
thing.
that.
Or that they have been bullying a coworker because he got a role he might not have known he was auditioning for.
Surprising.
This also ignores that AI protection is an empty point because SAG-AFTRA literally partnered with some. Okay, team,
About
we're
to hit.
starting to lose favor with the public, and we're losing
Game.
fast. How can we improve our image? Paimon, don't worry, gang, I got this. Narrator,
She didn't get it.
Okay,
She
let me
didn't
know what
get
you
it.
think about all that Paimon stuff in the comments.
Oh, I am
Moving
fighting
on, we're
actual
going to
people as well.
one more post from Boijing
All right.
with more comments from the Chinese community
Oh,
about
let's go.
all
Oh, I'm
this stuff.
cooked.
Or more specifically, the CN reaction to the
And then China gets involved, and they're just like, simply put, I don't give a fuck, asshole.
in reaction to the CN reaction, the N reaction, the CN reaction, the A drama, excuse me. Dang, this is getting confusing. Translated Chinese comments
All
reading,
right.
CN Paimon is a cute little angel, JP Paimon is a cute Sukomi, KR Paimon is our cute buddy, and Ian Paimon is a screaming rat.
Not only in personality, but a little bit in looks as well. Damn, she really got that trifecta going on. Holy shit.
This is so accurate, my guy. A rat that is getting branded with hot iron. Grilled rat.
Bro?
By the way, these
Okay,
comments...
that's extreme. Oh my god. China, China. We love China. Everyone in China loves me. We love China. They should have had the art of the deal.
Are from Billy. Should have mentioned that a moment ago. Continuing. To my Ian bros, we're not familiar with what's been going on over here about the mass deleting of your posts. How can we help? Also, remember that Hoyoverse has a platform called Hoyo Lab, right? Do Ian bros also not like to chat on Hoyo-made platforms?
Dude, I love how people in China are like looking at the bullshit that goes on with like American woke politics, and they're just like, nah, bro, what the fuck is happening there?
Suddenly realized if Paimon's story is going to become depressive in the future, what if we can't empathize with her because her English VA?
Chinese people are starting to dislike the character because the voice actress in America is insufferable. Bro.
Would really make her English days actions unforgivable. I really hope they recast her VA. It's kind of relating to the points I was mentioning way earlier in the video about how these things can negatively impact the game. Continuing. Paimon's ENVA is truly evil to listen to.
Double
Every time
shield
I watch
smash.
her playthrough clips with
Fuck
Ian Dub
that.
and hear her talk, I get a headache.
Evil to listen to. Just hearing her is like embracing Satan.
Oh, and the text on the left this time too reads, "The indifference is already happening. The final boss Paimon theory is super popular in EN community, and the core reason why is because of her VO quality is worse than the other languages, and it makes her less likable. Not to mention her VA's actions previously in the game when Paimon told us that we need to earn more money to keep her fed. CN, JP, KR were all like, aw, while EN players were disliking her for that line. My favorite Genji
because it's bitchy.
He is Murder of Birds, Twitch/YouTube streamer, so I listen to Ian Dub second most to CN Dub. I really do think that a lot of Ian Dubs are really good, like Freenuk, Navia, Arle. I even used Ian Dub for a while just for Navia. Now I think that the Ian Dub fans are having it really rough. Everything's just so messy now. Fontaine.
Yeah, because we have a thing called woke politics. It's pretty great. It's a little thing called woke politics, and it turns out that it gives people power that they think they have, but they don't have that power. They just think they have power. They're little pieces being moved around by a giant media machine that is so much more powerful than them. They really think that just because the media tells them they're strong and special, they're actually strong and special. This is truly retard detected on a glorious, magnanimous level.
Ian Dub is the best. Global players agree too. I was
I
looking
evened
forward
it
to
out.
future Ian Dubs at the time.
Don't forget
Such a
that.
shame that
Like,
everything
we
blew up
need
after
to play.
Fontaine.
We go, we go.
Hey, I was the one who suggested that Hoyo can use British VAs in the last post. Very happy to see that it got
They're just gonna be like, all right, you know what? No more dealing with America. We're going to England.
Sorry for French users catching astray. I was using Britain as an example of an accent that I prefer more than US accent. French is quite common globally.
damages.
I do wish Hoyo
Also-
to have French dub if it's possible too. Finally, I welcome everyone who's been missing out the game experience because of the ENVA strike to try out the CN dub. Who knows? Maybe you'll like it. After this video gets shipped back, I wish the EN travelers can see me. Here you go. I also
Dude,
really want to see French.
even China is like, holy shit, these people are insufferable. Do they not realize they lost the plot completely? How could they have lost the plot so much that they've made enemies of people that don't even understand their language, that hate their voice acting?
It's crazy.
French, German, and Spanish dubs. Going off track for a second, if my comment gets shipped, it is. I want to ask our Ian friends if they see the Paimon singing event where she hums a song and we had to guess what it was. I think it was when the Stellar Moments Volume 3 album came out. She was so cute. I just want to praise CN Paimon lol. Bro, what is this reaction?
I'm cooked.
We might
I'm
as well
cooked.
keep up this EN-CN
Oh my
communication.
God,
I don't
dude.
even have to use a VPN.
Bro, they're cooking.
It's pretty interesting, don't you
this
think?
is
It's like throwing
crazy.
paper notes to each other over the wall. Only the OP/content creator needs to bear the weight of finding these posts, translating these posts, and making videos about it. I'm not a professional, but I was pretty interested in the 2 legal-related questions I used. DeepSeek to get an answer, see below. We're gonna skip that part because I'm running out of time, but you're welcome to screenshot
Yeah, no,
that
I don't care, man.
if you like and take a look. And then finally, we've got this one that reads, I wonder if this video will get shipped to Reddit again. I haven't finished watching this video yet. I just want to say,
Trace's attack.
let's go
Yeah.
America.
Yeah, America! This is the emoji combination for fuck yeah, America. That's what that means, in case you're unaware. I can't speak emoji. But yeah, baby! They cooking, it's over. Like, dude, they really thought they had something there with that little Paimon voice actor riot. They really thought that they were able to woke so close to the sun that their wings of woke wouldn't melt and fall down to earth.
Basically, I think is what that means. So yeah, pretty fun stuff. Well, let me know also what you guys think about those comments. And shouts out to the CN Bros. And again, thanks to Boijing on
Bro.
Reddit for getting those comments, compiling them, and translating them. Appreciate it. I also appreciate you guys tuning into my ongoing coverage.
Hell
If you
yeah,
also
dude.
enjoyed this.
Yeah, check out Hero Hey if you want more details on this entire massive
Hit it.
voice actress falling apart drama. Look, in my opinion, anything that wokes too close to the sun is eventually gonna dry up and fall to earth. We eat eagles and crap freedom in America, and in a world with free markets, as God intended, we don't have to put up with your shit, to be honest. You have the freedom of speech, and I have the freedom to not listen and hire someone else. And a lot of people are going to be learning this lesson really soon. We are past the age of emotional blackmail. We are past the era of companies trying to cancel you for not being woke enough. We have entered a new era. I am the culture, and you
It's the
are
culture.
the little fringe bitch that's going to be left behind. Thank you so much for being here. I hope you enjoyed. This was another take on retards. Retard detected extravaganza. It's crazy. Here on vacation, still finding retards on the daily to, you know, have a good time, making fun of. Thank you, God, for these retards, and stay weird, fam. Appreciate y'all. Bye. Like, subscribe, and this video was streamed live on kick.com/Nuxanor. See you there. Stay weird, fam. People people that are embarrassment to your country, and red-blooded Americans, welcome back to another video. Today we're talking about a scumbag IRL live streamer facing 24 years of prison in the Philippines. We are not talking about Johnny Somali, even though he is also one of those legendary tards. A tard of legend, some would even go as far as to call him. But today we are talking specifically about Vitaly. I've covered him in the past. Dude's cooked. It's over. He's getting 24 years in prison. This is the craziest thing ever. Like, this is unironically the craziest thing ever. It's wild, and I am ready. I'm ready. I love the idea of scumbag IRL streamers going to countries to just make a mess over there. I love seeing them face consequences. It's so right. It's so right.
This scumbag IRL influencer can now be facing up to multiple decades in prison in the
bye, smug asshole, bye.
Philippines, all because he live streamed himself harassing strangers in the street, mall security guards, and stealing multiple items, including a mall security bike. Obviously, we're talking about the case surrounding Vitaly, who's an American-Russian YouTuber who was one of the largest prank channels back in the day. So unfortunately,
this dude has 10 million subscribers and 24 years in prison. Was it worth it, guys? I ask you, was it worth it, guys?
Wait, I meant to...
Was it worth it, guys? Oh my god.
Lost his mind and ended up serving some time due to horrifically attacking a jogger in Miami.
Oh yeah, that was another story that people don't seem to remember for some reason. He attacked a jogger in Miami. Like, not just attacked, like, he beat the shit out of her. I know I shouldn't be laughing, but this guy has a platform, goddammit, for some reason. What are we doing? Oh god.
Recently, he came back to
Why? Because he was on drugs and he's a retard. Why? And I'm loving that he's actually facing consequences. Oh, Vitaly. Vitaly and a soon-to-be very stretched Russian butthole.
And he's came back to the internet a few times, but in the most recent time, he decided to come back to the internet and essentially be a knockoff Johnny Somali for some
He's trying so hard. I can't believe he loves the coverage that I give Johnny Somali, and he's like, oh my god, I could be this. I could be a retard on the Nuxanor channel. They're trying so hard to get a place in line to be a retard over here, but you know.
For some reason, and in his comeback, he was definitely not wise when it comes to picking the country to be a nuisance in. The Philippines.
Yeah.
I don't know why you would ever.
Why would you go to a country with a brutal prison system and be a nuisance there? I like that Nux makes more money off them than they do. I also like that person in chat. I agree with you completely. Shout out to these people ruining their careers and going to prison all to give me money. I am the main character, and they are my NPCs. Bro is speedrunning to 1,000% cooked. It's crazy.
Ever want to come to the Philippines and go live with the title Disturbing the Peace in the Philippines, as that is probably one of the last countries I would ever want to have that title in my stream, let alone go around and harass people and then steal multiple items while live streaming yourself doing so. It's like the influencer version of Darwinism, and his actions are definitely catching up to him here now because he was just—
Bro is literally getting bred out. It's incredible. Oh my god, this dude out there, he was trying to have sex with women, and he's gonna end up getting fucked by so many men. Many men, so many men.
Walked out in front of the entire country.
They perp walked him. No, oh, god, they perp walked him. Oh, look at this guy. Oh god. Play Many Men by 50 Cent.
Yeah, the smirk he had.
Oh my god, smirk gone. He's so cooked. Darwin Awards. Give this man a freaking medal.
Arrested mugshot, that's completely gone. Dude, he was warned multiple times. He didn't care. He just openly embraced going to jail in the Philippines on his stream.
Yeah, he really thought he was going to make some good content. And little did he know, the good content was mine. Oh, God, thank you, retards.
And now he's in even more trouble than what I think he's ever been in his life. And that really, really sets the bar when you look at his situation that happened in Miami. Because if you have a horrific attack on your record and somehow you're in more trouble than what you were then, oh boy. So what are they charging them for?
I am a pretty ruthless guy myself. People in chat, people in my comments say that you've been a lot more ruthless lately, and I disagree. I've been a lot more based lately. I personally fully subscribe to the fuck around, find out mentality. I think it's fun, fantastic. I love a little thing called the consequences of one's actions. I fully support that. Yep. Yes, absolutely. And that includes Houthis getting bombed in Yemen by Trump, and that includes IRL streamers going to prison for being assholes. The Nux Fafo arc is going crazy.
Italy engaged in multiple disruptive and inappropriate acts, including attempting to kiss and grab him, trying to seize his service firearm, taking videos of him without consent, mocking other security guards, and vlogging without a permit in BGC.
Did they get him for running without a permit? No.
And vlogging without a permit in BGC.
Vlogging without a permit. Oh my god, they're throwing the book at him. Oh my god, they're throwing the book at him. Endless prison, 24 years. Goodbye, bro.
Also in Vitaly's.
Yes, I am not making this video, okay, just specifically because I'm trying to prove that I'm not racist and only going after black people when they pull shit in Korea. No, we are an equal opportunity retard detection channel. I am here literally on vacation with a laptop on a bed making fun of a retard right now. Okay, you have to understand, this is my passion. This is my love.
Nakita siyang sumasakay ng patrol motorcycle. Walang abiso.
Oh wow, there's just a whole plethora of charges here that can be disastrous for.
Yeah, no, this is crazy. Holy shit. I'm just sitting out here. I'm wearing shorts. Life's good. Vitaly's going to jail. More content for me.
They're also talking not just fully English, they're speaking tag-along with English, which I think they call Taglish. So I had to transcribe a lot of this to actually understand what is going on and then run it through ChatGPT and then have ChatGPT essentially tell me what they were saying.
All right.
So it's not fully spot on yet, but that's what happens when we're trying to break this news. So here we have, I guess, the charges against Vitaly, which aren't 100% set in stone from what I can tell. Because he just kind of threw out a lot of the things that happened that they're investigating him for. So first you have unjust vexation, which is engaging in behavior that caused annoyance and distress to others. Alarm and scandal, which
he did a lot of that, right? He was basically... He walked up to a random old lady on the street, okay? I don't know if you remember this from my previous video. You could check it out. I literally just made this video talking about what he actually did before going to jail. He walked up to a random old lady in the street and threatened to rob her as a joke. He threatened to mug an old woman as a prank, okay? Make retards again. I gotta make a red hat that says make retards again. Would you buy that hat if I made a hat that said that? Make retards again. I really want to promote this ideology of making fun of retards. We gotta bring back this whole public shaming thing. If people would know that they would get publicly shamed by the Nuxanor channel, I don't know if they would do this shit. So we got to do that. We have to.
Actions that disturb public peace and order. You had attempted theft, which was
he took security guards' guns. He took people's hats. He grabbed masks from stores. He did all sorts of crazy shit. He stole a fan. He went to a restaurant, took the fan out of a restaurant, and walked away. Just because you're a bad thief, it doesn't make you not a thief.
Trying to unlawfully take a security guard's firearm. That's a serious charge. Did this happen after my coverage? Did this happen after he was arrested? I don't remember that being on the stream.
I don't either, but I don't care. Throw the book at him. Give him, I don't know, man. You F around, you find out. I fully support this. What, you're gonna go to the Philippines, try to fuck shit up, and think that you're not gonna get charged for some of the shit you didn't do? Sorry, bro. Reopen the asylums. Send him out of there. Bye.
That I skimmed through. That is a serious charge. Then you have the 2 counts of theft if they go after him for taking the motorcycle and the industrial fan, and then also that face mask, but they return the face mask pretty quickly. So we'll see what they do there. Then you have the threatening to rob an old lady as well. But what I didn't know until now is apparently if you steal a motorcycle in the Philippines, you can actually get up to life in prison. And this
dude, oh my god. Oh, retards, thank you, retards, for giving me so much joy and pleasure. Oh, how I love retards. Oh, they give you fun, they give you joy. King David asked God, why did God create the retard? And honestly, King David, the answer is simple. We know why God created the retard. It's for our personal benefit. Retards do what others do not, and I respect it so much. In fact, there was a story with King David where he was captured by an enemy king, and he pretended to be a retard, and the king was like, oh my god, this isn't King David. King David's smart. This guy's a retard. And then he sent them out, and that's how King David escaped. So we know why God created retards. I'm just saying. Retards are incredible. Without retards, King David would not have escaped. So I'm just saying, retards are awesome. They've always been unjustly labeled as bitches, but no, I love retards.
This is all due to a newer and stricter law they put in place around.
I feel like that Nazi guy from Hellsing Ultimate that gave his whole speech. His whole speech about how I love war. War is wonderful. Blitzkriegs, Holocaust, I love all of it. I feel like that guy just talking about retards. I'm just saying. Nux content has never been better. It's never been better. I have decided to just go balls deep. Based arc.
Come on, Red 2016. Now, will he get life in prison? There's no way. But the fact that you would even go to a country and do something that can give you a maximum of life in prison is insane.
Yeah, he's insane. He's a retard, and we love him.
Seeing multiple locals say that he could be facing up to 24 years in prison, as it's up to 12 years for each of the counts of theft there. And that's just the theft cases alone. And then you have all these other charges up here as well. So will he get this amount of time? Probably not. But I don't think he's going to just leave the country next.
Yes! Oh, I love repercussions. See, guys, justice is awesome. A lot of people think that justice is just there to stop people from living their freedom. Those people are anarchists, and they're another subset of retards that we're not talking about now. Justice is great, because with justice, you could prevent so many unbelievable shits if you know that there's consequences to your actions. If you shoot a missile at an American boat, Trump would bomb the fuck out of you. And you know, you might not shoot more missiles at American boats. Houthis no longer in one piece. I'm just saying, man.
Weak, to put it lightly. It seems like they very much...
I love retards. I love the autists. I adore the brain damage, the mentally deficient. They bring me so much joy.
So want to charge him. So then they go on to say that the charges also stem from incidents where Vitaly is seen grabbing a security guard's hat, attempting to seize another guard's firearm, and threatening to rob a woman in Bonifacio Global C.
Yeah, I'm still shocked he actually did that last one. Like the other ones, like he was obviously trying to be cool, but this one, like he just terrified a random old woman. Like what the fuck, man?
Now, Secretary Ramola, who is the guy that essentially had him perp walked out there in front of the whole country, now he said that Vitaly will not be deported immediately, but will remain in the Bureau Detention Facility to face the charges filed against him. He also emphasized that no special treatment will be given, stating that we're done with foreigners who only insult Filipinos.
God, so based. Every country needs to adopt this shit. You can't have foreigners coming into your country and just fucking it up. Oh my god.
This is an example that we are serious here in our country, and we won't let them belittle us. And they also stated that authorities are seeking Vitaly's cameraman, who may also face charges for enabling a commission of crime. This is a stark contrast from what we've seen Japan do with Johnny Somali, and now maybe even South Korea with Johnny Somali, as they seem to be playing way more softball with him.
Yeah, but the craziest thing is, dog, this guy went to the Philippines. He didn't go to South Korea or Japan. He went to the Philippines. Oh my god. He's an idiot. Philippine prison is brutal. It's notoriously brutal. What's next? He's gonna go to Singapore? Try to litter in public? Like, bro's gonna get caned. Okay, that would be great content. I think you should go to... I think you absolutely should go to Singapore. Next stop.
Oh, no. There. In the Philippines, they're not messing around. No. They had him perp walk down in front of the whole country within a week of arrest.
Bro should have done research before going to terrorize a country. Like, you should have at least terrorized a country that's not gonna beat the shit out of it. But then again, retards don't research, do they? See, retards are perfect creations. God created the retards, and I approve. I love God. Thank you, God. By the way, I had someone in my comments saying, why do I say the Lord's name in vain? I don't. I am Jewish, and that is not God's name. It is a term that is used to describe God, but it is not the name of God. So just clearing that up.
Within the week of him doing it, they arrested him right away. They arrested him 2 days after my video on him. They arrested him on the 3rd of April. Now on the 7th of April, they're having him perp walked out in front of the entire country saying, hey, we're going to make an example out of this guy. This is not okay. This is crazy. Why, as an influencer, would you ever go mess around and do this kind of content?
To give me content. To give me content. That's right. That's why it's happened. It happens for me. I am the main character. The world rotates around me. By the way, I started watching the Orb anime like you guys suggested, and shit's peak. I'm not gonna lie.
Especially not in your home country. Fair enough, if you actually understand the laws of the place that you're in. But still, please, never do stuff like this, because, again, I want to live in a world where I can walk around in public without having to worry about being harassed by an IRL streamer. Is that so much to ask for? And I feel like everyone in the world deserves that very basic right. If you're out in public, you shouldn't have some IRL streamer harassing you to try to get some sort of reaction so they can monetize it for their live stream.
Oh my god, Atozi, you don't believe in freedom of speech now? Oh my god, all these YouTubers against free speech? I love it so much because people think harassment is protected by freedom of speech right now. It's so awesome, bro. I love retards. They're so good. Their arguments, they're retarded. They just exist to give me more fuel to make fun of more of them. That's the content. Subscribe for the more 100% fucked retard challenge.
It's just not acceptable. But continuing, it says Vitaly's actions have drawn significant criticism and authorities are committed to ensuring accountability for his conduct in the Philippines. Here's a little snippet where he says that Vitaly has to take accountability for his own content.
People have to take responsibility for the content they create.
Yeah, I take responsibility. I take responsibility for the content I create. I make fun of a lot of retards, and I do it for society, but mostly for myself.
It is not a license to shame or to hurt anyone.
True!
On social media ay may kaakibat na responsibilidad.
But then Vitaly gets in trouble during the press conference because for some reason the dude just can't stay serious even though his freedom is literally on the line.
Oh my god, there's no way. He sees the camera on him and he goes into content mode in the court. There's no way. Oh god.
Bro's freedom is literally at stake. And speaking of, he's also now banned from Kick.com. So that stake deal is gone. He is officially...
Yeah, he's broke, lonely, and lame. Wow. No lube. Straight to jail. Do not pass go. Do not pick up lube.
Been 404 as he was so worried about becoming.
Before we give our next question, may I just remind Mr. Vitaly to respect the secretary while he is speaking and not say anything or gesture anything that is out of the ordinary. Thank you so much.
There is no way they needed a lady to take the microphone and say, oh, by the way, can we just remind Vitaly the retard to please not give the middle finger to the prosecutor while he's talking, sir, and not talk shit in court, please?
So may we call on Mr. Rambo from DZXL?
Oh boy, that is the stare of a man who wants to put you under the prison. Vitaly is in for a rough time. Who would have known that harassing people and just making an absolute fool out of yourself and I guess the platform that you represent would get you banned? I feel like it's pretty obvious, but I guess people need to be made examples of so others will learn. No one wants this.
Yeah. A lot of people ask me what I think the purpose of prison is. Prison, it's a very philosophical question. Is it A, a punishment for one's actions, or B, is it incentive for other people to not commit those crimes? I firmly believe it is both of those things. Make an example of the retard so the other retards can cower. It is both of these things. Justice is beautiful. I love justice.
Who wants this? Because Kick does not want to...
It's so weird. I'm like in this weird balance. I love justice and I love chaos. I especially love when chaos faces justice. Sorry, that was a little chaos-gasm.
Risk being banned in a whole country. So they're just gonna quickly ban and get rid of whatever streamer that causes a commotion like that.
Of course
not.
Journalists obviously they're not gonna do that. Gallows! Public flogging! No, I'm kidding. That was a joke. I don't want any of that to happen. But...
As if Vitaly is allowed to speak.
Good morning, Secretary Jess Cruzat from ABS-CBN News. I may ask if Mr. Vitaly is allowed to speak.
No, not today.
No! Can Vitaly speak? No. What do you think this is, America? Do you think this guy has freedom of speech in the Philippines? No. No, he's an asshole. Bring back the stockades. The crowd will throw tomatoes at the tard. Oh my god, this guy's so based. Look at him, he's like, what? No! No! Oh my god! Oh, he's eating it.
Okay. I mean, you could see Vitaly's disappointment there. This is such an insane situation that's just so incredibly self-inflicted, like so many...
And entertaining.
The other stories that we cover. Why would you ever do this to yourself and to other people? But something I was not expecting was being credited by the police.
What? That's awesome.
Finding out about this? Because here a day ago, the Taguig City Police Station posted criminal charges filed against YouTuber Vitaly over viral VGC incident. The Taguig Police Station has taken swift and divisive action in response against a viral video involving Russian-American YouTuber Vitaly, who is now facing multiple criminal complaints following an incident at Bonifacio Global City that drew widespread public outrage. Authorities immediately launched an investigation after receiving reports from local residents and security personnel who allegedly harassed the foreign content creator. Police gathered statements, reviewed complaints before the city's prosecutor's office on April 3rd, 2025. They also coordinated with hotel management and local establishments in the area to secure evidence and ensure accountability. The incident stemmed from a video posted on April 1st, 2025 by the YouTube channel Atozy.
That's so awesome. Hell yeah, Tozy. Hell yeah.
Hell streamer destroys his life in the Philippines.
Keeping the tards away.
Life. That title aged very well now. Was not expecting to see my video in an official police statement though. I just saw his live stream and I was like, there's no way this guy's this stupid to be doing that there. So I made a video on it. The video, which has reached over 600,000 views, shows Vitaly aggressively approaching and filming people in the street in Taguig. Vitaly, 32, was reportedly staying in a hotel in Fort Bonifacio during the visit. On March 31st, around 11 a.m., he was seen walking along Bonifacio High Street where the incident took place. He was caught on video confronting several individuals while making live streaming content for social media. According to reports, these affected include security guards and workers in the area. One guard said that Vitaly forcefully pulled his ID from his neck. Another worker said that the YouTuber took his hat without permission. While a third, also a security guard personnel, claimed that the foreigner tried to grab his service firearm. Yeah, okay, so I mean, that is a serious charge. Crazy. Recognizing the suspect.
That is so crazy. Trying to take a firearm from a police officer? How did he not think that this shit would, like, destroy him and destroy his life? The tards are a species that fascinate even the greatest of tardologists, like myself. We look into them and try to figure out why they do what they do. His response was, I am just quirky like that, but tardologists do not see that as being necessarily the truth.
For nationality, the Taguig police also coordinated with the Bureau of Immigration to determine possible violations of immigration laws. A formal request was sent to the VI for updates of the YouTuber's current status for guidance and further action. Taguig authorities have issued a strong reminder to all visitors and online content creators to respect local laws, warning that actions meant to harass or humiliate people, whether it's on camera or not, can have serious consequences. The police station assured the public that they're continuing to monitor the case and are committed to protecting residents from similar incidents in the future. I mean, shout out the Philippines for handling this so quickly.
Yeah, bro thought he was John Wick. He thought he would really have that America protection. He wore his MAGA hat and he thought Trump is gonna save me. He's gonna get me out of here. Oh no, oh no, oh no. His parents never taught him a thing or two about accountability, and now he's going to get absolutely fucked for it.
And also, like,
and I mean that figuratively and also literally.
This should definitely not scare anyone from going to the Philippines.
Yeah, there will never be another person ever going to the Philippines to pull this shit. No one is ever going to go there and make a nuisance in public in the Philippines. It's never going to happen. It's never going to happen. Dude is getting disciplined for an entire generation right now. This is a generational ass whooping.
Because they want tourism there. They just don't want people to be live streaming and harassing people in public. It's very easy to go visit a country and not act like Vitaly. That's crazy being in an official Filipino police statement. Shout out to all my Filipinos. I love you guys. I'm currently in a different setup, as you can see, because I'm currently traveling to go to yet another crazy influencer trial.
Oh, this dude's just going out there catching influencer trials like they're Pokemon. I respect it.
I guess we just do that now. I've had a lot of fun doing it. So here we're going to another case tomorrow, and I have to get up at 5 in the morning. It's currently at 2:41 a.m. So I won't be getting too much sleep because I have to drive for a couple hours tomorrow to get to this court case because it is in the middle of nowhere. But hey, if this video gets like 75,000 likes, I might fly out to the Philippines as well to go to visit.
Oh my god, dude, these influencers are just going out there harassing people in public. They are literally just boosting the entire creator economy. Oh my god, nothing but respect. Thank you, Vitaly, for your content. Hell yeah, dude. 2025. It really is the year of fuck around and find out, isn't it? Oh my god. Definitely subscribe. I'll keep you up to date on this story and any other stories. Any other retards that need detecting, I will be there to detect the tards. Thanks for being here. And remember to stay weird, fam. Like, subscribe, and this video was streamed live on kick.com/Nuxanor. See you there. Stay weird, fam.
Well...
Gentlemen and female gentlemen, the Vaxxed and the Axed, welcome to a brand new video. Today we are talking about everyone's favorite cult member.
Oh my god,
Stephen Colbert. Everyone knows him. Everyone loves him. He is currently crying.
I need this.
He is screaming and crying about the death to America that just happened because Trump made tariffs. Trump made tariffs and Steven is crying. Skibbity Steven is literally so sad. If you don't realize by the fact that he made a dance number for the vaccine, holy fuck, he's cooking. He's screaming, crying, humiliated, and these are just basic calls for violence that he likes to do on a pretty daily basis. It's gonna be awesome.
I know how numb we've become,
Get on with
but it's not normal. No other candidate for the
All right.
presidency has ever had to pause his campaign to defend himself in multiple courts.
Yeah, well, no other person in the presidency has ever been politically prosecuted.
And I would like to point out that in all 7 of his cases, no one doubts that he did these things.
Well, that's actually not true at all. But anyway,
we're just sitting around patiently waiting
I
to
like
find
these
out if the
three.
wheels of justice will grind fast enough for there to be any consequences. And the media is covering it like it's any other political story, like it's all a horse race. I know.
yeah, so what's the solution, sir? If the courts aren't going to do a good job, then what are you suggesting your audience to do? Listen, I'm not going to sit here and say that he's condoning violence or anything, but I wonder what he personally is trying to say there. Now, to speak about tariffs, before we look at the that this man puts out there on a daily basis, this is what Obama had to say.
We had a tire case in which they were flooding us with cheap domestic tires, or cheap Chinese tires. And we put a stop to it. And as a consequence, saved jobs throughout America. I have to say that Governor Romney criticized me for being too tough in that tire case. Said this wouldn't be good for American workers and that it would be protectionist. But I tell you, those workers don't feel that way. They feel as if they had finally an administration who was going to take this issue seriously.
Well, now they do, because despite the fact that Obunga ran on helping the workers in America by putting tariffs on China, none of that should ever happen. Unlike the current administration, who actually did do the thing that they promised to do. Like you know,
Gaming.
people should do. I know. So, you're about to hear probably the most profound question about tariffs of all time before we get into the Stephen Colbert personal current downfall and the absolute insanity
Wasn't a
that's going
triple
on in
skills
social
match.
media everywhere.
Gaming
So,
chat
you are
was
not ready, bro, for the level of
Yeah, I did.
retardation that is going on in the
fucking
world.
chicken
Prepare
fields
to be
ass.
asked
Damn.
a very regular question that anyone should think about.
China has prohibitive tariffs. So does Vietnam. So does Mexico. So does Europe. So do a lot of countries. So does India.
Yeah.
But if tariffs are so destructive of their economies, why is China booming?
My mind has expanded! Libtards, get over here! Look at this! What's going on? If any of you have a libtard family member that is currently crying and yelling, screaming and coming in their underwear, trying their best to survive, to make it to the next winter, terrified that the world is ending because of tariffs. If you are listening to the mainstream media, you probably think you are literally living through an apocalypse right now. But the basic question is, wait a second, hold on, wait. Why is it that the tariffs are always good when other people do it? But when we do it, it's bad. Why?
How did India become an economic powerhouse when it has these exorbitant tariffs on American imports? How did Vietnam, of all places, become such a different country, even though it has these prohibitive tariffs? Why isn't Germany, before its energy problems, why wasn't it a wreck? It's got tariffs on almost everything that we send them.
Lots of libtards never thought of these questions.
How?
Tariffs bad, I heard. Remember when the libtards came together and said, "Free! You pay for your tariffs, free!"
Was the EU even functioning with these tariffs?
Oh,
I thought tariffs destroyed an economy, but they seem to like them. And they're angry that they're no longer asymmetrical. Apparently, our people who are tariffing us think tariffs improve their economy.
You mean to tell me that people were doing tariffs on America this
There it has-
entire time?
Maybe they're right. I don't know. The second thing is, why would you get angry at the person who is reacting to the asymmetrical tariff and not the people who inaugurated the tariff?
Yeah, why are you mad
I
at,
sure did.
at him?
Fuck
I'll
up.
be real here. You should be mad at China. China was taking advantage of you this entire time. Be mad at them for having tariffs on America. Why are you mad on the guy that equalized the playing field? Why are you mad at him? And my favorite thing is when they shit on him for Canada. So I am Canadian. I am also American. So I say this with empirical facts behind me. All right, you ready for the facts? Canada has lots of tariffs on America. America didn't put really tariffs back on most things because realistically Canada was taking advantage of America and they were using America as their personal piggy bank. So Trump was like, hey, let's do reciprocal tariffs because stop fucking butt fucking me on this goddamn bullshit. Canada was like, Ree! He's mean to us! Ree! That was the Canada response. And the leftists were like, oh my god, Trump is ruining our friendship with our allies. Why are you mad at the guy trying to equalize between two
glazing
people? Like, why are you not mad at the people that were literally bullying America the entire time? Why is that not the response?
Why is Canada mad at us when it's running a $63 billion?
Yep. You lady. Right, as yeah, did it smash? Cypher. Cypher shoot. Prophecy. Hit the dragon. Oh, 3 health. Save him, save him. This. Because... Oh. Only one golden with the 2 beam strip. F is right. Gonna work it. Don't worry. They're just things that they no we can no we can. But we've heard. Agree it? Not lots. Look for your. Hungry. Everyone. Won't let you. am I Of course. However, will for a country. No dragon. Air bubbles. So it was really have it's some fish. Great man. Guess we're from beyond. They're a fake trophy. Single in. That way. So smart. Selling this. Only list. Selling the. But the trophy. If we don't. Up to. Everyone. Bubbles has an. Good idea, Bubbles. I've decided. Did it. I definitely did. Hopefully you. Bubbles. How touching. It's hope. Lady Cypher. Leave you. Widow Dragon. Press conference. Bill Slam. Over. Hot top. Audience stats. Is this a honor for a class? Say hello to everyone. Hello, everyone. Amen. Could you tell? A heart clicks with teeth, or it's something undiscovered. Still us. Oh, none of that. Yeah, I'm a Pokemon. It's only that after having hold it, growing it. Woo, you know Fiddle? This is old. Did you? Of course, Bubbles. I saw you. You know we've been winning, but knowing that the rock feels. Bubbles wants not just prophecy, especially after during the Bubbles thinks that they personal. And I assume once Bubbles is accomplished. Full hug. I respect. I knew I was right. There's a will. So real, Bubbles. You being just alive. On like sunglasses. I'm just. But my resolve is Bubbles. You know, I've decided Hyacinth. Wait, I gotta beat him on Rin. As the Mega Seal, other baby. I wish them all the see you on the field. Who's gonna see me on the field, chat? One last question. After leaving Fit. Never. I'm the man. Of course. I want to win the. I think I. Golden Seal Cup. Golden Seal Cup. Oh no. Huge trophy is gone. Look at the fucking on screen. Epic. Epic screen. Was that how it was supposed to go? Supposed to go. As you near season. Hope I didn't. Get a clap. After I did golden. Wow, I can't read. After I dispelled. Waiting for came back. Idiot. This cipher Chrysos. I've long suspected. Aglaya, you're failed. I never. Oh, she's. I've always heard already heard the whole story. 1,000 years. Still haven't. Until that is been used. Oh, trolling me. For a trick? What about the golden trophy? Exactly, and with that. Fabricated. Great killer. And hid lies of this. Then she pretended could see. And now the cat. Part of the trophy. Cipher is. Hey, thank you for my treasure trip. Failed to secure properly. Give us. There's still a chance to find Cipher before the chance. See when I try to find. No worries. First prize. We can't. Trophy still. See when I. Wait to see by a dream. No dragon. Alright. Even though the champion title is a bit disappointing from that chest. I'm sorry. Let's cyber. Sorry, I'm reading. Potato Dragon. Prophecy. Wait. Thanks, Aglaya, you goat. Love you, goat. Now focus on everything. You win this still slow. Ah, my poster! Yeah, my poster fell down. Takes it away. Referencing. Sunburns are kind of. However. I'm thing. I believe I've had four whole people. Crash just went. Hello? However. Hey, things me. I'm thing. Go again. I believe I've had four whole people. Yep, nothing's been. Oh shit. Current viewer, is that just me popping in right? Anyways, thank you guys. Not to mention now, four champs are already in. Oh my gosh, dang. Why I didn't expect you to be here. Go drag. When did you? I mean, you literally can't see at the moment. I'm reading your. I am you. Make it this. I did my. Dang. And then. Look, it's complicated. As you can. Golden seal. Get the show back on the spectators. They're just here. Oh, exactly. Watch them still slam. Bro's just here to. Yeah, trophy. Is wheel. Even with the trophy going, audience excitement. Thing upon. Yeah, see, gamer time. Gamer. Friends, citizens, countrymen. Countrymen, it's friends, citizens, then. That's how you feel. Let the CO slamming continue. The attempting MCO. Only 2. Okay. I won't come in with that big. Got that. Sure. That's in that. Or it's just what's trying to add. See why it's only on. Now, based on the results of the Dragon. Wait, what exactly is going on here? There a problem. He's gaming, Jim. What's with the Don Hang? Kill that. Simply out. Coupon. Gamery. Try making. Haha, here too. Look at that. Both contestants have really crowd will fired up. Finals fit. Oh, so what do you debate levels? That a little kind of really quick, huh? Dunhang, what are you fighting for? An obsession to win. Gotta be it. Gotta be. S is fast. Oh, from the. Thought I was. Touch my. Go Dunhang. Door to win. Abandoned. to ensure and to the so it not all and I it was the dragon. Have what it takes. Put but Dawn. Cook him. Stop saying. Oh. That's when I snap. Holy shit. Stop running. Oh, myself. How do I just lose? I thought I... Big. Ooh, does he still get the attack boost? Oh, I see. Oh shit! Kill. Congratulations, Shadow Dragon. Ghost Seal. You've ended the Ghost Seal's winning. Is that enough to put an end to its obsession? John Hang, it's time. What? What yard? Know the pain of death. Goodness, the ghost seals. He didn't consider help of him. Got the fun. Souls coming. Ready to continue. But he bubbles. Bubbles. Oh, okay. Huh. Game. But there is no gold seal cup waiting. The crowd's excitement free alone is that reward. Thunderous cheering. Hyacinth, do you have any words for Bubbles' former partner, Shadow Dragon? I've seen. Bubbles brave. I've seen. Bubbles sparkled. It wasn't challenging. Rival. Shadow Dragon. Oh! Hyacinth, mind like. That's right, Shadow. I want to be both a reliable partner and a worth. Have a real show. Thunderous daring. I figured. Let's do it. Shadow Dragon boldly dips. Either way, Shadow, bring out your strongest baby seal. Also use my full power. They're charging in and shouting about friendship, bonds, victory. Hey, let's look forward to the grand climax, celebration. Kiss and Shadow Dragon versus Hyacinth. Art battle. Battle. I go for it. Me when the pog is good. Maybe. I'm a stick. It. And home. I'm afraid of bubbles. Oh dang. Look me. Self-touch. Oh damn. Combo attack right there. I can, but like I can't. Oh. Bubbles. No, that didn't cook my own. Slammed my... No. A lot of that. Ah. Damn. Not losing the final round to Hyacinth. That's embarrassing. Hyacinth. Yes! I'm ghosted. Oh shit, they knocked me into my power up, thank you. Yes. Shit, I just win. Fuck yeah. You Hyacinth? I fuck you, Hyacinth. Get cooked. Easy. As expected, Fiddle, Dragon's strongest opponent. Oh, Bubbles lost to you. Get to it. Final. Go off to the... I'm guessing. The Bubbles grip. No shame in losing to the champion. Don't need comp. After this... Oh. That is precise. Losing and winning are part of the comp. Well, the thought of possibly... In the past, I was so afraid of... But... Now San... Gave it my all. I know... Not bad enough. And the cross. Maybe you both got what you want. Even though answer both of you, please come in front of the comp. Announce the results of the... Oh, Divine One, God of Fear. Grant us a... I hereby champion. Where are the lights up? Oh, it's natural light. Boland's only a... dozen baby seals. A chimera. Built for it. On Boston. So what if it's the final? Be real. First, all you need basics. What seal climbing is bubbles with Widow Dragon. About winning. What? Can't I be blunt? The vibe here is lacking. Fire. Cypher. Scatterings? The Faith who stole the trophy? What's the matter? Wasn't the that the main event hasn't celebration wrapping up. That's a shame. An idea, Raymond. How about a little? You win, I'll return the trophy. If I win, trophy's mine. Didn't even sign up for the competition. It matters. I'm afraid to take on the yes, that championship. Some of it's really throwing down the can't afford to lose this banquet's home turf after all. Let's go. Let's go. Who's backing down? Widow Dragon, have when you. Perfect. You're my. I trust. Facing the mighty demigod of cricket. Don't forget, already the now. Time for enough with this. Bring it on. Full on attack. Launch. Widow Dragon, do this together. Awoo. Who could have predicted after the championship we're heading into a tiebreaker round? How many trips sniper points? Or how many surprises? By Oreo. Please bless us. Don't let Widow Dragon fall in. Don't think so much. We're winning through sheer power. Alright, Spiky Seal. Your turn to look at my form. Of her middle line. I, after all, keep in a get the theory, but why is that taking this way too soon? Baby seals haven't been to the for the spiky seal. One for a thorn. Simply me. Grey mystery. Closely. Show you just how. Show you just. Line of bubbles is get further. Hit. Excuse me for the hiatus. I would like to kiss my anus. My life. Infamous. Second son. I want peace. And your reason. I don't. We get $5. How long Bro said he would be playing Valorant for? Oh no. What's just a normal feel? Oh, oh, she is pretty adorable. Like, she's trolling me, but she is adorable. Honestly, makes the trolling okay. I mean, when I laughed at his face. Okay. Done with that short cat. Can I commit murder? Uh-oh. I'm so glad that it's not moving. No. Don't. They're just making bubbles to note this one. Why do they still have heals? Fuck is this? Ah, I can hit them actually. Damage. Oh shit, I'm literally one seal off. Actually, one seal off. I've also blind chat. I could just boom with them. Brother, tell me, who won? Battle Dragon. Battle Dragon. It's a me, Battle. Like it was close. GG easy. Default dances on him. Did you hear that? Joy triumphed over death. Game. I lost. Woohoo! I use really, really spiky skills. How did even your sister change? I'm seriously. I was once a spiky skill. Now it's a non-spiky spiky spineless. Non-spiky spiky? What is that, a band? I'm a humble seal Ockerman country. First thing to turn. Not fair, not fair. Cypher lost her reach. He couldn't handle himself. Oh, too cold? Maybe just too comfy. The weather was awful too. Snow, rain, hail, too much sunlight, too cold, too hot. Not cold, not hot.
You little cursed bitch. Hit you with the one fist, two fists. Cause I'm a fucking guy and you're never gonna see me miss. You motherfuckers won't see me piss and I'll make you scream. Fuck what you heard, your word, flips and cats.
Sorry chat, I'm being funny on Twitter again. Follow me on Twitter, by the way. There are so many outside backers. Referees were helping folks, and so many external backers. No one cared for us. Right, fine, a loss is a loss. This time I'll admit it, Grey Mystery is definitely an opponent to be taken seriously. Wow. I'll begrudgingly say congratulations, Miss Champion. He's literally... I didn't X-ray properly.
Impress me at all. Keeping me caged up while I thicken the plot and wrote with the blood on the wall. Been on a tight leash when the canine
As
comes
for
out.
me,
It barks like a
I'm
wolf.
gonna stick it. Not so fast. Directionally stick it. Wow, the win was on point. Fine. Fine. What do you want? Is it a magic president? Why did they allow it? The Grey Mystery doesn't doubt me. This way to go. Better for you. What does it do? Those two. Well, to that. Versus with that. And look. Ow! Ow! Huh? What happened in that split second? Burp. As expected, it's our gold seal. Gold seal. Up. The gold seal cup has been returned to the champion's ace, Little Seal. Gold seal cup? Gold seal cup! Gold seal cup followed to my right, chat. Am I right, chat? Yes, it is. Gold seal for us. Please pursue and fight for their story. Congratulations. Dragon. Thank you. Thank you. Hope you were enjoying. We never thought to celebrate. That's lively. Not only did that so many trickers, so many competitors joined in, and in the end, we managed to claim more trophies. Sure. I want to leave a last memory of this person. I hope I can consider again. Hold up the trophy as Cody would. Make it sense. Give him a shot. Don't drink too much or you'll have angry.
Introduce to you the other side of me, the side that's artists way ahead of you that doesn't need your rivalry. These hobby artists really think they're better, but they lie. You would never last a minute at the top. Come and try me. I'm the only one that's beside me. I don't see peers that's beside me. So unsightly, I'm so high above, it's unsightly. If you square up, it get dicey. The gap between us is frightening. Never had a chance, not even slightly. You tryna beat me, that's a pipe dream. You should wake up, wake up. You've been living in denial. You hopeless little.
Sorry, chat. I'm trying to be funny on Twitter again. Oh, so you mean trying to be funny on Twitter? And currently, I want anything worth finishing. The person okay, I was just checking that I hadn't like missed a bunch of shit.
I never knew what the city meant to me until I was watching it burn. Now I'm settled the score, bitch, I won't sit around waiting my turn. King of the curses.
Also, yes. Aguilera, yes. Also, I got your base, it's cool. Thanks, guys. Yes, that's what I'm looking for.
People, they losing their lives. I used to have vision, I'm losing my eyes. The darker my days, the more I go blind. I'm blinded by pain, blinded by hate, blinded by shame. I'm losing my faith, I'm going insane. But through my insanity, feel like the man in me broke from his cage, and that's when it changed. They want the demon and I'm free, then it's holding me to switch and killing everybody. I don't see a difference. I'll be the one to make a villain, a victim was stuck in a prison, feeling like I was a monster. Think it's time I embraced it.
Yeah, hey. I mean, like, David White has been prison up there. Well, don't worry, when you're ready to win a trophy and come find us. I am at take a photo, you good. The soothing rhythm of Twitter. Wild tender the soothing rhythm of Twitter. Fire blends with the voice of the bard and the boss. Grant me a golden wine cup and brew me the freshest in gold. Grant me faith that I may forget the scars of yesterday. Sure, I'll count to 3 and everyone out with me. Steel Slammer! Alright, everyone in position. Are you ready? Automate. Remember though, even the gods occasionally it's a place from the world. Sing into the abandoned, return the pet stars to Thanatos, and let the passion fly to the fill the air.
Around and put you on the nose. I got dead bodies and I'm gripping sun and soul on my stick, yeah. 6 shots, stick 'em out, leave 'em in a dish, yeah. Dish out. I'll take them this year. Won't wait. I don't deal with heartbreak. When I pour that boy, leave them running with heartache. I got no feelings, I hold my place. Brush up the sins you can't erase. Born to deliver, return to sender. I've been a sinner, gang full of killers. Jordan, Jordan. Oh, baby, you hold my hand. I'll be the one to break you and jealousy. What life looks like from here. I can see it hurting. I think it's time we burn it. I'm sorry, till some guys who know you personally. High stakes life and I keep the place a bed. Keep a Draco in my pocket that I'd like to represent. Don't try to act like you know me now. Rockstar rich, you can't hold me down. And I'll really steal your bitch. You can't tell me nothing, no, you've always been a snitch. On God. Born to deliver, return to sender. I've been a sinner, that full of killers.
Sorry, chat. I'm 5 peak. I mean, I'm chilling on there. Nope, it's my brain posted. Hold on, I also... Cat, wanna watch me deal with why guy is still fine? Hey. Oh shit, that's Dan. No. That took me way too long. I see so much takeoff. Like, I have a lot of yaoi on. It's fine. He's right though. What the fuck? Icon Get Serious shows up with Cell, that's stupid.
Since the jump, people told me you ain't shit. I put those motherfuckers in a ditch, yeah. It's the type of thing you don't forget. No, you don't wanna know me. She's got me so fucked up. But who am I to judge? Who am I to trust now? I think my time's run up.
Fuck, sorry chat, I'm not singing. It's on screen. Still me being a singing down, abandon, her to that. Fill the air. Full slam. God, I figured. Yeah, they're doing the fucking. And by the official bumping. Finally got. Hold on. Oh, it's you. You've waited. That's just. Tell me what. I don't know if this... Oh shit, 6 viewers. Somebody stopped by. Who have... I'm just being... That
Everything I love has come to haunt me.
already. You're asking... See, that's exactly what I mean. I love her. They talking bad and I didn't. I just did. I need her. Sparkling. Thought I'm bringing all into. You laughing at? Still the same. No. Now I'm virtue. I already knew. Haven't changed at all either. Still the same. I just worried about whether I won't 1,000. Also, enough with all that. How pity that I would steal from 1,000. I would still steal from you here. To read a farmer. Wow, I lead a farmer. If you don't about yourself and I hit a nerve, get it. I'll be honest with you. I want to fight Ditto up close and find out. Did she blame change? Yes, spin. Then pray tell. I hear. Girl. What the fuck are they? Gotta wish heck. There gotta be a reply guy. That I'm doing it funny. Fuck's the magnet. No, I'm not crazy. I read... There it is. Fucking hell, that... But I've only lost... Really defeated. Hmm? What does that mean? That the... Are you saying the trophy? Is it counterfeit? Take a guess for you. Can't believe it. Giblassi. Yippee! Seal slammers. I slam seals. Now we stand bubble. Stand bubble. Making a real. I'm the. What a bitch. God. Slamming. Those are that is. See. Skill slam. Ooh, I'm lucky I didn't hit. I just keep summoning. Just like. Wait, the story is literally.
They're here.
Oh, it's on.
Partner! Hyacinth said you definitely wake up. How do you feel?
Entire world.
I beg you, please forgive me.
You've completed the trial of time, and I have to admit that the process went better than I expected. Even in the end, that Titan's heart still showed a soft spot for humankind. However, I never expected that. Two people who have cheated death would appear in Akima at the same time.
Ow.
That's what we have been talking about. Mighty has been in Akima for such a long time, but has no one thought to study his indestructible body? If there were even any minor breakthroughs, we wouldn't be as clueless as we are right now.
Many have had this idea, but so far, there have been no results. If it were successful, Thanatos wouldn't have disappeared without a trace. Nevertheless, now is not the time for us to give up. At the very least, we can still see a glimmer of hope. Cypher. If anyone in this world knows the whereabouts of death, it would be her. I'll try and get her to return to Akima, but do be prepared for a less than ideal outcome. Please understand that throughout the history of Amphorius, no one has ever managed to escape the clutches of death. At the end of time, Thanatos silently awaits all.
At Archer.
Do I try to find a way? Do I try to find a reason to keep moving?
Sure.
That's not an dentre ilimitadas espadas, sem algo que realmente o importe. Quem deu tudo por todos, em troca não recebeu nada. Nada, nada além da morte.
Kind of thinking about Archer. Archer.
Como arqueiro renascido, és a minha mestra de verdade. Refiro ao mero seu. Quero saber se merece a minha lealdade. Não posso emprestar minhas espadas sem saber por que lutar. Só lutar pra vencer, tu só realmente é minha mestrada. Penso que ia me vencer assim tão facilmente. Quebra minha espada e eu transformei ilimitadamente. O servo invocando o céu, dando a regra como pode. Eu sou o som da minha espada, calado a voz. Sempre o campo de batalha não é lugar pros fracos. O rei arrependido que talvez não seja salvo. Sou uma ferramenta, não sou humano. O guardião sem nome, que não tem mais sonhos. É um garoto tolo com o sonho tola se realizar. Quer salvar todos, mas salvando os outros, quem vai te salvar? Quando se perder, quando for difícil, em mim atirou, salva todos, é impossível. Plano arquitetar, mata fim de ser é minha missão. Plano não errar, então saca essa minha traição. Desde que eles vivem em troca, te dou o meu coração. Na próxima vez que encontrarmos a morte terão. Quem sou eu? Quem eu sou? Sou você no futuro. Que o mundo me dá tudo que for.
Not unlimited. I love Baber. His name's my. I love this.
All right, enough of these games. What servant are you? What is that weapon?
Confused? Perhaps I've been beating you with my faithful bow, Lancer.
Oh, sure, Robin Hood. Where's the merry men?
My classification eludes you, but it sucks to be you. I've figured out your identity.
First name Mario, last name Mario.
Cuchulainn, Ireland's child of light and faithful dog.
Can I level with you for a moment? You're the second person tonight to pull that out of nowhere. Do I have it written on my back or what?
Your prowess with a spear speaks for itself, Lancer. You're pretty tight. Tight. Would never have thought to use that word that way.
You're acclimating to all the modern slang that the Grail taught us.
Faux shizzle.
All right, enough of these games. What servant are you? What is that weapon?
Confused? Perhaps I've been beating you with my faithful bow, Lancer.
Oh, sure, Robin Hood. Where's the merry men?
My classification eludes you, but it sucks to be you.
Sucks to.
Oh wow, Saber. That sure looks like a sword you're carrying there, Saber.
So you're a saber servant then? Not much of a swordsman when it comes down to it. What's your true name, Saber?
Bite me. What's yours?
Me? My name's Mario. First name Mario, last name Mario. Mario.
Funny. I took you for the great Italian spearman Cuchulainn.
Bite me.
Oh wow, Saber. That sure looks like a sword you're carrying there, Saber.
So you're a saber servant then? Not much of a swordsman when it comes down to it. What's your true name, Saber?
Bite me. What's yours?
Me? My name's Mario. First name Mario, last name Mario. Mario.
Funny, I took you for the great.
That was free.
Do you have protection from arrows?
You know it.
Oh, no wonder you lasted a full day against him.
Speak up, bite me.
I said that's fine. I don't need to hit you. If I can just drain away all your magical energy in this fight, then I'll be good. I've just got to drain away all of your master's magical energy.
What are you on about?
Mario, you'd better come at me with everything you've got. Otherwise, I'll have to force you to play your biggest card so that it'll drain all your master's mana, which will leave him or her easy to kill.
Why are you speaking like that?
Oh, for fuck's sake. Hey, Hound! How does it feel being someone's attack poodle?
What did you call me, Archer?
Also, heroes are stupid, pride is worthless, and potatoes are a compromise, not a food.
You're just trying to provoke me. And you know what? It's working.
Oh, is the little baby hero upset? Is he gonna use his most powerful strike because he's angry?
Yes! Can you stop talking like that? You're embarrassing both of us.
Oh, I didn't mean to embarrass the little kitty Lancer. So sorry. Do you have protection from arrows?
You know it.
Oh, no wonder you lasted a full day.
It is my duty. We too require you to bear the divine position of time. But before that, just...
What's wrong, Aglaya?
Omens always come in pairs. A tiny air current will eventually brew into a storm that tears the sky apart. It's Anaxagoras. He has initiated contact with the Council of Elders.
In the end, it has still come down to this.
I earnestly hope that your assessment of him is accurate, Finan. Otherwise, the efforts of my teacher and I over the past millennium might be reduced to dust because of that great performer.
I'm back here again. I remember this dream. This realm is covered in a silk-like fog, and the land is barren and harsh. The crowd of travelers leaves tracks everywhere.
Hey! Excuse me! What is this place? Where in Anthorius are we?
Oh yeah.
The mutters of the traveler are in a language I'm unable to comprehend. Or perhaps they're just distracted and ignored my question.
Tell me, which Titan reigns over this land? And how do I find them?
Hand of Shadow.
Hand of Shadow Thanatos. Could this possibly be the Netherrealm?
Not Netherrealm.
Oh, that's helpful.
Then where is this? River of Souls? The outskirts of the Netherrealm? Are you heading downstream toward the Netherrealm?
The Netherrealm. Nothing but an illusion. Titan rejects you, me.
The traveler lifts their wrinkled fingers and remains silent. I look in the direction they are pointing and listen closely. There. A massive shadow brought the sound of rushing tides. The sound of tides. I can hear it. I hear it, deep within the tides, beyond the closed gates of the Void World. A voice, about to recount something.
Child of humanity. Is it death's embrace you yearn for with such urgency? Oh, you have awoken. Welcome back to the mortal realm. Your consciousness is dissipating much faster than I expected. Ultimately, it seems like the Titan's core flame is incompatible with a mortal body.
My moots posts.
How much longer can my consciousness remain in the mortal realm?
In my estimation, at best, you'll see 15 more entry hours.
15 days and nights.
What is it? Are you finally starting to become attached to the mortal world now?
On the contrary, 15 days feels a little too long for solving a singular problem. Stop giggling. It's time for us to go. The messenger from the Council of Elders is almost here.
Let me ask you one more question. Are you really planning to betray Aglaya's will?
What betrayal is there to speak of when I was never loyal to her to begin with?
What about that white-haired student of yours? Acting so recklessly, do you not care about what might happen to him?
There will be a price to pay for blind faith. This is also a lesson for Finan.
Finan, being a bitch because you can?
You truly are a strict teacher.
Of course. This is how I've always been.
I just like the characters in this game. They're just compelling. They're just all cunts, and it's great. Nobody's a good person. Actually, there are a lot of good people. Aglaya's good. Yeah, like, I've won... Look at my characters. I mean, I have a lot of 5-star. I got one Mighty's one as well, holy shit. Oh shit! I'm playing X apparently? Cool. grow up to. I love just counting what odds are bad. Odds are...
Sorry to keep you waiting, Lord Enexagoras.
Zagging to from hell.
It's been a while, Lord Enexagoras. I greet you on behalf of all the citizens of Akima and express my deepest regret about what happened at the Grove of Epiphany.
It's you.
I had an idea.
I never expected that you would personally come and meet me.
By carefully into Lantern above, I have come as a testament to the justice of the Council of Elders.
I missed.
There are Antikytherans here? They have been a rare sight ever since the Chrysos War.
I extend to you my utmost respect, revered Titan. I am Lycurgus, though you may call me Lygus, holding an honorary position within the Council of Elders in Akima, and as the Theoros, I stand to protect the right of all upright citizens to express themselves freely.
You can see them too?
You know about us. We Antikytherans perceive the world through the amplitude and frequency of souls. Just as I am conscious that Lady Aglaya is secretly listening in on our private meeting from afar, if necessary, Lord Enexagoras, I can sever the golden thread to protect your fundamental rights.
The demigod should know better, for such is her station. Spare those poor threats, and just let her listen to my words. They shall serve only to unveil her own folly.
May I interpret this as you having a countermeasure?
I need not any plan, because she can do nothing other than petty espionage. As the Citizens' Assembly approaches, and with Orynyx's fall, any attempt to capture the core flame within me will only usher chaos and calamity. A truth she undoubtedly comprehends. While I, Enexagoras, serving as the Grove's special envoy to Akima's Citizens' Assembly, have long known the extent of your abilities. Let's forego the formality of asserting authority, Lord Lygus. Lead the way.
Very well. Surely Lady Kindness would appreciate such assertiveness in an ally. She's been waiting. Follow me, please.
Alright, chat, I'm cooking it again. Wait, you can just generate images with Grok. What the fuck? Rockius Magicus.
Is there something on your mind, Lord Anaxagoras?
Nothing really. It's just a question that I contemplate every time before I ascend to Dawncloud. For the Titans, does the falling equate to death?
Ah, a pondering truly deep. Time is on our side. Do you mind sharing your reflections with me?
While all living beings must ultimately face their demise, Kefali has yet to meet theirs. Their journey continues unhurriedly along this long path.
Are you suggesting that Kefali may not have truly passed?
Yes. For dying implies an ongoing process, an action, whereas death signifies a static state, a definitive termination. In contrast to mortals, Titans exist on a grander scale of space and time, thus elongating their passage into death.
I don't.
The notion of their fall is but a misinterpretation born of mortal ignorance.
Ah, an intriguing concept, albeit challenging to substantiate. After all, Kefali has maintained a profound silence ever since the era Arasa, while scholars and priests alike have conveyed the message of the gods' imminent fall.
Perhaps the gods in their arrogance deemed it beneath them to reveal their perspectives to mortals.
Could you elaborate on your statement?
Circes, the kin of the Sky Father as recounted in myths, now resides within my brain. Were I to inquire, Kefali would have no cause to refuse.
Oh.
That very well could be true. But what if the world-bearing Titan still chooses to remain silent?
In that case, the myths crafted by the people of Amphorius are nothing more than pitiful jests.
It's worth a try. I believe, and I'd love to witness the fruits of your theory and the change it may bring to this imperiled world. Because I completely concur with you on this aspect. If the Titan has indeed met their end, any response from them would be impossible.
Shit, cutscene.
Please, Professor.
The children of humanity have indeed created a spectacle.
Welcome to Dawncloud. The atmosphere here carries a greater sense of solemnity than the mundane clamor of the Marmorial Palace, with entry permitted only to the invited. Only esteemed beings grace this place, and among them I've received priests, scholars, warriors, and now we even have the honor to be in the presence of a Titan. Oh, what a joyous occasion.
Once deemed a blasphemer, now a surrogate for revered divinity. The honor should rightfully be mine, shouldn't it?
I'll notify Kindness and the others of your arrival. Kindly wait for a moment. A soldier will be here to guide you shortly. In the meanwhile, you're welcome to explore the vicinity, but kindly remain within the guard's view. Delaying the crucial meeting is something none of us wish to see, I presume.
I'm well aware of Kindness's methods. There's no need to emphasize that.
As you wish. Your cooperation is much appreciated.
Alas, I had hoped for a brilliant plan from you, but it turns out you just left one cage to enter another.
Save your concerns. I know very well what I'm doing.
I shall depart to explore the surroundings then. Now that I look around, I wonder if there are any murals bearing my portrait around here. I'm quite intrigued to see how the children of humanity beyond the grove perceive another Titan.
Off you go. I won't be joining you. This Titan appears to be quite at ease. I should investigate the Council of Elders' recent activities first.
Be aware, I can hear you perfectly well from here.
No.
Technical. Is
Professor Anaxa! Over here! Professor Anaxa? Word has it that the scholars of the Grove valiantly perished resisting the Black Tide. To find you here safe and sound, thank the fates.
You could say it's the fates toying with us.
It's only the Crimnoans and Idonians who chase glory through death. But your survival is a victory in itself. I'd settle for that gladly. So, are you here to report the incident to the council? I heard that after the Black Tide devoured the Grove, Akuma would be next in line, even with the demigod of strife standing alongside humankind.
Tell me, how much does the Council of Elders know about the Black Tide?
Once Kindness and her followers learned of Circe's and Orynyx's fall, they proclaimed in the council that the Flame Chasers could no longer stand against the calamity alone. Yet, when the Crown Prince ascended to godhood and repelled the Black Tide, she immediately altered her tune, declaring that all was resolved beyond Akuma, with the only remaining menace now being Aglaya and her adherents. They might well make their move at the upcoming Citizens' Assembly.
No surprises there, those shifty opportunists. Thank you for your honesty, virtuous student.
Being an opportunist could very well be a facet of wisdom.
Shouldn't you be searching for murals of yourself? I've had enough of your prattling.
I was really curious to see how you would find the middle ground between both factions, so I came to listen in. But it seems as though this kindness is much more ruthless than Aglaya. If so, why do you want to work with her? Could it be that perhaps you've decided to readily surrender this hollow shell of yours, just because you feel like death is fast approaching?
I'm afraid you'll be sorely disappointed if that's what you truly think.
The thing. Dang. Um.
Midnight shadows twist, they crawl inside my skin. Moonlight whispers secrets where your touch begins. Pulse sings with echoes, breath held on a side, tracing the shivers where our bodies lie. Breathe in the darkness, feel it pull us close. Every heartbeat tangles like it's trying to show how the hunger lingers or how it burns so slow.
Wrapped in your warmth, and I don't wanna let go. Whoa.
So I don't wanna fight you, I just wanna bite you. Feel the rush beneath your skin, it's taking us higher. I don't wanna fight your shadows, come alive, yeah. Speak in whispers, and I taste every word. Lost in the rhythm, every touch is heard. The breath on my neck, the heat that we shared. Savoring the moments when you're unprepared. Let me devour you like a secret kept. Tracing the lines that your heartbeat left. Lost in the scent, in the warmth of your side. Taking it deeper where the wild things lie. I don't wanna fight you, I just wanna bite you. Feel the rush beneath your skin, it's taking us higher. I don't wanna fight your shadows, come alive, yeah. I don't wanna fight you, I just wanna bite you. In the dark, in the heat, let me devour every side. Whoa.
Looks like my presence here is important.
Speak in whispers, and I taste every word. Lost in the rhythm, every touch is heard. The breath on my neck, the heat that we shared. Savoring the moments when you're unprepared. Let me devour you like a secret kept. Tracing the lines that your heartbeat left. Let me devour you like a secret kept. Tracing the lines that your heartbeat left. So I don't wanna fight you, I just wanna bite you. Feel the rush beneath your skin, it's taking us higher. I don't wanna fight your shadows, come alive, yeah. I don't wanna fight you, I just wanna bite you. In the dark, in the heat, let me devour every side. Whoa.
There we go.
Moon fades, but the fire never cools. Wrapped in each other, breaking all the rules. I don't wanna fight you.
Died to the
I
black
just wanna
tide,
bite you.
just like the other
In the
scholars.
dark, in the heat, let me devour
As Kefali's
every
priest, are you not aware of the decorum of respecting the dead?
Surely you jest. You blasphemous heretics are not worthy of respect from the Supreme Being. Let me remind you that you're currently in Dawn Cloud, so you'd better keep your deranged language to yourself. I am no longer that altar servant from years ago who could only acquiesce to the commands of others. Now, I have plenty of ways to deal with people like you.
I'm not sure whether I should laugh or cry right now. I can't believe that a follower such as you could have been made by a creation titan. As I see it, a dead titan can't provide you with this level of confidence, right? Then who is it exactly? Could it be kindness?
The stage is set.
You. Seeing how fond of you Elder Kindness is, I shall let that slide for now. Leave immediately, and don't impede us from receiving the Supreme Being's blessings.
Seeing as we were able to hear of this matter from the mouths of others, it seems that Kindness is indeed quite sincere toward us. Perhaps this affair will proceed smoother than I had anticipated.
Oh my, what a thrilling confrontation. As expected of one of Kefali's followers.
Are you praising or insulting him?
Praising him, of course. As a believer of the God of Deliverance, it is only natural that he detests evil.
Didn't you hear me? I asked you to leave. Go as far away from here as possible. Don't mutter to yourself like some sort of madman and disturb my meditation.
I've had enough of this. Could the 15th entry hour arrive any faster?
I'm gonna go very soon. By very, very soon, I mean right now. In my absence, I shall... The twoo. I'm close. Only me at half. Must get bigger anyway. Return moment. Hello, chat. Since early morning, sorry for the long wait there.
There we go. All right, sorry about that. I will repeat myself. Hi, everybody. Teching 101 and Barry D. Brick here. As always, hope you're having a fantastic day. I know there were some people probably that were checking their phones and like, wait a minute, do I have the audio on? My headphones working? Is my TV broken? I was like, yeah. Today, we are talking about Don Quixote Rocinante, Corazone's Devil Fruit.
Is actually depicting
The calm fruit. This is going to be a nice, easygoing, calm, relaxing video. I want everybody just to take a deep breath.
Me?
Every plant, every tendril, no, even every leaf could be the embodiment of Circe's.
As a result, mere mortals who did not know what the Titan actually looked like chose to paint them as a giant tree instead. Their wisdom was portrayed as fruit, to symbolize how they shared their knowledge equally among the masses. Such exquisiteness indeed.
This mural is quite abstract.
I really can't tell whether you are praising or demeaning yourself. Now I'm quite curious whether the Reason Titan has studied figures of speech before.
Of course I find such stylistic devices interesting. For all we know, this could be the answer to the question, what exactly are we?
Oh shit, my bad. Sorry, chat.
I, for one, am not willing to admit that I could look this ugly.
Was this the reason why you failed in your attempt to refine my soul when you were ambushed at the Grove?
Since you are aware of this, why did you save me back then?
From my perspective, this point alone was enough to separate you from the average person.
How do two lunatics coexist in the same brain?
Therefore, it seems that your journey to Dawnfloud this time is not just to seek protection. What, then, is the intention behind your actions?
The entire plan is stored in my memory, so why don't you look there?
Then don't mind if I do. 1 year old? 2 years old? Oh my! Even a member of the preeminent Seven Sages must hug his droma stall to sleep? How interesting.
Our goddess.
That's enough.
How unusual. Your soul is actually trembling. This must mean that behind this toy hides a secret that nobody knows, right?
Since our days are both numbered, I don't mind telling you more about it. This is a present that my sister gave to me. It's a doll that was made to look like our family pet.
So there are other members in your family, eh? Are they also living in Akama?
Don't you just love to pick through my brain? Go on, continue flipping through my memories. It won't take long. You'll discover the answer when you reach the memories of when I was 5.
Oh, the black tide is everywhere. I can't bear to look.
When I was young, I couldn't accept this outcome either. Georios, Aquila, Kefali, and you, of course. Although I prayed to every titan that I could think of for help, my efforts were ultimately futile.
This... Could this be the inception of your research into alchemy?
Indeed it was. Everything started from that verdant courtyard of yours. When I was pursuing my education there, I naturally also came to learn of the Thesis' theory as well.
Oh,
I totally know.
remember that person. He was the one to come up with the concept of souls, right?
Not only that, he also believed that life, as well as the composition, movement, and transformation of matter, all stem from souls themselves. This is why I thought that, since all living things stemmed from the same origin, why could I not sacrifice myself in order to resurrect my nearest and dearest?
Anaxa, you...
I did it, teacher!
But this is absolute blasphemy. Regardless of how much freedom the Grove provides, such an act could cause you to be burned at the pyre.
They burn witches.
Your beloved, where is she now? Send her away from the Grove at once.
to a place where nobody will ever be able to find her. Otherwise, the both of us will be judged by the Council of the Seven Sages.
Calm down, teacher. My sister, she's still not in the mortal realm, even to this day.
What do you mean?
It was naive of me to think that I could snatch the deceased from Thanatos' grip by merely sacrificing one eye. Equivalent exchange. All I received for that price was but an opportunity to see her for one final time. Nothing more.
Let it go, Anaxa. As one of my best students, I cannot watch you go down the wrong path without doing anything to stop it. Never do something taboo ever again. Don't disappoint the deceased, and never harm yourself. If you can do that, this classroom will still be yours, and you'll have a chance to live out your own life.
Since I was able to see her one last time, I have no other desires. You're right, teacher. It's time for me to start a new life.
I am sincerely glad for you, child. Now then, what topic would you like to study?
I wish to continue Thalesis' research.
Continue the research into souls, but you know that the Grove has long since understood his philosophy like the back of their hands. Even if you continue digging into this subject, your efforts will likely be futile.
No, teacher. After my fleeting glimpse of the deathly fog, I finally understood a single truth. Since ancient days, our understanding of souls is but the tip of the iceberg. I may have lost an eye, but my view of the world has become clearer than ever. I have grasped the truth with my bare hands. Watch as I turn this farcical world upside down.
Who would have thought such a secret lay concealed beneath that hefty eye patch of yours? However, this story doesn't seem to be connected to your plan. In fact, I'd say that they aren't related at all.
The answer lies within the tale. If even you cannot understand it, perhaps you should relinquish the divinity of reason to me. After all, it'd be a waste for you to hold on to it. My story ends here. Now it's time for you to tell me your secret. After all, this is what equivalent exchange means, correct?
Just gotta...
As expected, you laid a trap for me to step into. Unfortunately, even if I was willing to talk about my past, I may not know more about it than you do.
Oh? Are you saying that the renowned Reason Titan is now admitting a lack of wisdom? Your followers are going to be sorely disappointed by this.
Child of humanity, remember this. Being cognizant of one's ignorance is the greatest wisdom of all.
Now I understand. No wonder you asked me to answer your random, nonsensical questions.
Not only that, you're the only one who can shed light on my query. As the saying goes, onlookers see most clearly.
Is that so?
Lord Anaxa.
Hmm?
I saw you muttering to yourself and was wondering whether you were caught in a delirium of reflective thought. I'm sorry to interrupt you, but time is of the essence. I have a message from Lord Lygus. Lady Kynus has met up with the Council of Elders and is awaiting your arrival, so please depart forthwith.
It's finally time.
Carefully. The one who created the world, and the one who bears the world. If you truly have not met your end, how will you answer the challenges of those who defy you?
I didn't expect you to agree to Lady Kynus's invitation. What a wonderful turn of events. To tell you the truth, there are many people who hold grudges against that Lady Goldweaver.
How could they hate?
Isn't that the dromas draped in finery?
Avoid his gaze. I don't acquaint myself with blasphemers.
Don't worry. He's too full of pride to pay us any attention.
Your nickname is Dromus as well? You must really like those creatures.
Yeah, totally.
A student of Empedocles? I hear that his views run counter to the Venerationists.
This is what being a scholar is about. A collision of ideas only occurs when there are differences in beliefs, and it is such collisions that lead to progress.
Yet, in my view, there are only right and wrong perspectives, neither of which can coexist with the other.
What radical thinking. I guess this is why the children of humanity always squabble with each other.
Yeah, we like to.
How boring.
You seem to be avoiding that Goldweaver person. Why don't you address her face to face?
Friend. Bonk. Big. Some cringe chat, why don't I? They don't even make it to the book. Sick. Right myself. Prank myself. Prank myself. Oh. Yeah, I'm just sort of every way but the right. Huh. Yeah. Like one. Obviously. Times connect. Jackson. But pranks me. Yeah, because that. That down. What of them down? Oh, I'm actually stupid. Well, I did it finally, Jack.
I have nothing to talk about with her. Since you're in my brain, you can look for the reason yourself.
Oh, the leader of the Flame Chase journey and a demigod of Mystia.
You're really searching through my brain. What are you treating it as? Some sort of toy?
Regardless, you think quite highly of her, no?
Welcome to the Demigod Council, esteemed guests.
Oh.
Lord Anaxagoras. Oh, I've heard so much about you. Head of the Nusporists of the Grove of Epiphany, notorious blasphemer, a Chrysos heir who bears Circe's core flame, a survivor of the Grove calamity. Did I miss anything? Well, if so, please be so kind as to enlighten me.
Since Lady Kindness is already well acquainted with me, I won't waste any effort introducing myself again. But then again, perhaps the customs are different here. Back in my hometown, there is a form of etiquette known as honoring guests. The host will welcome their guest with warm hospitality by treating them to fine wine and a cozy bed. And yet, ever since I arrived, I have not been welcomed with warm courtesy or ceremonial gifts. Instead, I am met with intense scrutiny. Even more absurd, the host has sharpened their blade and instructed their servants to lie in wait in the shadows. Perhaps you intend to cut open my heart, retrieve the core flame, and then hold a grand feast for all of the guests.
Everyone, stand down.
Thank you for understanding. I am but a feeble scholar who is not used to the stench of avarice and blood.
No need to be humble, my lord. From my perspective, your courage and gumption are worthy of the reputation of the Seven Sages. Your bravery is more than adequate to accomplish our perilous endeavor.
So, you wish to start a war?
Well, since the Chrysos heirs are calling for war, we will respond in kind. Conflict is inevitable. Since Aglaya endeavors to suppress the virtuous commoners with blood of gold, we will not hesitate to display the rights and mettle the citizens of Akama are so entitled to. As to your question of whether peace is still a viable option, well, to that I can only say this. Everything hinges on the next citizens' assembly and whether they have a sudden epiphany amid the clamor of the masses. And since you, as a Chrysos heir, accepted our invitation, you have indeed given us a glimmer of hope.
What brazen arrogance. What you're saying right now is worlds apart from what you were saying before you retired your cleaners.
I don't deny it. After all, they're responsible for cleaning up any threats, and just a moment ago, you were on the side of the Chrysos heirs.
Chrysos.
But now that you're an ally of ours, we can continue talking somewhere else. As you know, these walls have ears. I was fortunate enough to have the opportunity to discuss a treatise about the Venerationists with your teacher, Empedocles. Yet, it seems you subscribe to the Nusporists instead, Lord Anaxa. I've heard that this school of thought is one with many detractors.
It's normal for ideas to have supporters and dissenters. Just like how there are two types of people in this world. Geniuses and dimwits.
In Exodus Ratio Part 2, is it?
Welcome back to the hub of the Demigod Council, Lord Anaxagoras. Surely you remember that countless eloquent orators have stood in this spot before and emerged victorious by stoking public sentiment with their words. And yet there have also been innumerable blasphemous philosophers who set themselves up for failure because they refused to defend their actions. This tiny stage is the most profound embodiment of Akama in centuries. In 15 days, this site shall also become the most important, as well as the final turning point in Akama's history. May the both of us carry out our duties with honor and lead the masses back toward the Erechrysia, a golden age with no death, strife, or trickery.
Oh my, 15 days and nights. That aligns perfectly with the date of your demise. Could such a coincidence truly exist?
Using death to prove myself fits my intentions perfectly.
What strong conviction you have. As expected of the hero who dared to stand up to the Gold Weaver.
The gold.
As expected, she misunderstands you.
That's enough, Lady Kindness. Dispense with the niceties. I only accepted your invitation so that I can serve the commoners alongside the members of the Council of Elders. Don't test my patience with such superfluous formalities.
Well, you say that now, but surely you also require my aid as well, so that you can stay alive even when being pursued by the Golden Thread?
You worry too much. She won't show her hand too freely, as she still needs to garner support from the masses at the Citizens' Assembly.
Even someone like me can tell that only a sliver of her humanity remains. Surely you're not asserting that she will definitely act in a rational manner.
As you're no doubt aware, Aglaya covets the core flame that I possess, which makes it the bargaining chip that allows me and the rest of you to negotiate with her. However, in return, I'll need the Council of Elders to support me as much as possible. Naturally, this includes the guards as well. You're well aware how valuable Cersei's core flame will be in the era Chrysia that you are desperately pursuing. Talk is cheap, so you'd better act prudently as well.
I understand. After all, this battle of wits is just a means for each party to acquire what they need. As long as your request is reasonable, the Council of Elders never shortchanges its allies. Since we're both intent on mutual cooperation, let's not mince words and just speak plainly to each other. Let us decide how much we can secure for ourselves and how much we're willing to sacrifice, like true philosophers, with our words and wisdom.
Yeah, I have to.
Continuing from the earlier topic, let us discuss our common enemy, Aglaya. She is the second most experienced Chrysos heir across the whole of Akama,
Oh shit,
who
somebody
has
else got that.
gradually lost her humanity to the ravages of time and the ablation of the core flame. A formidable opponent indeed. Admittedly, there is ample reason for her to take your life. Yet your previous reasoning is quite sound. As a seasoned political animal, it's unclear whether she will actually cross that irreversible boundary. Moreover, she still needs you alive so that the Titan's trial can be completed. Is there anyone present who can swear by the sacred vow of Kefali and guarantee that you weren't in league with that woman before coming here? Are you just trying to pull the wool over our eyes and aid her in her savagery?
If Aglaya required a suitably intelligent Chrysos heir, then I'm the best fit for her needs. However, it's quite evident that she has no need for a Chrysos heir who could break free of her control at any time.
Yeah, sure, just kill him.
Since I believe in neither Titans nor the prophecy, there's no way that I would willingly walk on the path that she extols. Given how rigorously she enforces her principles, how would she ever accept a heretic such as me?
I understand what you mean. At the very least, the both of us agree that this tyrant who wallows in extravagance and greed is the greatest threat to achieving peace in Akama.
I'll cross it.
The Council of Elders is willing to defend your right to live, just as we defend every oppressed citizen. However, I regret to say that sentiments in favor of the Chrysos heirs and Aglaya are only growing in magnitude.
Oh no.
The peace that we are aspiring toward, as well as everything that we hold dear, will be destroyed completely. The city will be burned to ashes, and the citizens' blood will be shed. Tell me, what are you willing to do for our esteemed citizens so that they can vanquish the enemies of our fine city?
Grudges. Honoring life.
Although the circumstances are rather unfortunate from an objective point of view, it is an undeniable fact that ever since the Grove was attacked, I have become the de facto leader of the Grove. The Council of Elders needs more backing if it wishes to topple Aglaya, and it's evident that the Academy wields considerable influence. At the very least, I have served as the Grove's special envoy to Akama for a significant amount of time. Of course, this also means that I will hold a crucial vote at the Citizens' Assembly.
In the name of Kefali, Akama thanks you for your sincere and valuable thoughts. At this stage, it's clear that you and I understand the benefits to be won from this discussion. Let me put it plainly. The Council of Elders has always been renowned for its fairness, and that fairness is built on a foundation of sincerity. The Council of Elders has vowed to all citizens of Akama that it will always remain loyal to them. As for you, my lord, how will you guarantee that you will be able to live up to such earnestness and will not betray Akama's indomitable citizens when the opportunity presents itself? Just as you now betray Aglaya when it suits you.
Surely you jest. My loyalty does not need to be proven. The fact that the Council of Elders is asking for proof of my loyalty is itself akin to a form of betrayal.
I am incredibly honored to have witnessed the both of you bury the hatchet in a civilized manner. However, I am afraid that I must interrupt for a brief moment. As the Theoros, I have observed the following. Lady Aglaya, the Goldweaver, is currently on her way to Dawncloud.
Oh. Well, I do believe that we might have a slight overabundance of guests today.
Feeling dissatisfied, Lady Kindness? Despite the Council of Elders' lofty residence on Dawncloud, it must still tolerate the whims of the Chrysos heirs.
So you were holding back just now. Seems like you are better at playing this game than I. In any case, I'm glad that she's arriving here. So tell me, Anaxagoras, now that you're an ally of mine, if Aglaya were to demand that I hand you over, what should I do?
You can do as she says. Tell her that the Council of Elders merely wished to chat with me and had no intention of offending her. However, by doing so, the authority of the Council of Elders will be as thin as papyrus that has been soaked in blood. Not only can it be destroyed at the slightest touch, but the Council will also lose possession of a valuable core flame. No, more like 2 core flames. After all, at the next Citizens' Assembly, that young lady who is synonymous with death will also be standing on our side.
Oh? How can you be sure of that?
Is that of importance to you? All you need to know is that I have a plan. In my opinion, you should be more worried about the impending threat. If Aglaia sees me in full view of the masses today, she could also dismiss the entire Council of Elders in one fell swoop tomorrow. If that happens, the discussion that we've just had will turn into an utter joke instead. Is this the outcome that you wish to see, Lady Kynus?
Fine. I will handle this matter appropriately. But you do best to remember this. Fool the people, and karma will be on your tail. I'll overlook it this time, but don't count on there being a next time. Unless, of course, you crave cruel punishment and consider suffering the perfect state to ponder the true nature of souls.
Well, what do you know? That happens to be one of my rare talents.
Good say.
We shall see then.
Ah, I've got to say that you've managed to really impress me again. But shouldn't you be going after more?
Dying to know what I'm after, hmm?
I mean, I'm the reason Titan after all. It is in me to ask and seek answers.
Easy there. You'll learn the answer soon enough. I didn't bring it up with her purely because she doesn't have the means to give me what I truly want. It's as they say, onlookers see most clearly. The true masters of Dawncloud have always been the Theoros, who watches over everything.
They finally stopped talking. Crazy.
Okay, just
like, is there anything else from?
And exhale. Yeah, just like lean back. Just gonna bring the microphone in here. Just gonna relax, man. Just relax. Yeah, let's bring it down. Yeah, there we go. All right, there we are. Are we all calm? Are we relaxed? Okay, let's talk about this devil fruit power then. Yeah, I'll be chill. All right. All right. So he has the ability to make soundproof barriers, okay? And he does this a couple of different ways. This is a really interesting fruit. When Law was watching Corazon demonstrate the ability, I'll bring the microphone a little bit back up here. Law said to Corazon, like, this power is useless. What could this even be used for in a fight? Baby Fives, Buki no Mi is way more useful, way more badass. And even Corazon kind of agreed. He was like, okay, yeah, that one is cool. Corazon says, well, yeah, Baby 5 might be able to transform into any kind of heavy weapon to, like, blow up your opponent. But with my ability, you can get a good night's sleep no matter where you are. And when I was a little kid, I'd be like, ah, that's lame, who cares? I want a power that lets me turn into a flamethrower or like a bazooka or something, right? But now, you know, as I'm 31 years old, about to be 32, the ability to have a nice, calm night's sleep whenever I want. The ability, like, even if I was in, like, a crowded airport, which I might be when this video comes out because I'm going on a trip. So if I'm in, like, a very busy, crowded area, for the ability just to, like, snap my fingers and make a soundproof bubble around me that's like...
Open sesame.
It's quiet. So relaxing. And I could just, like, sit there and read a book or take a nap, even if there's, like, a bajillion people around me all, you know, yelling and screaming and everything like that. Of course, you gotta watch with the soundproof ability because, like, I could be in a really busy building and, like, all right, I'm just gonna throw up the soundproof barrier. Next thing I know, the building is on fire somehow and everybody get out! out of here! And I'm just
trying to pull a fast one. Watch your head.
sitting there playing my Game Boy or like reading my Kindle, and like the entire building is burning down. I'm like, this is fine. This is fine right here. Yeah, so there may be some strange facets of this that you don't account for, but other than that, like the ability to make a soundproof bubble or to make yourself unable to output noise or anything you touch unable to output noise, really cool stuff that you could really work with here. And oddly enough, might be the hard counter to not just one, but multiple devil fruits in this story. So we'll get to that, all right? So let's just start by going through the names of Corazone's techniques. There's only 2 of them that he uses with the Calm fruit, okay? He has the technique Silent. And this is when he just snaps his fingers.
Endless riddles. Nothing but a void.
And then he can snap his fingers again, and the silence bubble goes away, all right? So therefore, no sound can either go outside of the bubble or inside of the bubble, okay? So a conversation between 2 people inside of the bubble cannot be heard by anybody outside. And likewise, a conversation happening outside the bubble cannot be heard by anybody inside. However, I feel that with Corazone's mastery of this fruit, he can kind of control which direction the sound is outputting. If he wanted to make a sound bubble where he is silent on the inside, but he could still hear what's going on in the outside, I feel like he would be able to do that, or vice versa, right? If he would want people to hear what he's saying, but he would not want to hear what they're saying, I guess he could also do that as well, right? We don't see it that way. It's like a closed-off channel, but I imagine he would be able to do that, right? So Corazone first demonstrates this ability when Law mentions his full name, Trafalgar D. Water Law. He's explaining this to Baby 5 and Buffalo, and Corazone overhears this, and he's like, whoa, you need to come with me, and I need to talk to you about this, but we have to make sure nobody hears. So he throws up a silence bubble, okay? So the whole idea is Law's name has the Will of D in it, and so he's like, hey, make sure you don't go around telling people that you have the Will of D in your name, because like the Celestial Dragons hate that. They are the enemies of God. You shouldn't be going around just saying that you have that initial. Also, just bringing this up, the name Water that he got from his mother, he mentions, I'm almost 100% sure that is like a royal family name or something, because I feel like that's going to be relevant, the fact that Oda included not just the Will of D, but also Water in his name. Water might have been one of the names of like a royal family, like one of the 20 founding families of Marijois or the world government or something like that. It's just very strange that he put that extra word in there. That's going to come back and be relevant. I swear it will be. Okay, so anyway, that's his first technique that he's shown to use. The next technique that he uses, and this gets way more utility, especially during the raid on Diaz Barrel's base to get the Op fruit, is the technique Calm. All right? Now, I want you to pay attention to what this shit does, because this technique is actually really crazy broken, okay? So, he activates the ability Calm. He can either touch, you know, his own body, or he can touch somebody else, and then whatever he touches, that being, that object or person or animal or whoever he touches is unable to output sound. Or maybe I'll take it. So, if he used the technique Calm, I could clap, no sound would be generated. I could speak.
No dirty tricks, alright?
But what happens if I picked up an object? Like if I picked up a vase and threw it to the ground and it shattered? It still doesn't make any sound. What if I took a bazooka and I blasted a mountainside with it? With like an artillery shell? It makes no sound. And we've seen this. Corazone demonstrates this, okay? So when he attacks Diaz Barrel's base, he activates Calm on himself. He sets an explosion. The explosion makes no noise. The fire and the smoke and the shockwave, that's still there. And by the way, we're going to get back to that on exactly what sound is and what he is doing. We'll get back to that in a moment. But yeah, the explosion still happens. It's just nobody can hear it, so it disorients everybody. Then Corazone sneaks in with a pistol, and he starts shooting out all of the lanterns, all of the lights in the room, makes zero sound. So the gun makes 0 sound when it's being fired, and then the bullets make 0 sound when they hit the lantern, and then the lanterns make 0 sound when they shatter.
Swept away by the
So I
wind.
want you to think about the chain effect that what this is doing, okay?
Nothing but
You are silent, you pick up an object, that object is also silenced. If that object, like a gun, fires another object like a bullet, that bullet is also silenced. If the bullet hits a pane of glass, the pane of glass is also silenced. Do you see the infinity hole bullshit that we're doing here? He then runs up and punches Diaz Barrels in the face. No sound. And I would assume when Diaz Barrels gets punched by Corazon, he's also become calm. So when he hits the ground, it makes no noise when his body hits the ground, okay? And then since he touched the ground, I guess the ground makes no noise. So, like, if you really, then, oh, and then, this is so metal, I went back and watched this episode, Corazon then jumps out of a window like in a fucking action movie, hits the ground, no noise generated by the window shattering, takes out a grenade. Isn't it crazy grenades exist in One Piece? I know they always did. Law had a bunch of grenades strapped to him at the beginning of this flashback, but like, yeah, grenades and shit exist in One Piece. They just don't get used all that often. But whatever, just grenade, throws it back into the room, it blows up. It does cause like a shockwave, like an explosion, right? You get knocked back and everything. Everybody's like, ah! You know, gets blasted back and everything. No sound though by the grenade. So it doesn't matter. It's a chain effect on whatever you touch until Corazon, the user of the fruit, decides to nullify the ability, turn it off, or if he's knocked unconscious or killed, then the sound will return. But until then, everything you interact with, and then everything that you interact with interacts with something else, it just creates a chain effect of silence. This would cause, and it does, and you see it here, so much disorientation, right? And these two scenes, by the way, are put back to back. The scene where Corazon is showing his abilities to Law, and Law is like, that's a dumb ability, what can that even be used for? And then immediately after that, we see what it can be used for, how useful this power really is, okay? So, let's talk about sound waves and vibrations and what they are. So, all sound is vibration. Like, every sound is vibration. It has to be a vibration moving through a medium, air in this case, or water if you're underwater. Something has to be like ground. It can transfer sound like shock waves, like with an earthquake or something like that. All sound is vibrations. Something, in order for you to hear anything, something has to be hitting your eardrum to make it vibrate so that you're actually deciphering the noise, okay? In this case, I am speaking, my voice is going through my mouth, through the air, hitting my microphone, being turned into electricity. I don't know how microphones work. Magic electricity going into my computer, being recorded here on my software, then edited, then uploaded to YouTube, then coming out of either your TV or your computer speakers or your headphones or whatever, and then vibrating your eardrums so that you can understand what I'm saying right now. Okay? Right, yeah. And that is the science behind hearing my incredibly annoying voice. All right, there you go, right? But it's all vibrations, right? So, I'm just going to throw this out there. What happens if, let's say, for example, you have somebody in this story that ate a devil fruit that creates tremors and earthquakes, like Whitebeard? In fact, exactly like Whitebeard. That's a great example. Let's use Whitebeard. What happens if Corazon used the calm ability Whitebeard? Would that nullify the powers of the Gura Gura no Mi? No, it wouldn't, for two reasons. Number one, hockey and all that stuff. So it's like, you know, Whitebeard would be like, you know, my hockey is stronger than yours. And then, you know, Whitebeard just flexes like the Chad that he was. Like, boom! You know, it just knocks away the effects of the devil fruit right then and there because Whitebeard is crazy powerful, right? But beyond that, we've seen that shockwaves and actual physical damage that way can still occur. When Corazon blasted a mountain with a bazooka, it still created the shockwave, right? It created fire and smoke and combustion as well, but the shockwave was still there. When he threw the grenade into Diaz Barrel's base, same thing. It blasted everybody back, okay? So a shockwave was still hitting. The vibration still existed. It's just that, like, Corazon pressed the mute button on it. So that's all to say, in layman's terms, it's fucking magic, all right? Vibrations still exist, but without sound. I don't think that's a thing in our world, so it's straight up magic. But it's okay, because it's One Piece, all right? So in that case, actually kind of makes it even more terrifying in Whitebeard. If he uses the ability while in a silence dome, he would punch the air. The shockwave would still happen, but you wouldn't hear it. You wouldn't physically hear the shockwave, but it would still hit you and floor you and possibly kill you, depending on how close you were to Whitebeard, right? So I think Whitebeard's ability would still work, because it creates like these really huge shockwaves and tremors. But what about other devil fruits that don't rely on that much vibration? Because the vibrations being outputted by the Gura Gura no Mi were quite literally earthquake level. Like Sengoku talked about, like, this is a power that could destroy the world. He can rock the entire crust and the mantle of the planet. Whitebeard was crazy strong, right? I guess now Blackbeard has that power, right? Can we get Roshinade? Oh, damn it. Blackbeard has the Gura Gura no Mi, and the hard counter to that, the silent fruit is now gone. We actually don't know where it's at. It was put back in circulation. Somebody might have eaten it somewhere. We don't know. One of the few devil fruits that is confirmed to have existed and now been back in circulation. That and the Yuki Yuki no Mi, right? Okay, so what about, like, Apu's Oto Oto no Mi, or the Tone fruit? Or, if you're looking at non-canon examples, well, non-canon as in, like, the movie did not happen, although I think Uta herself is still canon. We see her in the manga in a flashback with Shanks, so, you know, she's still there. But as far as the movie One Piece film read, you have Uta's Uta no Mi. So you have the song fruit, right? So how would this ability go? I feel like in this instance, this ability, the Calm fruit, would be the hard counter to this, because it's not like Whitebeard generating an insane amount of vibrational force to rock the world, okay? It's just your voice, okay? And this fruit, the whole point of it is to kind of soundproof things. It's a mute button, all right? The vibrations of Apu's voice, I guess, would still exist, but you would not hear him. That doesn't make any sense, like I said, but in One Piece it does here, okay? So Apu could try to use his fighting music, and I guess it just wouldn't activate. Uta would try to send people into the song world, and I guess it just wouldn't activate, because you need to hear her song. You actually, I think, physically need to hear what she is saying to kind of get sucked into the Uta world, all right? Kind of like that. You know, Apu's is a little interesting now that I'm thinking about it, because he creates, like, onomatopoeias, you know, like the scratch with the symbol on his head, and that creates a slicing movement, but I think you still need to hear what he's saying in order to activate it. So, like, the vibrations would be coming off of him, but you wouldn't be able to hear what he's saying. And I feel like Oda, if these two fruits encountered one another, they would just, this one would just nullify Apu's devil fruit ability. He wouldn't be able to use it. Okay. Now, what about Brook? So Brook's devil fruit actually has nothing to do with music. He's just a musician by trade. It's just what he does. So he can use music to, like, you know, use the lullaby to put people to sleep, or use the festival night to make people drunk. It's his soul powers that are really doing the thing of, like, making people fall asleep, or making people, you know, mimic the effect of being drunk. But he still needs to sing the song in order to get them into that headspace to augment the power. So I think this would also be a pretty good counter to at least some of Brook's techniques. So Brook obviously could still channel the cold, unforgiving powers of the underworld and freeze you solid with his sword. He could still do that, and, like, the arrow notch slash and everything like that. Like, that has nothing to do with music. But any technique that he would have to try to put people to sleep by singing a song, you wouldn't be able to hear the song. So I don't think the soul waves would be able to like resonate with you, if that makes sense, right? I don't think it would work, right? Big Mom, she shouts and screams a lot. You know, she was shouting for wedding cake for the latter half of an entire arc, right? So that ability will shut her up pretty quick. And in fact, that's what Law does during Onigashima. Uses an ability similar with the same technique name, Silent. He opens up an awakening room, the R room, a remote room. Opens that up, silences Big Mom. She's calling out, trying to use her abilities to summon her homies Prometheus and Hera and Napoleon. They cannot hear her. Big Mom falls. She's screaming. She's trying to make noise. She can't make noise. Everything she touches doesn't make any noise because of the, well, that's because that's a different effect than Corazone's. This is more of just Law's op fruit that has a bubble. However, I will say this. The idea that Law's awakening can essentially perfectly replicate the effects of this devil fruit kind of gives you the idea that an awakened power can replicate other fruit powers. Like in the last episode, we were talking about Mach Weiss's Tun fruit, and I was talking about how when he awakened that, then you would basically have a similar effect, not the same ability, but a similar effect as to Fujitora's Zushi no Mi, to like, you know, bring everybody down with like gravity pressure. In Mach Weiss's, it would just be bringing it down with like, I guess like gravitational force. His would be with like just increasing your weight to pin you to the ground. Same basic result, right? So kind of like that. The awakening of the op fruit can mimic the effects of the Com fruit. And because Corazon was Law's mentor and like big brother figure and everything like that, he decided to name the technique Silent in homage of Corazon, right? Okay. Now, I don't think it would have the same chain effect that the Com fruit does, where if you like touch something and then you touch something else, then that also negates the sound all the way down. You still have to be in the bubble, the R room, in order to make it work. But it's still very, very similar to the same basic effect, right? Okay. And finally, I know this individual is not a devil fruit user, but I basically just wrote everybody down that uses like sound as an attack in One Piece. Remember Shoujo, part of the Saruyama Alliance with his brother Mashira way back in Jaya? You know, he uses the microphone and amplifier setup to use a sonar to like, you know, salvage wrecks at the bottom of the ocean. You know, he just screams into a microphone, and that's how he does it. That's, I mean, this ability would also mess him up too. He wouldn't be able to attack you. And thank God, Shoujo was dangerous. He had a higher bounty than Mashira. So when it comes to the awakenings of this devil fruit, I actually had to sit down and think about this for a moment. And then I realized Law's devil fruit awakening is kind of the same thing as this, or it would be the kind of the same thing as this. So remember, Law's ability is to open up a room, a space, where his abilities work. Corazon's is kind of the same thing. Now, he has other abilities on top of that, like Calm. But Silent is kind of like the op fruit, where he snaps his fingers and then like a little silent bubble appears around him, okay? So just like how Law's awakening is opening up remote rooms further away from him, maybe kind of the same thing that Corazon could do, right? So maybe the silent bubble he produces can't be that big, but you have the ability Calm, which is, in my opinion, way better than that. But yeah, maybe he could like make a silent bubble at a distance, so anything that he sees, he could throw a bubble around. Or if you just want to increase the range, Corazon activates his awakening, and like the entire island that he's on, the whole thing goes silent immediately. Or, since we're going back to the vibration thing, because the vibrations clearly exist when he uses the devil fruit, maybe the awakening actually does nullify all vibrations. So it's kind of like the spell Silence in D&D, where it turns off all thunder damage. If you try to use a thunder damaging spell in a silence bubble, it just fizzles. It doesn't work. So maybe if Corazon awakened and then opened up a bubble, then if Whitebeard tried to use
no dirty tricks. Watch your head.
And then Whitebeard is like very upset, very perturbed by not being able to make earthquakes. You know what I mean? That would actually be really good. Now, I have no idea the ramifications of this in the realm of physics if you just stopped all vibrations from happening. I'm pretty sure that would like, I have no idea what that would do. Because, like, vibrations are always happening, right? Like, you know, atoms are always moving, right? Protons and everything, they're always moving. Electrons are always moving, right? If you just stopped every source of vibration, everything in the bubble would just immediately destabilize and fall apart or something, right? If like, he's like, no more vibrations, every atom just stands still, violates the fucking Heisenberg principle or whatever, and then instantly just destabilizes all of matter. That's a pretty metal awakening right there, I'll tell you what. But no, in the context of the One Piece world, it would just be like, yeah, all vibration-based abilities don't work. He calms an entire island. That island could never suffer an earthquake. Ooh, that'd be cool. There's a crazy, like a really, like, magnitude 12 earthquake, like, happening on an island. Corazon awakens his ability and just... and it just stops the earthquake. That would actually be really cool, I feel. That would be almost as badass as that one time. I can't remember if it was Yujiro. I think it was Yujiro in Baki, where there's an earthquake, and then he just punches the ground, and he's like, no interruptions.
Let's save some time.
Wild.
And then the earthquake stops.
What a chat.
Baki is absurd. Did you know, if you ever read Baki, it's a crazy manga. They expect us to believe anything, am I right? But it's so awesome. All right, anyway. That's the video. That's the calm fruit from Corazon, and a little bit of Baki thrown in there too. All right. Well, anyway, yeah, thanks for watching, everybody. Let me know down below on how and...
That was interesting. Look
You
out
won't
for
get
it.
away.
The stage is set. You're at a black market auction that I'm hosting, and we specialize in selling Pokemon. So, how much would you spend on an Eevee? Ooh, too slow. One of the world's best Nuzlockers bought it for $500. But why? Well, our stock is filled with 120 of the world's finest Pokemon, and all of these phenomenal Nuzlockers have showed up with $15,000 in their pockets. So, what is the goal? Well, through a very elaborate auction, each player assembled a box of Pokemon to race through Pokemon Emerald as fast as they possibly could. For players like these who have cemented themselves in the Hall of Fame for many games that a majority of people once called impossible, Vanilla Emerald shouldn't pose that much of a challenge. But they're not playing against Emerald in a vacuum, as your run is only as strong as your auction here, and you have all the power to make sure your competition doesn't grab anything you don't want them to have. So after 2 hours of frantic bidding, the teams were finally locked in. Out of these 5 competitors, whose strategy do you think is going to get rewarded the most? The aggressive spending from Flygon and Wacko? The patient selectivity of Captain Kid and Peachal? Or the balanced approach from DRXX? Our runners took their place in bed and prepared for the starting countdown before dashing to the computers to set up their opening teams. Sure, they were all playing with hardcore Nuzlocke rules, but pretty quickly, these pros discovered this challenge was more than just solving every battle.
A lot of this is about speedrunning more than Nuzlocking. It's really just who's the best Pokemon Emerald speedrunner contest.
As someone who has participated in races like these, it's no surprise to me that the first trainer to reach Roxanne was none other than Captain Kid. His early Whimsicott dominated the early trainers, but that's not the reason he earned his lead. By going through this route with only Whimsicott, he was able to skip this double battle against the twins on the bridge because double battles can't trigger if you only have one Pokemon in your party. Whimsicott then went on to sweep Roxanne and gave him a significant lead after the first badge. The main challenge of this auction was constructing a box that would be good for the entirety of Hoenn. Peachal had a solid box in theory, but even someone like him realized that his early game was gonna be rough. Almost everything in his box either levels up late or requires an evolution item that can only be found in Lilycove, which is well over halfway through the run. At first glance, you say, hey, at least he has Dracovish, but the only water move it learns is Water Gun until level 63. Look, not all investments are meant to be good investments, and Dracovish might just not be a good investment. But then there's today's sponsor, Rocket Money, which is absolutely a good investment. Like, let's say you have some goals you want to save for in the near future, even long term. Well, Rocket Money is a great tool to utilize in that regard, since it can help you see where your money is actually going. For example, you might be paying for a service that you forgot about ages ago and it's just chipping away at your bank account. If you don't know, Rocket Money is an all-in-one finance app that can help you manage your money, lower bills, and grow your savings. I know canceling subscriptions in a vacuum is a very easy thing to do, but remembering them is a little bit harder. So a good thing with Rocket Money, it can itemize your subscriptions into a list, and in just a few taps, Rocket Money may be able to help with terminating them. And after you terminate those services, you're now able to put that money into savings. So try it out today, and you can unlock even more features at rocketmoney.com/alpharad, or just click the link in the description and get started today.
Okay, that's very fine damage. I'm still faster. Did I crit on the first one or something? What the fuck happened? There was a crit. Okay. I think I'm gonna switch here before I get blocked. We send it.
The runners had a bit of a choice coming up here. They could either beat Brawly in the Do for Jim or deliver the letter to Steven. I mean, yeah, they actually had to do both, but it's all about momentum. Given that, Wacko was able to take advantage of Kid's choice to start with the letter and got to be the first one through Brawly, sweeping with his Oricorio. At this point, Flygon was only 1 minute behind, using his own powerful single-stage Pokemon to sweep Brawly, Aerial Ace Heracross. Believe it or not, the players who targeted those kinds of Pokemon in the auction were thriving in the early game. Except for Dracovish. With Watson around the corner, this fight would serve as the first true check of everyone's auction. Electric is such a hard type to play around, especially when I offered up so few ground types. But before it was time for that, one of the toughest obstacles of the entire run was about to confront them. Optional trainers on Cycling Road. Sounds like something that should be easy for gamers of this caliber, right?
If anybody's mock biking in this, they're insane. Props to them. They're better at overworld movement than I am, but I just don't have it like that. Okay, well, we already screwed up. See, I mentally prepared for it and accepted my fate. Now I'm not mad.
With everyone else a bit preoccupied, Drew had an opportunity served on a silver platter to make up some time here, and even had a great answer to Watson with Rival. Drew was only a few minutes behind Wacko from leading the pack, but Cycling Road had other plans. Obviously, Drew wasn't the only one to run into optional trainers. Things did go a bit better for Wacko, who only ran into one, and then there's Kid, who went in with confidence.
The last time I got this first try, and I think it gave me a really big head. I was like, oh, I'm kind of the goat. I'm kind of the mock bike goat.
The only one to truly take advantage of Cycling Road here was definitely Flygon HG, as he's a certified Generation 3 specialist. I mean, he's a guy who named himself Flygon. Sure, most of these players have overcome challenges across a variety of Pokemon games, but Flygon's experience with this map specifically was really starting to show. He was the only one to get all the way through Cycling Road without hitting a single optional trainer. However, it wasn't quite enough to catch Wacko yet. As you know, Nuzlockers are known for being meticulously sweaty planners. Like, they would never even entertain a fight without calculating every possible outcome. Then there's WWWD. What would Wacko do? He is a pioneer of believing when there's a flinch, there's a way, ignoring objective calculations in hopes of landing a crit, and constantly holding forward against all odds. Sometimes that can be shaky when it comes to Nuzlocking, but when it came to speed running, the reason for him leading this race is becoming very apparent. He spent hardly any time at the PC, and despite Flygon's marvelous map movement, Wacko was in and out of fights so fast that he beat Watson before anybody else had even entered the gym. Luckily, nobody really had trouble with Watson, as everybody made sure to draft at least one ground type. Of course, Wacko was first out of Mauville with Kid hot on his trail, but unfortunately, Pichal was starting to fall behind, suffering another slow gym fight because of his underpowered Pokemon that just couldn't do any damage at all. Despite that, he was never at any real risk of wiping, but everybody else was simply moving faster. Here's where the game really starts to speed up. To keep this race as more of a boss rush, we've removed the enemy teams from the game entirely. So after Watson, these runners head immediately towards Flannery, and let's see who remembers the path through the gym.
God, dude, I can't. And now, I don't know. I think it's right.
Wait, what? There's no way. There's absolutely no way you just lied to me.
Well, that's a huge fucking time loss.
For the first time all run, Wacko finally had to head to the PC and set up a new team, which gave Kid the perfect opening to take the lead heading into Flannery. Along with Flygon, this trio navigated Lava Ridge Gym perfectly, and all of them made it to her within 90 seconds of each other. But this fight can slow you down to a crawl. Wacko knew his Duck trio didn't have much to offer after it carried his team through Watson, so after sacrificing it to set up Aerodactyl, he finished Flannery's fight before anybody else. Flygon definitely would have been first if it wasn't for Flannery's Torkoal hitting his Gyarados with a tragic body slam paralysis, but at least Marchand was able to clean up and secure second place. However, Kid got absolutely ruined by Flannery's most annoying tactic. attract. This did help Drew close the gap caused by his poor gym navigation, and all he had to do to make up time was click Hydro Pump. Boom! And then there was Yawn. We all know that his team wasn't at their full power just yet, but I believe he still had a chance to surge with all of those evolutions right around the corner. Back when we were auctioning though, Norman was one of the battles in the forefront of every single person's mind. They all knew they needed either a fighting type or a ghost type or just both. But before anyone could even make it to Petalburg, Kid busted out a classic trick for anyone who's ever seen a draft lock before.
We, I think, got the only Pokemon in the draft, my absolute goat Kadabra. So we can walk outside, talk to May, and then hold, Kadabra, teleport. Okay, see ya. Back to Petalburg we go. All right, beautiful, beautiful.
The problem? His box was in no way prepared for Norman. His only fighting types were Cubfu and Clavapus, and his ghosts were Honedge and Frillish. Kid simply did not have the power to get through this barrage of normal types, and even got slowed down by all of the fodder gym trainers too. Yes, Kid was the first one back to Petalburg, but he was not the first to challenge Norman. Instead, both Flygon and Wacko stormed through the final door of Petalburg Gym one after another, just a few seconds apart. As you all know, this fight is about the slacking. Thanks to the level cap and his insane base stats, there is almost nothing in this game that can truly deal with it on its own. Sure, you can play around his Truant ability, but Norman has 2 Hyper Potion, a Citrus Berry on the slacking, and in this build, the AI is too smart than to just let you sit there and spam Protect every other turn. Flygon, though, came prepared. His Heracross might have been the hardest possible counter to Norman's team as he blasted through the entire fight in just over 2 minutes, giving him his first lead of the race. And thanks to everybody else's issues with the fight, it was a pretty significant one too. Meanwhile, Wacko cooked up a pretty wild line, hoping to slaughter the slacking with a Beware using Indoor and Flail, but slacking's Yawn ruined it all, forcing him to slow it down. Drew's fighting type pair of Flamigo and Blaze Tauros helped him close the gap on second place, but he still had a few minutes to make up on Flygon. As you can tell, this has become a very competitive race, but despite the big brain teleport, Kid really had nothing for Norman. The teleport play was supposed to give him the lead, but now he was as far behind as ever.
Slowest Norman of my life is now done.
It's a long way to Winnow's 4-tree gym, but at least no one has to stop by the Weather Institute. After falling way behind at Norman, Kid knew that he had to make a play and fast if he wanted to get back in the race. Unfortunately, I don't think these were the plays he had in mind.
I can't believe I've done this. Yeah, she's gonna fight me. Okay, we're not doing that. We're just gonna have to go back on Cycling Road, I suppose. I thought I was gonna come this way because I knew I wanted to get the... Yeah, no, you should never do this. If I can get a good Cycling Road here, then this won't... Oh my god. Yeah, this is a disaster. If we follow her, this is good. Okay, let's make sure we get the... Yeah, this is a disaster. I would assume that everybody's doing Winona right now.
Winona's a tough one because her level cap comes right before when a ton of powerful Pokemon are able to evolve. But at least should serve as the final major obstacle before Peach House time truly gets to shine. Actually, this battle was going to be a big box check for all of the runners. It really came down to who came the most prepared.
Pika Pika, Sons of Guns. I think it is gonna go into the Altaria though. Get out of healing range. Get out of healing range.
Never conceals its desire to control the heavens.
Okay, great. I was hoping that would kill. Aerial Ace, that shouldn't do much. Okay, that's not nothing, but now you're static. Ooh, that sucks for you because Electro Ball is gonna really hurt, isn't it? Don't do it. You freaking, I hate this guy. I hate this guy so much. Just die. Thank you.
Wacko decided to take a lengthy detour to pick up the Thunderbolt TM from Watson and New Mauville, but we'll see if it pays off. Despite that, he was still within 2 minutes of Flygon entering the Winona fight, and thanks to his Electro now knowing Thunderbolt, it made the 4-tree gym absolutely free. Drew's Rotom carried him through the fight just as it did against Flannery, but the movement gap between him and Flygon was really starting to show. Drew had a great box and he was piloting it well. He had only spent a few more seconds and gym leader fights compared to Flygon, but given his huge advantage in overworld movement, Drew was 10 minutes behind first place. As I mentioned, beating Winona unlocks a bunch of final stage evolutions, as well as tons of evolution items at the Lily Cove department store. Kid's investment of Cubfu finally got to come to fruition, but it was starting to feel a little too late for that now. Sure, Peachel now has access to a few secret weapons like his expensive Palafin, but would that alone really be enough to make up for 20 minutes of time between him and the 3 frontrunners, who also had some new evolutions at their disposal? Flygon collected enough coins for Goldingo, Drew now had access to both Gardevoir and Greninja, and the big money Wacko spent on Meowscarada was finally about to pay off. Not only is this Pokemon incredibly fast, but a grass move like Flower Trick does so well for most of the remaining fights. With Tate and Liza taking center stage, Flygon's plan was to sacrifice Flinks if it meant taking Claydol down with them. Wacko's plan, where there's a rock slide, there's a way.
Oh my god, the flinch.
Welcome to the stream, man.
Say what you will about the strategy, but it was working for Wacko, as that is not the first extremely well-timed piece of RNG that has blessed this run. Sure, Flygon had the lead, but Wacko was hot on his heels. The path to the final gym was obviously a quick one. No need to mess around with Rayquaza, it was just straight to Pseudopolis to take on Juan. Part of Wacko's whole strategy was to spend as little time as possible at the PC. When he changed up his team after Winona, the idea was that those 6 Pokemon should be able to take him to the end of the game without ever stopping. And now he was finally reaping the benefits. Flygon's 3-minute lead was down to less than 1 as they both strolled up to the final gym leader.
Wacko caught up. Oh man, he caught up quick.
Flygon had Juan's water types dead to rights thanks to Light Ball Pikachu and a little help from Breloom and Primarina. Of course, Wacko showed up confidently too with Meowscarada and its guaranteed crit Flower Tricks.
I'm not afraid of this guy. I'm just gonna play rough. Oh, an Ice Beam. How much damage does that do?
Humanity never conceals its desire to control the
The
heavens.
Lord
and
giveth,
I know
the
such.
Lord taketh away. Wacko had plenty of firepower in the back with Aerodactyl and Hitmonlee cleaning up with little issue, but that one crit significantly hurt his chance at taking the lead before the Elite Four. And now he was worried that any possible chance at winning might have died with Meowscarada. Drew was still keeping pace, washing yet another gym leader with his Rotom, but trailing behind second place this late in the run meant he was steadily running out of time to make a move. Wacko didn't need Meowscarada to finish Juan, but he was definitely relying on the Grass Cat to be one of his main E4 sweepers. So with that plan out the window, Wacko had to abandon his previous strategy of holding forward and instead had to stop and regroup. While Flygon made a mad dash through Victory Road, Wacko doubled back to Lily Cove, fought May, entered the department store to buy an Ice Stone, and evolve his Alolan Vulpix into Ninetales. This absolutely increased his chances of beating the game, but drastically hurt his odds of beating it before Flygon. With 2 competitors respectfully out of the race and one trailing significantly behind, it was really only down to Wacko versus Flygon. And the winner was starting to look obvious. Even though one had to make a significant detour, the other didn't. Flygon's mastery of the overworld gave him a massive lead, complemented by a team dedicated to dismantling every single trainer the Elite Four had. Like, by the time Wacko had engaged Sydney, Flygon was already multiple fights ahead. He only used 2 Pokemon for Sydney, 1 for Phoebe, and at this point, it was his race to lose. But unfortunately, I've seen this story before. With me from the first draft block. I've hosted a lot of these races over the past years, and every single time, without fail, regardless if it's me or someone else, the first player to enter the Elite Four has always failed to bring it home. But I guess if anyone could be the one to break that curse, it had to be Flygon HG, right? Wacko knew he didn't have time to stop and think about these fights, as blindly holding forward was no longer a choice. But instead, it was the only option.
Wacko's through Sydney.
Nothing but a boy.
Gotta run.
Wacko's newly added Ninetales swept through Sydney, Decidueye got to clutch up through Phoebe, and Fernet got the call for Glacia, but none of this was fast enough to catch up to Flygon. Sure, the gap was closing as Wacko was even a full fight ahead anymore as he got slowed down by this massive wall rain, but given that he was on the tail end of the same fight, he was still minutes ahead of Wacko.
Wacko's right behind me.
Backstabber.
We'll see.
If Flygon was starting to feel the pressure here, he did not show it at all against Drake. Between the combination of Lapras and Primarina, he was more than ready for the Dragons. For him, his victory was all going to come down to the champion, Wallace and his onslaught of Water-type Pokemon. At this point, his lead was significant. He walked up to Wallace mere seconds after Wacko approached Drake. He now had a full fight's worth of cushion. But Wallace's team wasn't just full of water types. In fact, his team features some of the bulkiest water types ever made and multiple dual types to stop sweepers in their tracks. However, Flygon was ready. He built his team to handle just about everything else you could imagine, but overlooked that he managed to take 3 separate water types into the Elite Four, none of which had anything that could deal with bulky terrors like Melodic and Gyarados. It's not like it was ever a question of could he do it, but more of could he do it fast? At least he had his Breloom, a Pokemon he chose specifically to land big hits on Wallace's lead of Wailord.
It's faster? What?
I'm stupid.
Wild that it just fucking one-shots.
Flygon was slowed down to a halt. He had plenty of options for Wallace's team, don't get me wrong. I mean, he could still win simply by stalling if he had to. But this was Wacko's opening, and Drake was doing everything he could to close the door on him. What looked like a Ninetales sweep was stopped by Flygon. The Pokemon, not the Nuzlocke. Outspeeding and killing with a flamethrower. Salamence surely could have swept here, but Flygon paralyzed it with a fatal Dragon Breath. Wacko now had no choice but to sacrifice his Archeops, whose only purpose was apparently to die. But that sacrifice kept his tempo going. All his Decidueye had to do now was sit on the field and mash Leaf Blade. Back to Flygon, the Nuzlocke, who had no quick answer to Tentacruel. He was forced to sit in front of it with Goldingo and click recover until Tentacruel was out of Hydro Pumps. Then was only able to attack with Ice Beam. Shadow Ball took it down, but by then, Wacko had also made it to Wallace, and Flygon's lead went down from an entire fight to just one Pokemon. Unlike Flygon's Breloom, Wacko's Decidueye was bulky enough to withstand a Blizzard from Wailord, taking it down with a combination Leaf Blade and a Sucker Punch. 5 Pokemon left on each side. Flygon was able to claw back the lead, but he was getting terrible RNG at the worst possible time, with a pair of 2-hit bullet seeds from Heracross costing him valuable turns. Meanwhile, Wacko was sacrificing his Infernape to the Melodic just to preserve his own momentum. And now he was able to bring out a Pokemon that hasn't gotten any action throughout the entire Elite Four.
Don't let me down.
Electrode. Remember that questionable pit stop he made to grab the Thunderbolt TM over an hour ago? Yeah, that's about to pay off big time here. Because Flygon only had one electric move on his team that admittedly did take out the Melodic, but wasn't going to help against Wallace's next demon named Witchcash. For Wacko, Decidueye was the obvious answer here, but it was still weak from the Blizzard, and was likely to die on switching. Instead, Wacko pivoted through Salamence to deny Earthquake and gambled it all on the next switch. He didn't even have time to look at what Witchcash's moves were. He just had to believe. Then the fish's fate was sealed with a Leaf Blade knockout, which meant both Wacko and Flygon only had 3 of Wallace's Pokemon remaining. Flygon had a bigger roster, but Wacko was playing undeniably hot. Given that his Electrode couldn't one-shot the Tentacruel, he went for Charge Beam and didn't get the boost. Sludge Bomb took him down low, and he only had a couple attacks left. Luckily, Thunderbolt secured the kill on Tentacruel, leaving just Ludicolo and Gyarados left. So now it was time for the most pivotal switch-in of the entire race.
Is this Ludicolo? Oh my god, what a good
spin! The wrong one.
Electro spent its final attack to take down the Gyarados as Flygon was still stuck dealing with Melodic with no way of bringing it down quickly. Again, it was no question if Flygon would eventually win this fight or not. But was it going to be before Wacko? The entire fate of this race was now entirely in the hands of Wacko's lone Salamence. All they had to do was win the 1v1 against Ludicolo, the last Pokemon in the back for Wallace.
Unscathed.
And just like that, he did it. With his back against the wall, Wacko pulled through, secured the win, and found himself in the Hall of Fame. Flygon, of course, finished soon after, and the rest followed over time. However, unlike my normal races, our roster was filled with competitors at heart, and none of them, including Wacko, were fully satisfied with either their draft or how they played. So a few weeks later, they all decided to run it back, double or nothing. So if you like this one, subscribe, and I'll see you for round 2.
Fair enough. Cool.
Yesterday, a top 20 token called Mantra, or Ohm, crashed 90%, leading me to search for answers along with many other people like Zach XBT, who actually helped with this investigation.
There's a good chance.
And together, I think we put together a
lot
lot to inform the public. I interviewed the CEO, JP Mullen. You'll be hearing from him in a second. I do want to say there were a lot of twists and turns to this story. There's an entire angle of this interview I later fact-checked and proved wrong, which is that I was given a tip that there was this OTC seller that was market making for Mantra and had his hands in the whole thing. And I was like, I thought that really was part of the reason it all went down. Now, JP on our call denied it, so then I kind of went back and I did a bunch of sourcing to actually confront the guy behind it. I dug through who he is. It turns out he's faked being a market maker before. He faked being a market maker for a real market maker that was really arrested by the Fed. It's a long story. I might get a whole separate thing about that. But what's funny about this, and the only reason this interview still exists, is because we talk about that, and it turned out to be wrong. Normally, I might scrap the interview, but in the process of confronting the CEO about this guy, he actually admits to doing something very similar to what this guy claims he was doing. So understand, when I confront JP with this mysterious Mr. P, okay? This guy is like a professional con artist of some kind, or at least I believe he's lied historically on similar things. So don't believe that. But in the process, we get some interesting admissions as to what happened to the OM token. Was it manipulated? Was the OTC sales what killed the project? Was it liquidation? I will let you decide. Here's the interview. All right. JP Mullen, CEO of Mantra, the token that just crashed. You're here to talk about what happened, hopefully clear up some problems. Let's just start with your side of the story.
Yeah, well, I appreciate you having me on in the first place. Reached out on Twitter, so thanks for hopping on this quite quick. As I was kind of discussing with you both online before. This all started basically last night on Sunday evening Asia time. I'm in Seoul, Korea right now. We just hosted a RWA summit today that I showed up at and was meant to be, kind of a headline speaker.
All will be swept away by the wind.
I went to bed roughly around midnight local time and was woken up around 5. Someone was calling the hotel. My room and trying to wake us up because there had been obviously this massive sell-off in token price where the token crashed. I think at the time I woke up it was probably around 50 cents or something, and effectively what we were able to discern was that overnight tokens that had been used as collateral on Ohm and longed for different positions had been forced closed and liquidated, causing this massive sell-off and precipitous downfall of the token. So we've been in contact with our exchange partners, investors, and the community. And, again, thanks for having us on to kind of, walk through some of these questions about, exactly what happened, but also what we will be doing about it.
Yeah, so it was I think reportedly a 90% crash. You guys were at the time a top 20 token, so y'all weren't by any means a small project.
Yeah,
feeling lucky. I think leading many people to wonder, like, how could this magnitude of an event happen? It's so you see big swings in crypto. You usually don't see 90% drops unless there's something kind of going on. A lot of people jump to some, understandably, some questions about the team. About the team maybe dumping, doing something. So just to kind of address that.
All in.
Sure. Did the team sell? Did the team get liquidated? And
never hesitate.
how has? Well, let's just start there.
Sure.
Yeah.
Nope.
Okay.
I did this care of
So, first one, we have published a transparency report last week that shows all the team wallets
There's
and
no
all the
backing
holdings.
out now.
The team
For
tokens
me
are
or
all
you.
long vested and have not moved. So, these are happy to be shared and publicized again with your community. So no, we did not sell a single loan.
Or maybe
the
I'll
team
take
holds
it
are
all.
liquidate. We don't have
Watch your head.
leverage positioned on exchanges. We don't do that.
Oh boy.
Have you guys sold tokens OTC?
We have had OTC transactions for the
Please stay tuned.
Sponsor Chain Association
Sound
itself to
lingers.
fund business operations.
Do you have an idea of like what ballpark number are we talking about?
Firefly
How many
Type
tokens you sold? Like, give me a dollar amount. Like how much has Mantra sold?
Attack detected.
I'd say between 25 and 30 million dollars US.
Until everything burns to
So,
ashes!
what if those tokens OTC were?
The sea
I mean, I'm just kind of trying to put this thing together.
Firefly.
Those people take those OTC tokens. If they sell right away, they're going to crash the price because, from what I understand, it was somewhat thin liquidity.
Let the
I mean,
show
for a top
begin.
20
Yeah.
token.
Yeah.
So you would crash the price if you sell this huge amount of OTC. So instead, you take it to an exchange. You get collateral. Use it as collateral to loan against other things, other assets, and then you get liquidated. It's a problem. But
Mission failed. Dreams do
that could
come
have
true.
originated from like sort of team tokens. You see what I'm saying? See the problem?
All will be swept
I
away
do
by the
understand,
wind.
but none of the OTC sales that we've had have actually been executed yet. So the tokens are all still, locked.
Oh, you're saying you sold them for cash, but the vesting period hadn't expired yet.
The vesting period hasn't expired yet. So actually, this will start I think later this month and into the coming years. But nothing that the association has sold. So the not-for-profit entity behind Mantra has ever been.
I'd be very upset if I did an OTC deal with you and the price just crashed 90%.
Yeah. Well, we haven't done anything recently.
Yeah. Let me ask you, who market makes for you?
So we work with 3 market makers that are all our investors: Laser Digital, Amber Group, and Manifold.
Okay. There's a lot of questions about the price feeling manipulated, basically, is more or less the claim that's been made.
We go again, chat.
Do you have any knowledge, or did you direct any price manipulation of your token?
No, I do not. And no, we did not.
Okay. So, to whatever extent the price was manipulated, if it was, you have no association.
Feeling lucky.
That is correct.
Do you think market makers, though, you probably agree, wouldn't do that on their own for no reason?
I don't think. Well, actually, I know for a fact that those market makers or those investors that I talked about have no implication or involvement in something like this. At least not with us.
So
we have. Yeah.
Forever.
How do you explain sort of the recent Mantra has sort of notably had a sort of meteoric rise, right? That combined with the relatively thin liquidity has led a lot of people to say, hey, look, this is a manipulated token. And if it was manipulated, because of what we just talked about, they think the team was in on it. What's your explanation of them? If not that, what explains like sort of the price rise naturally?
Sure. I mean, we had, and we've been in the market for almost 5 years now. So our existing ERC token has been on Binance for nearly 4 years. Actually, I think in March of this year was 4 years.
There's no
So
backing
the
out
vast
now.
majority of the
For
ERC
me
supply
or
volume
you.
is out
Who's
there,
the
and people
little
were able to
backstabber?
buy on exchanges, actively over the last, 15 months.
Or
right?
maybe I'll take it all.
Or more.
All in.
And, obviously we work with key partners like Karuk and Laser, and they've put out, statements with with wallets that they have, stating effectively that they haven't sold a single token and have verifiable on-chain proof to verify that. The activities of others who had liquid ERC tokens or liquid tokens in the market that were being used as collateral, we didn't have any knowledge about. And we did have communication with some of the exchanges that were asking. I mean, even with some Binance, OKX and others, and they would send us messages like, "Do you know what this transfer is?" And I would say I don't have any clue.
Dreams do come true.
Because they would send transactions
show
involved that I
begin?
honestly just am not aware of, and I don't know where they come from, or it was funded by another exchange and it was a
All
fresh
will be
wallet.
swept away by the wind.
So I was aware that, you know, tokens were starting to be put on exchange, because obviously when tokens get put on exchange, a lot of people call me or message me. So you always see, you know, looks on chain, someone deposits a bunch of tokens on exchange, like, or you know what I'm talking about, right? So obviously I'm aware of these things as they're going on, but I was not aware that there was any sort of like precipitous potential liquidation going to be occurring, and you know, obviously it happened like very, very quickly and aggressively overnight when I was sleeping.
The rumor was it was on OKX, yeah? I mean, that's the rumor. Can you confirm the rumor?
We're currently, you know, looking into all basically legal recourse and ramifications of this. So I don't want to say it was on one exchange or not while we're still investigating.
Charlotte Jr.
Okay, let me just say for the public record, I think there's basically like the two big exchanges are Binance and OKX, and you said it's not.
Those
Binance.
are the biggest exchanges.
Yeah. We'll let the viewers decide, you know, sort of what to think about that.
Do you want to enter the Forgotten Hall?
You know, is really concerning to me is a lot of people were talking about leading up to the crash. There was a ton of OTC deals being made. Okay, I'm sure you've heard the same things. So I understand that you're saying, okay, the association sold some OTC. Do you know if the market makers sold OTC as well?
Not that I'm aware of. I mean, for example, as far as I'm aware, Amber, Laser, and Manifold haven't sold a single token, and they haven't even been delivered any mainnet tokens, which are where they would be getting these OTC deals from anyway. So that would start literally, the earliest one would be this month.
Okay, because somebody came to me and they had been offered an OTC deal 48 hours before this crash, and part of what they said is we got to do this deal in 48 hours.
Feeling lucky.
And then basically the crash happened. So I'm just.
Do you know the size?
They were looking to do up to 45 million.
45 million. Okay, that's news to me. I didn't see that one.
Well, it's not public yet. Because basically a source gave it to me. I'll be probably publishing it with this video, but I just want to read you some of the things and just get your take on it. This person says, I've got 45 million total. I don't know how much you're capable of. He's pitching it to somebody to basically sell it. Only Brevin Howard and Laser Labs have 0.5% of the supply.
Or maybe I'll take it off.
He says, so technically can even move 1% with the right vesting, but I prefer to do 45 million right now between us. 6 to 9 range for a while now. Within the next 45 days, it'll be in the 12 to 18 range.
Watch your head.
It's very good with a 50% discount.
There's
He's
no
trying to sell these at
backing
50%
out
discount.
For
That's
me
how we
or
ran a
you.
lot of it so far through OTC and buying back after we extract.
Victory.
Do you know what he's talking about? He says it's a pretty good loop, as well as what we're doing on perks. What could he be talking about?
Honestly, I'm not sure. I mean, so what we have done with our small amount of OTCs, 25 to 30 million dollars, and we can share this. We have done, some degree of buybacks of OHM tokens, but it would only be, anywhere from, I would say, $5 to $10 million worth of buybacks. So definitely not in this size of quantum.
Just so the audience can understand how this works. So what you're talking about, thank you for sharing that.
Please stay tuned.
You do an OTC deal, so you sell tokens to somebody else. They give you basically cash or some cash equivalent.
Existence is
and
unity.
then you give them the promise of tokens, hopefully vested over some amount of time. And then you're taking the money that you get and you're re-injecting it back into the token.
That's correct.
Is that correct?
That is exactly correct. That's correct.
I don't know. In crypto, it's a little fuzzy what price manipulation is. That sounds a bit like price manipulation. I know a lot of projects do it. But what was y'all's thinking at the time when y'all did that? Like, were y'all thinking
All
like,
will be swept away by the wind.
Because for sure the person who gets a great deal on that is the guy who does the OTC deal. Because he buys at current prices. You're going to inject 20 million of his dollars into the chart, and then he can later sell when he unlocks. I guess there is some risk to it for them. But what was y'all's thinking when y'all decided to do that? Can you kind of explain like maybe what you were thinking?
Yeah, I mean, I guess the thinking there was just to make sure that we continue to have a healthy market and we're able to support in low liquidity scenarios. Obviously the size that we were able to do was not that significant for the size of our token.
Something I want to ask about. So this person says, so it sounds like what the person says is not entirely off. Talking about like re-injecting the chart. Basically what he was saying is he was claiming to market make for you guys. Do you know somebody named Mr. P or Ite Drory?
Yeah, so I was in touch with Zach.
I told Zach about this. Yeah.
No, okay, so no, I have seen that one going around, by the way, that OTC or loan. I think it was a loan.
This guy was offering something else. I think there was also like some loans trying to be made. That's a separate thing.
Okay, so I'm aware of the Mr. P one, and then Zach let me know about some name Itai Drory.
Same guy.
Drory?
Same guy. That's just his real name.
Okay. So I did check with our team if we've ever heard of this name before, and we've never heard of that name before Zach told me.
Thank you very much. Been live for well. Hello tonight.